was moving away from me, isn't that what I would see? But it seems
sure.
Go over the horizon, how it looks.
So let's talk about a few things that we actually deal with in reality. I'm going to post a couple of videos in the side chat, and it'll give you some things to think about. Ultimately, we can.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
About eclipses, like solar and lunar eclipses.
Okay, before we get to that, let's talk about the sun decreasing in angular size. Hold your question, okay? Don't forget it. We'll address it. Just put a pin in that, and then we'll talk about these two things very specifically. Now, number one, like I said, I don't know what the sun is, and no one does. Neither the moon. And when we get to eclipses, we'll talk about some of that stuff and all the problems with that as far as the heliocentric model go.
Yeah, but haven't we been told it's like a mass made of gases, of plasma, and etc.?
Well, sure, that's what you've been told. You can't verify that. If you could verify or validate that claim, that'd be fantastic. But in the meantime, angular size of the sun is kind of important.
Okay.
The reason we don't experience the sun, although it does change angular size throughout the day, and people have done this, they've got their solar filters out, they've tracked it, they've taken different days, different scenarios. It does change angular size, especially if you're in a really arid climate. So I'm going to put a couple of videos in the side chat, and you guys are more than welcome to look at them. But we have to kind of pay attention to a few things. Number one, we live in reality, and I'm multitasking, so sorry. Play tricks with light. Okay, so I'm going to put one in here that talks about atmospheric magnification. That happens with the humidity that we have in the air, and what happens with the sun as it gets increasingly closer to the horizon. Watch the whole video. The guy who posted this video and figured this out, he's dead now. So rest in peace, Rob Skiba. And the other thing is that, once again, I have to reiterate this. I don't know what the sun is. I know it's a light in the sky. I know it's a bright light. We experience heat from it. We can use it for all kinds.
We've also, people have said that we're close to it.
Well, some people say it's very close. Right, yeah, not very far. But it does change angular size. That does occur. But, what it is and how far away it is, we have no idea.
We know that it takes, do you agree with the fact that it takes 8 minutes for the light to travel from the sun to Earth, as in its distance from the
and
Earth?
Gravitational lensing? What explains that as well? It's like
no, we don't have. Whoa, hold on, fellas.
Yeah, let's do one by one, because so here's the pattern that is emerging in it's my first, if no one can tell, it's my first time here, so I'm trying to figure things out. But I'll say this, there has been a couple of words, like bombastic words, for lack of a better word, that have been said, and I'm guessing, I don't know, I don't want to assume, but I'm guessing most of the people here are simple folk, who are not scientists and shit like that. And it's I don't have the tools to kind of combat a lot of the things you guys are talking about, like angular, optics or whatever you want to call it. And it seems it becomes more confusing. My question, is there a video or a resource where we have a person who believes in the flat Earth theory and a scientist, like a classical scientist or a physicist or whatever you want to call it, that have a conversation, and they kind of go back and forth where they prove their point, where the one who's right kind of,
yeah, no problem. Well, if you, all the physicists that we have that have just dared to come in usually leave with their tail between their legs, because as far as physics are concerned, all of their claims have no evidence. Okay, if you want to talk about
theoretical physics,
let's talk about astrophysics. You want to use that one? Okay, astrophysics. Guys like Michio Kaku, guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay? They don't actually have any viable hypotheses for the things that they claim. They just claim it, they just declare, and they expect you to believe them. They don't have any science.
Okay.
What does science do? Does science verify or falsify or induct? Like, what is the conception of science?
I can speak very shortly for that. Classically, the idea of science is empirical science, is your ability to reenact and commit or have an experiment be done, and then reenact it and do it over and over and over again with the same result. Once you have that, that's like classical science. You can do empirical science. That's the basis of science. If you can't do that, that's not.
Perspective. There's also the falsification perspective, which is that science is putting forth things that can be shown to be false.
Yeah, so the scientific method is empirical, meaning testable, repeatable, falsifiable, right, and observable. Those are all 4 criteria that need to be met as far as the scientific method go. So why they have this term called astrophysics is beyond me, because essentially what they're doing is they're looking at the sky and they're declaring what's going on without any testing done whatsoever. They can observe something. So what are they observing? What would you say the astrophysicist observes?
I want to ask you a funny question. If say I was a billionaire and I took all of you guys and met up in life, and we met up in real life, and we went up into the sky, and say we did actually see what the video showed, would that change your mind?
What video?
Like the kind of videos that people say are falsified or CGI.
You haven't pulled up.
You're going to have to be way more specific, bro.
Like the blue marble. Say you actually saw that, and
no problem.
The blue marble is actually a composite
That's
image.
Perfect.
But
yeah, this is a perfect
blue
example.
Marble is actually a agreed upon, actually admitted to be so photoshopped image. It's not.
Wait,
real.
guys, we need a premise here. What do you mean by the blue marble?
The 1972 blue marble.
Yeah, the 1972 blue marble. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you meant the 2012 one or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. So the 1972 blue marble. Apparently, the astronauts that were going to the moon captured the Earth in a round, at least circular, and let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, a spherical form. Great. That means that we live on a Earth that has a curvature rate that we can measure while we're standing on it. That was the original claim in the first place, that we measured curvature on the Earth, because ain't nobody going up in no satellite 100 years or even.
What's the difference between being a sphere and curvature?
Hold on. Dude, like, we are jumping, bro. Listen, we are jumping from subject to subject.
I don't know the terms. I don't know even.
No, yeah, a lot of, but that like takes time. A lot of premise has to be, kind of like established here. But obviously, this dude says he's well versed in at least his own theories, or the things he believes in. So if you have interest in it, just let him finish up, man.
Right. So where do we want to go with this? If you want to say that the Earth is curving, and if you don't understand the idea of curvature,
you were talking
the blue marble. Yeah, it's got curvature, right? You stand on a ball, the ball is curved, right? Does anybody have a problem with that idea?
No.
Okay. So if you're standing on a ball that has a curvature rate and it's fairly consistent, apparently it's 8 inches per mile squared. Or if you want to measure to a tangent point, being the horizon, which is blocking out boats and buildings and stars and the sun and all that shit, at a certain rate, well, then we can measure to that particular tangent point the sagitta of that circle or sphere. Would anybody disagree with that?
Well, like I said, I don't have the scientific knowledge to it, but it sounds like it makes sense. Yes.
Okay. So the idea is that the Earth is a sphere, and these are not my numbers. The Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's from the center or the core, which there is no interest or evidence of, but I digress. That means from the center of Earth to the edge, the radius is 3,959 miles. That's not my claim. That's the official claim. And that would dictate that every distance to the horizon, depending on the observer's height, would be 1.22 times the square. Now listen, I know that I'm blabbering a bunch of geometry at you, and I'm sure you probably haven't even considered this stuff, but these are not my claims. This is what the math dictates. So if you're standing at the shoreline of a beach and you're looking out over the ocean, because we all know that water finds its level, and of course, level means having no part higher or lower than another. But apparently, according to the globe, the oceans are curving, right? If you see the blue marble, the ocean is also wrapped around the motherfucker. So that means that looking across the ocean, the horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we have a video, multiple videos, a famous one, and we also have an image that shows a man taking a camera going out to the coast of Santa Barbara, California. And at the edge of the ocean, right where the water's lapping up, right on the beach, if you guys have ever been to the beach or at a lake or whatever, you see where the waves roll up. He puts the camera down. Now, his tripod holds the camera at 1 foot. Now, I'm not, spoiler alert, it's actually 8 inches, but we're going to round up. We're going to be generous to the globe here. And that camera is just looking out, and there's 2 distance demarcations, okay? And those demarcations are oil rigs. Now, you can get on Google Earth, you can get on Google Maps, and you can see these 2 oil rigs. They're still there. One of them was about to be decommissioned because it leaks like a son of a bitch, and they don't want to, pollute the ocean, blah, blah, blah. So, at 1 foot observer height, can you tell me, according to these distance demarcations, Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles. Platform Habitat is at 9.41 miles. Can you tell me in that particular image where the horizon is? That would be the tangent point or the sagitta or the curve, the edge, where you couldn't see beyond it in a, let's say, a progressive fashion. Where's the horizon in that photograph in the side chat?
So behind the habitat, like there's like this little very light blue line, right?
Right, it's faint. So that's the horizon. The horizon, the definition of the horizon is where the sky meets the ground or sea. Right. So there's your horizon. Okay. So if the math that I did not claim, this is the globe math, this is the curved Earth math, says that the distance to horizon must be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Well, this observer, this camera, is at 1 foot. That means the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. You have a horizon at least 10 miles, past 9.41. So that blue marble that you guys brought up earlier is debunked because the curvature of the Earth is not there consistent with the claim according to the globe Earth math.
So with the limited, I'd say, again, for lack of a better word, logical faculties that I have currently, this time and point, I'd say that doesn't the zooming effect or the optics change the equation or introduce a variable that, kind of defeats this argument? As in, like, you were talking about perspective, right? And your perspective is your perspective from the human eye. Does the perspective, the argument, or the variable of the perspective change when you introduce zoom and advanced optics into this calculation or not? Does it affect the calculation in that sense? Is the question
let me ask you a question. Is the possibility of the optic changing the location of the geometric physical horizon? If you're saying that that's the case, then that means there's no way to determine that the Earth is a ball using the horizon in any way, because everybody is looking through some form of optic, whether it's your eye, whether it's a telescope, binoculars, I don't care what it is. But if you're going to make that claim, then you can't use anything optically to determine whether or not the horizon is Earth curve. You would be kind of throwing the globe under the bus making that claim.
Right. Basically, that's like a problematic. I understand what you're saying. It's a problematic claim because it screws everyone up, both those who claim for the globe theory and the flat Earth theory. As in, like,
think about it like this, right? Think about it like this, right? The horizon is supposed to be the apex, right? The top, right? You're looking out. Well, It's the part, the surface. You can no longer see any more of the surface because the surface is obstructing itself from view as a curve would, like a mountain, right? Mountain peak. You can't see over the other side of the mountain peak, can you? And no amount of zooming in on it with any form of device, camera, binoculars, telescope, is not going to allow you to see the other side of the mountain.
I see. So what is the reason, like, the horizon becomes more visible as we zoom in? Is it like particle density, or is it like, what could be the reason for it? Is it like simply distance and our eyes' ability to perceive things, or like?
I'll tell you what.
How is it more of it like appears as we zoom in? That's my question.
I'm gonna throw you for another loop. So you know that loop. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put another image in the side chat right now. Same observer, same camera, same height. Okay, different day, different conditions. Now, you tell me if optics creates this problem, or maybe it's the conditions of the day.
Is it that, by the way, is it that 900
or a combination?
X Panasonic or Philips camera, whatever it is? Is it that?
It's a
one?
Nikon P900.
The one with the 900X zoom? I've seen a couple of videos of that stuff.
Yeah.
That's a cool camera.
So same camera, different day, different horizon. Would you agree then at this point that the horizon is more of an optical or a perspective problem rather than a geometric problem?
Well, yeah. If the conditions or the result changes based on the weather conditions rather than your geographical location, yeah, that makes sense.
Right. So then we can't use the horizon as any kind of determining factor as to whether or not we live on a ball, right? Because it's always changing its location according to perspective and according to conditions. It's an optical problem. So that means you're not going to use that. Now, do you guys have any other idea as to how they got the curvature number of the Earth other than measuring to the horizon?
Curvature number. I don't know. Flight logs, GPS.
Okay. So we have a flight recording, a black box recording of a flight that was about 1,000 miles. The plane was flying average 500 miles per hour, as most commercial flight does. All of the instrumentation tells us that plane was flying horizontal level the entire flight for 1,000 miles.
They should have done shot out into space.
They should have.
And think about this. Before creating the plane, they had already that idea of the globe. So if they never measured the surface to be curved, how they came with that idea? Before making up a space agency. So if you are a normal person, you wouldn't create a space agency if you didn't never have an idea of a globe. So you want to measure that globe, how big it is, to just see where you have to put that satellite to make it orbit that globe that have that specific size. Before having that idea, you have to verify if you live on a globe. So how those people could measure that radius and that size of the globe? Those ideas.
No, that was stupid. Somebody else take a whack at it.
How they could measure that radius of the globe? How they could get that curvature rate?
We had a pilot in here yesterday or the day before that was talking about the fact that his entire family got on the flat Earth bandwagon and he thought they were all idiots. But he remembered back in flight school that all of the simulations that he was using, all the simulators, even if they kind of backed out of it, they kind of took a bird's eye view of the Earth. The simulators simulate the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. And just by happenstance, we have 35 documents from every agency, from NASA to the FAA to Lockheed Martin, that also treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane as far as their flight models are concerned. So even the pilots, I don't care what they fly, treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. There is no curvature of the Earth anywhere, unless you're talking about topography. Sea level is actually level. Nation to nation, you're flying across flat oceans because we know that water finds its level on whatever scale. 70% of the Earth is water, flat, level, and horizontal, straight, like you always experience it. You experience the Earth as flat, level, and non-rotating. You build on it, you travel on it, you use it. Everybody does. Flat. The ball is an illusion. It's just a fairy tale. Something that was fed to you by essentially the central bank. Now, their motivations, I have no idea. I could speculate on that, and it would probably get into a different conversation. But at the end of the day, everybody uses the Earth, builds on it, travels on it, flat and stationary. That's what it is.
Wouldn't the water fall off the Earth?
Why would that be?
It's if it's flat and then you get to the edge of it.
What edge?
The edge of the Earth.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so when the Earth is flat, wouldn't there be an edge,
Do you have a flat Earth model in your mind that you'd like to present for us?
Yeah, so it's like a circle.
It's a circle.
Yeah.
So you're thinking about a disk in space where the water just falls off the edge. Is there gravity in space where the water falls down and drips down into what?
I guess gravity would just go down.
Down is in reference to a horizontal plane. So are you saying space is flat? Because actually the universe is modeled as flat. Go figure.
I'm confused. So I'm just trying to figure out your model,
What model? I didn't present any model. You have a model in mind. I'm asking for you to present it if you have it.
But
okay, yeah,
guys.
I feel like I need a drawing tablet, but okay, picture a circle, and everything goes downwards, perpendicular to the circle.
Is there up and down in space?
Ponder, guys, if I may kind of
relative to the circle.
Guys,
so
if I may, Ponder, hold on a second, man. If I may interject, it seems like Says Who is deliberately before I got disconnected because my battery ran out. This conversation was very informative. But the reason it seems to me Says Who is kind of defensive in a sense is because you kind of came up with a bit of a judgmental tone. So if only if you're truly interested in what the theory or the understanding here is, I think that in good faith, if you come in good faith, basically is when you get answers. Because I'm really trying to understand things. So I like to know as well, Says Who, if there's any kind of a model or an understanding, what does the flat Earth community or idea proposes? How is it? Also, just to add to it, how are we on Earth in relation to other celestial objects? Are other celestial objects like the other planets, are they similar to us in their form, or are they classically circular or kind of
Okay, good question, and I appreciate your just honesty. I really do, actually, because it's very rare around here. Most people come in and go, Flat earthers are retarded. You guys go fuck yourselves. I hope you never breed. So I appreciate that. So the flat earth model, there is no model that we could present, especially from our point of view. And as far as we know, we couldn't get high enough from the surface to get a, for lack of a better term, God's eye view of what we live on. But no doubt it measures to be flat. Even the people that make the maps measure the earth to be flat. The navigators using celestial navigation measure the earth to be flat. So to create a model would be sort of difficult and extremely expensive. Money that we just don't have. But the people that do have the money are telling you that you live on a ball, even though they're navigating it as it's flat. So that's a funny little contradiction. But so there's no model that we can present you. Now, there is a sect of flat earthers out there that take the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is a globe that's flattened out, and then they kind of give the sun physicality and they put it above it at a certain height and they model it in that way. And that's really not helpful, because if you take a globe, which already is a flawed projection, it's a polar projection, and then you splay it out and you make an azimuthal projection, you're just going to run into all kinds of problems. So those idiots over there are creating a whole bunch of problems for people that actually are deep into this particular topic and don't like to be bothered with people come in here and go and say, hey, your AE model is bullshit. Yeah, we know that. It's just a projection. There are over 100 projections of the Earth. All of them have the continents in different sizes. They have the land laid out in different ways. There is not one accurate map of the Earth as far as we know. All of them are claimed to be projections or reifications. So there is no model that we can give you. But I would venture to guess that the continents are fairly accurate in their size. But probably what's more accurate is your local area. So maps that are local, I would say 50-mile grids are pretty stinking accurate. Pretty. Outside of that, it gets much more difficult to decide distances, travel times, all that stuff. So yeah, I know that that's kind of a letdown. It's like, how come you guys don't have a model? Well, it turns out there isn't even actually a globe model. The globe that you have on your teacher's desk or whatever, those are all just projections, and they're projections based on a mathematical idea. The Mercator projection, also a mathematical idea, but those continents are all skewed and stuff. So there is no Earth map or model complete that is accurate anywhere. That's kind of a problem. That kind of pisses me off, because the Earth modeled out doesn't exist.
Oof, that's a lot to to kind of dive into. So in regarding to what I asked in regards to the rest of the celestial objects, are they okay? Because we do see like some celestial objects, right? We see stars even with our naked eye, right? So all of the stars, and you don't have to take my word for this. Go ahead and do your own research. The only stars that we have that are called planets, planet or planetae, if you look in the Greek or whatever, it means wandering star. So these are celestial bodies that have a circuit. They're the only ones that aren't fixed. They have a pattern to them. But that pattern has essentially not changed since man has begun to just observe the sky and plot out the courses of these particular wandering stars or planets. Somebody came along in all of this nonsense and decided to call Earth a ball and one of those planets orbiting around the sun in our solar system, quote unquote. Okay? In reality, all of that is also predicated on the idea that space is this vast expanse of nothingness filled with random galaxies, stars, and whatnot, nebulas, black holes, and all this other bullshit, but all occurring within a vacuous space at 10 to the negative 17 torr. So here's the real fun part. This is the part where people really start to freak out, but it seems like you're kind of game today, so let me ask you a question.
could you validate, because Earth is supposed to be a pressurized system. The reason that you're breathing air right now is because there's air pressure on Earth. Can you tell me how you have gas pressure without containment?
Well, the first thing that would come into my mind is us having what do you call it? The atmosphere.
Right.
That would be sort of a containment, right? There is no way. The answer to your question, to the best of my knowledge, there is no way. You got to have some kind of a limiting factor or some kind of a zoning to have, which you call containment.
Right.
But the containment I think you're referring to is the atmosphere, right? We have layers of it.
Right. So even according to NASA, the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by gas on the walls of its container, meaning a physical barrier. Gas cannot contain gas. Otherwise, if you ever got a flat tire and you went down to the tire store or the tire shop, and you said, "Hey, my tire went flat, but don't worry about putting a tire on there. Just put some air around that rim, and I should be good to go." Gas does not contain gas, nor has it ever been demonstrated to do so. So when you say atmosphere, what you're kind of thinking in your mind is that there's these layers of gas around the Earth containing the stuff that we breathe. But that violates the laws of physics. It actually violates the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, which means that gas is going to expand freely and randomly in all directions, and it's going to fill the available volume. Well, space is a big ass volume. Why is the gas on Earth not filling this large, ever-expanding, vacuous area? By the way, vacuums also require containers.
Okay, I'm not saying I even disagree with you, but I feel like I need to say the obvious devil's advocate argument. When people just say it's gravity.
Okay, no problem. What's gravity?
Because well, even if we look at the ocean, we have higher water pressure at the bottom versus the top of it. Despite
you have water pressure, you mean, or gas pressure?
I'm just giving water pressure as an example.
Okay, so water pressure doesn't have a vector. It's not a downward vector. That water pressure is all directions. The same with gas pressure. It's an all directions type gas pressure. So it's not a downward vector. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. Number two, and I'm asking you...
Still drop,
Say that again?
Heavier, gases still, seem to follow gravity since, heavier gases drop.
Right. No problem. So I'm asking you, and I want you to be honest with me. If you don't know the answer to this, that's not a big deal. What is gravity?
Gravity is just matter attracts as a general principle.
Okay. So you're going to go with Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics is basically spooky action at a distance where a body with a large mass is attracting another body because it's so massive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's mass?
I guess energy.
Oh, okay. So I'm not going to drill on you about this because I could tell you have what most people have is that your basic everyday understanding that you were given in school as to what gravity is, right?
Elementary level.
So
I understand technically it's quantum theory of relativity or whatever.
Yeah. And so the theory of relativity was actually supposed to replace, and it did replace, Newtonian mechanics. In fact, Newtonian mechanics, as far as gravity is concerned, mass attracting mass, was debunked and superseded by Einstein, which is the bending and warping of space-time, and everything falls into this geodesic. The mass bends space-time. Now, this is going to be fun, all right? So we have space, which is length, width, and breadth, or length, width, and height. Okay, that's the dimensions of space, although those are just descriptions of area. Essentially, space is nothing, but we describe it with numbers, okay? And you couldn't even define or give a number to that unless you had some kind of limit to it. So if you had a cube or a box, you could measure the length, width, and height of that box. But those are just numbers. They're conceptual. They're not material. Open space is undefined. Now, Newton came along with Raman, right? And we gave a pseudo-Ramanian force space, which is space with a space which is length, breadth, and height combined with time. Well, time is not a dimension. Time is not even physical. It's purely conceptual. It's abstract. It doesn't exist. So time is not material, and it doesn't bend. So unless you can show me time bending, then that is also debunked.
Yeah, like time is the fourth dimension thing you're saying is debunked?
Right. I mean, it doesn't even exist. Could you show me time? Could you like get a box, put time in it, and then show it to me? Could you paint it red? Could you do any of that?
Well, I feel like we're like in the three-dimensional world, you know, like
right.
How a dimensional being can't really show like 3 dimensions.
Right. You can only show me things that have material dimension, right? You can measure it. It's this long, this tall, and it's got this much thickness, right? So you can show me those things, but you measure them. So we have 3D reality. Time is immaterial. It is just a concept. It's just a mathematical, abstract concept. It cannot be bent, and it certainly can't be coupled with a description of dimension, space, and then bend that non-existent abstract nothingness idea with mass. It cannot be done. It's a total farce. And we weren't paying attention enough at school to just kind of raise our hand and go, could anybody show me some of this space-time? No, we were too busy going, okay, I got to remember this shit because there's going to be a test at the end of the month, and I want to get the hell out of this class. I want to graduate. I want to move on with my life. It's all bullshit.
Okay, but says who? Question.
Yep.
Here's the thing. Do you like... Is perceiving things according to your senses a mandatory thing? Genuinely, I'm asking, in your world or to you, or like, can you still accept things or theories or whatever you want to call it, right? Premises that don't necessarily or can't don't necessarily aren't necessarily perceived by your senses. So is it a mandatory thing for you to be able to perceive it with the sense of touch, sight, smell, whatever, or you can accept a theory or a equation if it's, and if so, you know, how would it need to be proven to you? What would be your standard?
That's a good question. Okay. So, number one, the scientific method and physics and all that stuff, okay, they are limited in what they can and cannot prove, right? Or can prove. There are certain things that cannot be run through the scientific method. There's also this problem, and this is reality. You can prove things without using the scientific method. You certainly can. The problem is where we run into this entirely abstract part of, let's say, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, okay? Or theoretical physics, which is kind of like an oxymoron. Why would you use the term physics when you're actually not doing anything physical? You're actually just conjuring or you're describing things with math or numbers, but never actually demonstrating that in the physical realm. So you and I have perspective and perception and cognitive ability to experience the world in a three-dimensional way. We can touch it, we can smell it, we can see it, we can do all these things, right? And yet someone will come along and say, well, all the things that you're seeing and experiencing, I will describe to you what is happening through math. And that is what it actually is. When in reality, they never did anything. They just said, hey, what you're seeing is this, and I'm going to just write it for you on a piece of paper, and that's what you're experiencing. Let me tell you what that's like. That's like describing Superman and his ability to fly with numbers. Do you know who Superman is? Can any of us fly like Superman? No. But if I describe it to you in a mathematical way, or if I use numbers and equations to describe it, does it still exist? Of course not. So all of that math, all of that abstract is just descriptions of things that don't actually exist in reality.
So, to kind of like try and put it in layman terms, basically you're saying that they're, in a sense, stretching the abilities of what's proven, or in a sense, because the check didn't bounce for different equations or different experience, they're stretching that to different abstract ideas. Basically, I'm good for it in terms of like simple math. 2 + 2 is 4, and therefore, like I'll take it and apply it to like much higher things where they don't necessarily apply. Would that be like close to what you're trying to say?
Well, sure. What I'm trying to tell you is that if time is just something that is essentially conceptual, and you want to ascribe a number to it, that would be a really bad reification. Does that make sense? If I have a Tinkerbell, right? Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, she's totally fictional, but I can give you some kind of math or equation or value, even though I got that value from nowhere. That's what they're actually giving you. E = mc². General relativity, space-time bending, all that stuff. They're giving mathematical descriptions to something that is totally fictional.
Okay, but the thing is that these fictional or these mathematical equations did bring us different results, right? Would you agree on that? Like, would you agree that
No.
due to E mc², we nowadays we have the atomic bomb? Would you say that is the case or no?
No. There's literally no evidence for any of that. Listen, bro. The atomic bomb, all that stuff, the things that you're trying to appeal to, you think that somebody somewhere has done a lot of work, a lot of experiments. They've sorted through all this stuff. Everybody's put their brains together, and there's labs and shit. None of that. There's none of that happening. None of it. And you can't point to it. If I challenged you to go out and see, this is the thing about Einstein's theory of relativity. His paper was published in November 25th of 1915. If I asked you to go out and find me the hypothesis for relativity, general relativity, in his paper, November 25th, 1915, it's not there. No one has done any of the work that you think that they've done. They've just written shit down about things that don't exist, put it in a paper, and then given it to you.
I've heard this I don't know if it's a theory or a claim or whatever you want to call it, but that somewhere during the previous century there was this huge, and that may tie to what you were talking about, how governments were indebted or bankrupt, and someone came up and kind of swooped them off their feet. But there was this concerted effort into re-educating the global public into believing in something that isn't true or that just isn't. Would you say that's like the premise here, or would you say that's the thing that you think that that happened? Basically, they just made people believe in shit that doesn't exist.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm just going to be brutally honest with you, right? Because you're in here, you're asking decent questions. And if you want my God's honest truth answer, yes, that's exactly what has been going on. But, if you start to go, well, then how much of what I know is actually true and how much of what I know is actually a lie, it would be up to you to kind of start digging through all that information, because I don't know what you know and I don't know what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So that's why most of us are here. That's why the flat earth even exists at all, is because somebody at one point said, and by the way, the flat earth is not an old idea. I don't want you to get this impression that this popped up 10 years ago, even though it regained traction 10 years ago. It's the globe that is actually the new idea. Up until, let's say, Copernicus, and maybe even later than him, let's say up into about the late 1800s, early 20th century, everybody already knew and accepted that the Earth was an enclosed, stationary plane. Every ancient religion, every civilization up until the last 150 years, man, had a model of the celestials, had a predictive celestial model, because the celestials just do a repeating pattern. They could anticipate the eclipses. They could anticipate the stars and the wandering stars and where they were going to be, the planets that you refer to. This is all just a circular cycle of celestials that we've known about since the beginning of the recorded history. So we can just post-dict, meaning predict, what's going to happen, because the sky does the same damn thing all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Is it a prediction for me to tell you that the sun's going to rise in the east tomorrow? No. The reason that we know that is because the motherfucker did it yesterday and the day before that, and ever since the day we were born. And the stars do the same things over and over and over again. Same with the eclipses, all that stuff. It's called the Saros cycle. That cycle was already recognized and cataloged thousands of years ago. Okay?
That motherfucker.
So there's no...
sorry to interrupt. I was just about to say that motherfucker's name is all over the place. Can't stop hearing that name. Go ahead, man.
What's that? What name?
The Soros name.
Yeah. So yeah,
it's a joke about George Soros.
Right. Yeah. But and isn't that interesting? But anyways, I digress. The point is that we have all of this information, all of this knowledge that is ancient and known, and the thing that's actually new, but actually once you put scrutiny to it, most of us have over the last 10 years. I mean, this is a movement that's not dying, it's exploding, because it's fucking obvious. Pardon my French. But we actually experience a stationary, flat Earth. That's what you experience. And the gas pressure that you're breathing, it's enclosed. Now, what the enclosure might be made of, I have no idea. How high it is, no idea. There's some stuff we ain't got the budget for. But you know right now, you ain't spinning. You know that. And if you were, that's a hell of a big wind. Because apparently, according to the Coriolis effect, everything that is not attached to the Earth would be subject to a deviation. And if the Earth is spinning at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour, that's a motherfucking 1,000 mile per hour wind. We don't have that. Okay? So all of the things that you've been told about where you live on Earth is either just a hijacking of your perspective, and then, you've been given a alternative explanation for what you experience. You were told, and I'm not saying that your teachers are evil, I'm not saying your mom and dad are evil, I'm not even saying that your neighbors or your politicians or any of those other folks are evil, because they all get the same story.
Yeah, you don't have to go like what do you call it? Sentimental route. I don't take any of that.
No.
Yeah.
But some people, they go like, "Oh, well, you're telling me my teacher was lying to me?" No, they got the same education that you did.
But that's if you ask me, that's a moronic cop out, right? Because it's like whenever you're out of logical, real arguments, and it is okay. That's what people don't realize in debates or in a conversation. Not every battle has to, not every battle has to finish or end with a victor or someone who's victorious. Right. It's okay for people to disagree and go their own ways, but it doesn't have to kind of degenerate or degrade to so you're telling me my teachers were wrong or my parents are stupid. That's moronic, basically.
Well, listen, I'm glad to hear you say that, because ultimately, most of the time, that's what we receive. Are you telling me that my mom lied to me? Are you telling me that my teacher lied to me? No, I'm not telling you that. They just know what they know, right? Yeah. So, yeah.
So here's the thing. I'm wondering this. What would be so my perspective is more of a political science type of perspective. That's like my formal education. That's how I kind of approach things, and that's how my logical faculties operate, for lack of a better term.
Right.
I would ask you, anyone who's well versed in their position, they usually know the opposition, right? They know what would be the perspective or the points of the opposition. They can expect it and they can retaliate towards it, so they usually learn it very well. What would you say in that specific term regarding the not the model, because you said there is no like unified model for flat Earth, but to the current belief as it is? For example, the idea of like you said it's a disk that is, I may butcher the definition, but it's a disk that is standing still, right? Am I right?
Well, I don't want you to think of it as a disk. Just the Earth is stationary, if you want to think of it that way.
Okay. Yeah, so a stationary object that is standing still.
Okay.
So are the things like the celestial objects, are they like revolving around us, or are they like with us, moving with us? How does that work? Because we see that they change their location, right? Like in the morning, you can see this planet or star, whatever you want to call it, and then later on, you can see something else. So that in perspective, what word am I thinking of?
Okay. So there is something called the celestial sphere. Okay. So the sky has actually been mapped out. The stars, the fixed ones, they never move. They stay in the exact same place in relation to one another. They're fixed. They do not move. There's 8 or 9, right? Depending on whether they wanted to crown one planet a planet or not. Pluto's always losing its frickin' status as the 9th planet. Blah blah blah. Whatever. So we have a handful of celestials that do move, okay, and they follow a pattern. But we do have a model called the celestial sphere. That particular model is one of a rotating sky. Okay, think of it as an actual sphere that spins around the Earth that you live on, and is, the relationships of those particular celestial bodies change according to where they are on Earth at that time of year. We do have that model, okay? But it's not even necessarily guaranteed to be a sphere, because the heights of the stars are not known, not at all, not by the heliocentric model or whatever. What they will tell you is this star over here is 89 billion light years away. That's made up bullshit, but that made up bullshit is also predicated on the Earth being a sphere, which it is not, because they measure it to be flat. Isn't that fun? So the celestial sphere is a model that does exist, and that's the thing that if you get on Google, you can look up Google Sky Map, and what you're going to find out is that in Google Sky Map, the horizon is a flat horizontal plane, and the stars rotate, and all their angular relationships of it rotate around that particular flat plane. So the stars are essentially fixed bodies that rotate and carry a cycle yearly around the Earth. The Earth doesn't move, even according to Google Sky Map. It's the sky that moves, and that's your experience, and that's everybody's experience. But that model does exist.
Okay, I think we agree with you, but I also just have like some basic noob questions. Like what happens if you go in one direction? Like, just as far as you can.
That's a good question. So what happens is you end up at a beach eventually, right? Somewhere. If you're on a landmass, you're going to end up at a beach. Okay? And then you're going to go across that flat ocean, and you're going to end up either at another piece of land or whatever, right? So you can keep going straight if you want to. The problem is that we've got this issue with, the powers that be have put up some restrictions as to whether or not we can explore freely beyond a certain limit. I'm not saying that you can't do it, but if you wanted to go south indefinitely, you're going to run into some problems. You're going to run into some red tape. Now, people can go to Antarctica on cruises and blah, blah, blah. But if you want to jump off the boat and then you want to go on a trek to see what Antarctica is all about, they are not going to allow you to do that.
So
same with the North.
Borders.
Yeah, there's borders in place, and they're heavily enforced with military. And the thing about that enforcement is that there is something called the Antarctic Treaty. It's old. It was made in the 40s, and all these Cold War, enemies of ours, like Russia and whatever, they're actually part of the Antarctic Treaty, and we're apparently buddy with them because they all agree that ain't nobody going too far south without a big load of red tape. You're not going past the 60th parallel.
So is there any possible angle one could take, or like a geographical angle or position one could take that would lead them to cross? Let's say you have the best passport available, right? Possible.
Okay.
Whatever passport it may be, and you take that passport that grants you entry into like every or any country or most of the countries globally. Is there an angle or a trajectory one could take that would allow him to cross all of it? And classically thinking, if you're do you call it a globalist or circle round earther? Is there a trajectory to be taken that will take you around the globe and back to the point where you started, or you will reach some kind of a limit eventually?
Well, that's interesting. So you can travel east and go as far east as you can, and apparently, even though I don't really know how this would be done, but you can go east and then end up where you're back at, okay? But that east is all in relation to north. And north seems to be a central location, okay? Everybody has a north. And everything's in relationship to north. South is in relationship to north. East and west are in relationship to north.
Right.
So, but let me ask you a question. If you walked out your front door, wherever you live, and you wanted to go around the block, and you kept, the center of your block to your left, would you end up where you were?
Again, if I go around my block, but I keep the center of my block on my left.
Yep. We could call the center of your block
circle around the disk. Like
you'd be making a circle, so you would be going in a relative direction to north or the center of your block, and you would end up where you started.
So I'd be going in a circle, basically.
Right. Now expand that block out thousands of miles. Okay. If you kept the center of your block or north to your left,
I see.
Yeah, you went east. Number one, you would have a hard time determining if you were taking an arced path around that center point, but you would adjust for it. That's why we have these things called gyro compasses. Gyro compasses are put on ships because when these ships are traversing the oceans, they need to know where they're going, but they also need to hold a pretty strict course in their shipping lane. So these gyro compasses are important because the boat's rocking around and a regular compass is just going to get all messed up and spinning and it doesn't work. So they make these gyro compasses that kind of hold their position level. They maintain that horizontal position and you can maintain your course east. Okay? But it turns out that every few hundred miles, they have to recalibrate those particular gyro compasses to magnetic north because they'll go straight for a while, if you want to think about this, a central point, and then their relationship to that central point has changed because they're going straight, but they're also trying to, I don't know how to describe this to you in a certain way, but you have to keep that orientation to north to know that you're going straight. You have to know where north is, that central point, so that you can keep going on a straight path. So they have to recalibrate those gyro compasses every few hundred miles to make sure they know where north is, magnetic north, to keep their course. So it would seem as if someone going east is going to go in a straight line, but that's going to be in relationship to that northern position, that central point. Now I say central because it seems like north kind of moves and doesn't move. There's a magnetic north that kind of, it's weird. It kind of moves around a little bit, but for the most part, it stays in one place. But people that want to circumnavigate can circumnavigate in a circle, but that's a flat plane every single time. And it's a long ass ways, and good luck trying to figure out if you're making a big ass circle. In reality, everybody travels in straight lines. The planes fly in corridors, and those corridors are straight paths getting to where they need to go. You're not banking all the time. You're going straight, and you might divert a little bit, and you go straight, and you get to your destination. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was actually my next question regarding planes, right? Like how often people get, for example, how often people can get lost in jungles, right? They think they're going straight, but in reality they divert their course, right? And then they get lost. But with planes, right, you could basically go, like pull out, I don't know, almost a Mach 1 speed, right? Not to break the sound barrier, just fly forward, right? So you're saying, and that makes sense what you're saying with the corridors, or you bank a little bit here and there, but eventually you reach your destination. My question is, what happens? Like, I'm looking at this map someone posted here, Tactical Droid, with let's say the Philippines being on the northwestern side, etc. Like, what is the presupposition, like that these, for example, the country that is on the border, the Philippines in that case, that's what my eye landed on. What is it that, like, what is the dominant explanation for it? What do they see on the, like, limit of it? What happens on the limit of it on that specific map? Or is it like that map is centric to, like you said, the north changes sometimes, so it's central to where you are right now? Basically, I don't know, reality changes according to your location. I'm honestly trying to wrap my brain around it, and it's hard for me to understand it, Like, what happens, for example, in the Philippines, which is on the border of this map? Like, what do you see when you reach the end of it,
Yeah, well, listen, you're asking questions that are essentially above my pay grade. I do know that planes, and are you talking about the one that it said 40 minutes after the hour? So the Philippines, where are they at here? Kind of the upper left hand.
Northwestern side of the.
Okay. What's your specific question again? I want to ask.
I'm trying to understand. So, for example, in this case, and that, by the way, that was a request of mine that I was about to ask if anyone could attach a map that is true to the flat Earth theory, or understanding of the world, so I could kind of try and visually wrap my head around how it works. Would you say that's true to the flat Earth understanding, or
Hey, I got a question for you, brother. You're saying the Philippines is in the northwest corner,
right?
Actually, your assessment of this map is wrong. Okay. North is at the center of this picture.
Oh, right. Okay, you're right.
Because it says it right there between Canada and Russia.
Right. So, okay, so let's change the terminology, because I was basing it on my, classical understanding. Top left.
Because we can understand top left, yes.
Yep.
So, would you say that this specific map is true in terms of how it's written, or structured?
No.
Okay.
No.
Could you guys attach like a map that is? Because I'm trying to.
That's the thing. If we knew the actual layout of the land and the oceans and everything with 100% surety, we would definitely be posting that. The problem is not either the flat Earth nor the globe Earth has an accurate map, an accurate one of the entire layout of the Earth itself. So that will always be a mystery until someone gives us the God's eye view, ultimately, right?
So basically the whole, like, just to kind of dumb it down, the whole idea of around the globe in 80 days, and the fact that the globe, again, I understand how ridiculous that idea is in this voice chat, but the whole idea of, like, we've explored the Earth and we know what is where, and where do we have what, etc., is basically a farce. Like, it's not real, because what you're claiming is that there's a lot of things that we literally don't know about the Earth. Like, we have no idea how it works.
There's a shit ton that we don't know. A lot that we don't know. And the thing about anybody who's honest in this topic will just tell you, I don't know, and I don't know who does. But if somebody comes along and says, I have knowledge, we are very game to go, okay, well, tell us what you know and how you proved it, right? For us, the biggest issue right now is why don't you validate the claim? The biggest thing that the flat earth movement, if you want to call it that, is predicated on is prove it to me, okay? And we are getting not a lot of proof, but just a ton of claims. And most of the proof comes in the form of a begging the question fallacy and affirming the consequent, or just a baseless assertion. I say it, and you have to believe it. That's why we're so frustrated.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll say this, like, and I'm more than willing to, even though it's past my bedtime, but I'm more than willing to continue listening because it's interesting to me. I will say this, even though I don't have all of the tools in order to digest and understand, like, from one conversation, everything you guys said, particularly you, Says, who, like I said, you sound very well versed in what you're talking about. But I'll say this: I am, every single time when there is a situation where, you know, some truth or facts in quotation marks that are being kind of blasted and put under pressure, I am pro that. I'm for it, because, like, you're testing, you know, the rigidity of said ideas. And that's a good thing to do. Like, there's no reason not to do it. And anyone who's trying to kind of fucking, pardon my French, trying to go against that is either insecure of what they know, or limited in their knowledge, and therefore are afraid to kind of counter their presuppositions, or they know there's some fuckeries afoot.
Have you ever had a globe?
I would agree with you.
Have I ever had what?
Globe physics.
Globe physics, as in, have I taken a course? No.
Does one exist?
Oh, I don't know. I guess
or
not.
Ball globe physics. You know, where we can go in the classroom and then, like, see all the ball physics happen live with the ball, the orbits.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I mean,
yeah, and then gas is holding the shape
all around the globe, right? Isn't it crazy?
Gas is holding the shape. Water holding the shape. You know, all these great things. Can we, like, science and, like, manipulate or, like, test these things out, orbits and stuff?
Well, can we test orbits out
in a lab?
I don't know. Can we?
No,
brother, I don't know.
He's asking you a rhetorical question.
I'm guessing.
Hey, I gotta go have dinner.
I'm guessing.
Hold on a second, Valerius. I just want to let you know I gotta go have dinner, but it was nice talking to you, dude, and you can hang out. But come on back. Like, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, I really do.
I will, and it was vice versa, man. It was a pleasure. Have a nice dinner.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, D-Mark, I understand that you're leading with this question. I just don't, like, I honestly don't know. I'm guessing not.
Right, we can't. There's nothing we can demonstrate anything about a ball physics, not water being held on it, not gas being held to it, not it being in a vacuum spinning. Like, why did it spin? You know, all this other goofy, crazy stuff, you know. There's no way to demonstrate any of it.
Is it due to our inability to create, like, it sounds like
your inability to do physics? No, physics is supposed to be one physics. There ain't supposed to be no inability, brother. If you claim it,
I didn't finish my sentence though. Just a second. I'm saying that, is it due to our inability to recreate gravity? Because it sounds like
it's called an excuse because you can't do it. No, it's called a fucking liar and excuse because it can't be done.
Well,
when somebody can't do something, like you say, hey man, little kid, I guarantee you there ain't no made-up closet monster in there. I know for a fact they don't exist, right? You're the scientist guy. You're the globe. You're like, I know it don't exist. And the little kid said, yeah, it does, because I believe it. You don't believe me? So does that mean that there's gravity and globe monsters in his closet just because he asked you, do you believe him? And then he says, well, what if stuff that you see every day is not happening like that somewhere in Magic La La Land? What do you mean, little Bobby? Well, what if you go and put stuff on a ball and it doesn't stick when you spin it? What if that's the thing that actually happens versus everything they've told you? You know, and we have that. We can test that. So I'm just saying, like, whatever we can test is what we can test. And then there's the story.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I agree with that part in the sense of if you're like, it is important to be willing to test your ideas or the things, your beliefs, and put them under fire. And if you can't test them, that's where the issues like happen. So like I was thinking of earlier, before when Says Who was talking, I was thinking about gravity and how things like fall to earth no matter how many times you pick them up and drop them.
Helium doesn't fall to earth. The
Right,
clouds don't come down.
Dude, I hear that you're like ready with like in you got a couple.
I'm just telling you things that don't go down. I'm saying, so what's falling down like when things don't? So we should just stop saying that, right? Things have to fall down because some things don't. So like, why would we even keep saying that as a term? That's kind of goofy when we can see with our eyeballs that they don't.
So how is helium? And again,
brother, it doesn't matter to me. That would be your demonstration. Doesn't matter how that you can make your magic happen. Doesn't matter to me how you do it. Get her done. And if you can't, you're the one with the problem on how do you do the thing you won't know about. Right?
I'm not following. Just a second.
You're the one that can't do the thing you're saying. You're asking me how to do your model.
Dude, you're
right.
Listen, D-Mock, pause.
Yeah.
The way you conduct, that's not a personal attack. I'm just trying to explain.
Don't worry about the way I conduct.
Okay,
listen,
but the
you
way
need to learn.
Well, you see, you're very combative in the way, bro. No, pause.
Nah, I can't pause, brother.
It's very like you interrupt in the middle before a person has finished. If you want to continue talking to me, it's fine. We don't have to continue speaking to each other.
Brother, are you ever going to show a demonstration, or are you just going to keep telling me how you can't, which means it proves you can?
Dude, I am asking.
Yeah, but you're saying, Democ, we can't prove anything, so that must mean it's true, right? Because we can't.
You see, the reason it seems.
I'm wondering what we can do,
you're
brother.
so defensive about things.
I am not defensive.
But I did not come here in order to demonstrate things or prove the otherwise. I'm trying to learn.
I mean, have you ever seen globe physics?
Okay, bro. I get it. It's all good.
I'm saying, where's your reference for balls doing anything? No, you don't get it. Really, you really don't.
No, I get. All right, that's fine. Anyone else wants to add anything?
Yeah, I want to ask something. So imagine Earth is flat, right? And so imagine Earth is a ball. So, okay, so there is two things. What does actually change, right? So the big question is, if I would tell you right now that everything you ever believed to be green is actually red, boom, your mind is blown, and so the next day you would live.
This isn't a matter of you grew up knowing that green was actually named red, and you finally meet somebody and they're like, "Nah, the grass is actually green. It's not red, dude." And you're like, "Nah, it's red." This isn't the same. This is not. That's
like,
not even.
Would care, right? If the Earth would be flat, like, why would?
Well, if you don't care, then why are you in here wanting to talk about it?
No, I think that's a pretty cool topic about that. Like, that's interesting, right? It's like, why does it care? Because I mean, I could say, for example, they believe in blah 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 blah, and then why do you even care about that? And I could say because it's really important, right? And so I could explain you. But so the question is, it's not like I don't care, I'm just in here. I just want to ask, why does it matter, right? It's a good question, right? Why does it matter?
Or to know the truth, like if your old lady was cheating on you, and your friend was coming by saying, "Bro, I seen her with Joe Snuffy," and then you're like, "Nah, there's no way she's actually dating Joe Snuffy while she's dating me. That ain't the case. She wouldn't do that to me. She loves me too much," right? And then you end up having to go to the doctors. No, and then you end up having to go to the doctors, and you get a test because you got hypogonadotropins, and the doctor's like, "Yo, this is actually transmitted through sexual activity," and you're like, "Nah, me and my old lady, I've only ever had sex with her."
But
right? And then now, your friend is coming by saying, "Hey, your old lady's cheating on you," and the doctor's telling you got some incurable disease, and it's only transmitted through sexual activity. are you not going to wonder
But that would
if
change my
your old lady is actually cheating on you?
That would change my life and kill me.
Yeah.
But so
Why would it
wouldn't,
though?
It wouldn't change anything.
Why would that
if I would-
change you though? I'll
wouldn't
tell
change
you if
anything.
you don't want to answer. What's happening is you're realizing that your belief is not matching reality. And now you're having to change your belief system, right? You're either going to dig in and say, my old lady's not cheating on me, or you're going to recognize that the cheating is actually there and you need to investigate the cheating, right? And find out. Okay. What we're saying is that you experience a flat, motionless, topographical plane with contained gas that you breathe on a day-to-day basis, and that's only what you'll experience. And they're telling you that there's this thing that you could never experience, right? You don't experience the curve of the earth because the earth is too big for you to see the curve of the earth because you're too small on it. Then it tells you that you're spinning on a ball. Well, the ball is actually so big and its spin is so small that you wouldn't experience it, once in 24 hours, bruh.
Right.
So you're
when
too
I
small
go
to experience it. You're too big. It's too big to see the curve. You're too small to see the curve. And then there's this vacuum of outer space that you can't go to, you can't experience. But hey, if you go to this group of people and you work for them, then suddenly you can go and experience that thing.
Yeah, and tomorrow when
Supposedly.
I go to work,
Then
right?
people call them out all the time for Hollywood activity.
So, for example, let's imagine right now I found out that the Earth is flat. And tomorrow I go to work. What would change at my workplace, right? What would change in me creating
bias would change. Your subconscious bias would change, which would mean that you'd have to rethink your conscious biases, and then you would change your behavior, right? Your behavior would change. The way you think, operate, and view the world around you, that changes. You still got to go pay your bills. You still got to go to work and get talked to by your boss. You go hang out with your coworkers, or you still got to wake up and still deal with your cheating old lady, right? None of that changes. What changes is your subconscious and conscious bias.
Okay. That's just it. Like I would just change how I perceive information and how I actually try to learn new stuff, right? So, for example, I wouldn't trust the government anymore. I mean, I don't do that anyways. So.
Okay. Well, I've got to get back to work.
I don't want to be like, don't think about that stuff too much because it will never change anything in your life, but that's the implication here, right? And so maybe it's interesting because of the maths, but the maths.
So because it doesn't change anything in your life, it's not worth looking into. It's not worth your time and effort to find out if you've been lied to. Your effort to make sure that you're actually sane and comprehending what reality is telling you.
Right.
That's bad.
You should use the square and compass to actually rule out if it is flat or not, right?
Oh, I got to use a square and compass to find out if my old lady's cheating on me, don't I?
Exactly.
Well, wait, if she was part of the square and compass, she could just, now that she's caught, she'll just get shunned or whatever and kicked out, right? But it's okay until she gets caught.
Just a funny observation. Maybe shaping your own mind is more important than shaping the mind of what the Earth's shape is, right? And so, but that's just, yeah. It is what it is. Let's just say we all got lied to. Okay. Sucks. Now we have to go on. Right? What a mic drop. Maybe you should learn a little bit into psychology of people or systems or stuff like that. History is a great one.
talking. Don't make me go watch a David Weiss video.
Who's that?
Me.
No, you're saying David Weiss?
Who's that? David Weiss.
You say you're going to watch someone's videos?
I was just being silly. I'm just saying, like, don't make me start talking.
Oh.
Somebody talk, because I need something to listen to while I'm working. And
well, I was actually trying to. Yeah, I was actually trying to I raised that point earlier. If there's any kind of I don't want to say credible, but any kind of a debating platform where we have, like classical scientists that debate people that are on the flat Earth side, where they both parties present their point, and kind of
absolutely, man. There's quite a lot of those. I could share you like one or two now if I could.
Yeah, sure.
I'll chuck a couple in the side chat.
I appreciate it, man.
listen on YouTube, and hopefully you guys start talking. I need something to listen to. Ciao.
Bell, ask me some questions.
All right, hold on. So, first of all, I appreciate Anti-Globalist. I appreciate the videos you've sent, man. I'll check it out soon. Okay, I'm thinking of questions that could
hold on one second. Sorry to interrupt again. Yeah, man, I sent you a friend request. So when I come across them, because a lot of the original YouTube channels that they were posted on got deleted. So when I come across them, I can shoot them to you in the DM if you want.
Yeah, sure. I accepted it, man. I didn't see it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Okay, so questions. I'm trying to think of a question. Oh, right. Someone talked about I don't know if it was raised or not, but what do you think? Okay, you know what? I'll angle it differently. Does it have does this approach or movement have origin in history, whether it's biblical or like later historical origin? Does it have like an origin in that?
Well, the ancestors, they each had their own groups of ways of describing their environment, right? So if you take the biblical account, you have heaven being stretched out like a tent to dwell in. It's God's throne. He sits upon it. He looks down at us as grasshoppers. It's hard as a molten looking glass. It's bound to the earth. The earth underneath your feet, formed after the hard structure that was called heaven, gathered the waters underneath it into one place, and then the waters settled. It claims that there's water underneath it. It claims that it doesn't claim a shape to the tent or the sky or the heaven or the shape of the container. It gives you words like firmament, right? And firmament doesn't really have a shape, structure, claim. There are certain books, certain translations, like I think it's the Catholic Bible that calls it a dome. But then you also have other ancient cultures having a similar description, like the Vikings claimed that heaven was made from the skull of the father who gave birth to all the gods. The gods ended up killing their father, and they used his skull for our enclosure, our heaven. And then the clouds are made of his brains. The rivers and the seas are his blood. The plants are his hair and his beard and other shit like that, right? Let's see. So when you get descriptions of like what are solar eclipses, the Hindus, for example, claim that there's a demigod in the sky that would swallow the sun and the moon, and Shiva cut his head off. And so now it's two entities, a head and a body that chases it, Rahu and Ketu. And people have recorded eclipses and noticed that there's two not noticeable with human eye, right? Very faint images of two objects happening during an eclipse. The Aztecs claimed that there was a dragon in the sky that would consume the sun and the moon. Let's see. The Quran claims that there's 7 covers over the earth, and that's the 7 heavens, and within each of those are different celestial objects. And the ground was laid out like a carpet or a bed. The ancients, they already envisioned that the earth being a flat, stationary plane of existence and enclosed, because unlike us, our ancestors were not limited on where they could or could not go because somebody told them they could or could not go there. So like if there was a boundary, then there would have been a boundary for the people to walk to, giving the Vikings an example of like there's I don't remember the number of doors, but in the day of, like Armageddon, their Armageddon, which is Ragnarok, the doors will open up and soldiers will come in and the gods will have combat on Earth where we are in Midgard. So the Bible claims that Jesus is going to break open the firmament, the glass, the molten looking glass ceiling, right? And when he does that, the stars are going to fall from it like figs from a tree when it's shaken. And then the earth is going to melt like wax. and then the mountains are going to be made low, the valleys are going to be raised up, right? And then the evil's going to be cast into the lake of fire, which I assume, based on the way I interpret what it's saying, that the earth itself being made to melt like wax, that's the lake of fire. Evil's cast to it. The earth will be made into a new, right, which would be a new heaven and a new earth. So then the firmament's going to be recreated or fixed or repaired. The earth is going to cool and settle, and there's going to be a new existence for the people to live upon with him, with us here. That's an overview that I've got of the ancestors' explanations of Earth.
Okay, so would you say these are kind of like metaphysical, or what would be a better term, metaphorical ways of explaining their perception of the Earth? Or
if we're going to take the biblical account, I would not say that it's a metaphorical claim, because God told Moses to write down in the commandment, do not make any gods of anything in the heavens above, in the earth beneath, and the waters underneath the earth.
meaning in layman's terms? Basically,
meaning in layman's terms, it wouldn't be a ball, because he didn't say the waters within the ball, within the earth. He said the waters underneath the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then he makes other claims like, who's cast the line upon the earth to measure it? Who's, traveled the distance? Like, who's seen the ends of the earth, right? Like, who's mapped it out? That's Job 38, if you want to take that, because it says a whole bunch of claims that these are things that people will claim that they know, but they have no idea. These are his things to know, not for us. We would say similar things like, we don't know the makeup of the lights in the sky, what they're made of. We know that they're in the sky and we can see them, but that's about it. We don't know their makeup. See, because like the Aztecs would say that they were gods, like dragons and beings, and the Sumerians would call them locations that angels would reside at. There's a handful of Native American tribes that would say that the stars are like the ancestors. So, I mean, if you wanted to take the metaphysical claims of these, the stars are beings, which the biblical account phrases host of heaven, to mean either the stars or the angels, used synonymously. So, don't know. But then the scientists will claim that, well, they're just balls of gas in outer space. They're not dispersing into the vacuum of outer space because there's a gravity holding all of that gaseous material into these locations to such a degree that the atoms of these gases are fusing together. So it's all metaphysics when you claim things you can't understand or know or experience, right? Like gravity, the idea that people know what gravity is. Well, all they have are explanations as to what it is. You don't know what the cause of gravity is. You make claims as to what the cause of gravity is, max attracting mass, or bending of space-time, but you don't know the cause. You just see an effect, and you're claiming that you know the cause of this effect by making a claim, but you can't scientifically identify the cause, because if we could identify the cause, we'd be able to manipulate it in an experiment.
Right, but the thing is that, well, to address your last point, not necessarily, right? Because sometimes the cost of the cause, or in order to be able to execute a certain a procedure or thing that occurs, it would require so much effort or so many resources that it would not be available to you at that point in time. For example, like who said earlier, with the flat earth community not having the resources in order to test the hypothesis of global earth, to go up all the way up to check what is going on in there, right? So sometimes it's these kind of like monetary resources. Other times it's like energy based resources, like such as in order to create your own, like, again, I'm judging by what I know. I may very well be wrong, but I'm judging by what I've been taught and learned. It would take so much energy in order to create a gravitational pull. It isn't viable or possible with our current means, and therefore, it doesn't. People can't recreate it. On the other side, you can simulate its effect with different abilities. Again, I can't give you an example right now at the top of my head, but that's my understanding of it. I'll give you a different example of it regarding, for example, our understanding of stars and planets, right? We understand different what do you call them, elements that are on these planets. For example, Mercury or Pluto or Mars having different elements on them, right? We understand them from afar, even though we can't reach them. Although we have reached, it's said in the scientific community that we have reached Mars with the rovers, etc. But we haven't physically, no human touched its surface, right? So how can we know? Well, we have these satellites that have, if I'm not mistaken, it's called a spectrometer, right? Or a particle analyzer, whatever you want to call it. And basically, we understand that we can analyze these particles on Earth, and we see that these particles correspond to a specific substance that we know. Let's say whatever, carbon, whatever, right? And then we use that same satellite and we analyze different celestial objects, and we see certain corresponding results, and that's how we make our conclusions. Would you not say that's a good way of conducting these experiments to prove points that, even though we can't touch that currently because of lack of resources, we can still prove points without being able to physically touch that surface of Mars, for example? Would you say that would be a good way of doing these things, or is it not? Does that not suffice in your view?
Well, what's happening is you're claiming that this small number of people have done this thing, right? And in a world where Adobe creates computer generated images before sending up a telescope called Hubble, and in a world where AI can generate images of people, mimic people's voices, and all this other shit, I still feel like you're trying to hold to the idea that you can use your story to validate your story. And in the process, you're ignoring how in the story, they can also do things to validate the story, right? Like, they claim they go to Mars. Well, they've also been caught on Google Maps or Google Earth, whichever the one, playing with rovers in Canada in terrain that looks similar to Mars. And then there are images of Mars with animals and trash and other objects in it, in these images from the NASA website, that look similar to the shit you can find on this island in Canada, right? So how are you validating, or how are you able to validate that they've actually gone to Mars? Other than saying, well, they did it because they said they could do it. You didn't go there. You didn't watch them do it. You watched them give you what could be just propaganda. A lie. And of course, it would be necessary for them to back up their lie, because what happens when you get caught in a lie? You start telling more lies to defend yourself in your lie. At what point would somebody actually say, you know what? You got me.
Well, I hear your point, but that brings me back to my original point of what would be the interest, and again, says who, like, address that with my original point was what would be the interest of opposing powers, that is Russia versus the US, China versus the US, etc. What would be the interest of opposing powers to collaborate on such a, like, highly sophisticated lie? Who says address that by saying
Grounds on them.
Okay.
say again?
For the couple that don't have grounding, why?
Shit, hang on. I'm
you're cutting out.
Well, guys, I gotta go, but it was super interesting and enlightening. I will check out the resources you've attached in the text section, and I'll be back. It was nice meeting all of you. I appreciate you guys. See you soon.
You too, bro. Good to see you here, and hopefully we see you again sometime.
Appreciate
it. Past.
Sure, for sure. Thank you.
earther. I'm actually huge into conspiracy theories. I do not believe a lot of mainstream ideals, and I do believe that the moon landing was fake. But I believe, a lot like you. Oh my god, dude. I believe a lot like you in what I see. And what I've seen, based on the evidence, is a globe Earth, not a flat Earth. For the flat Earth to make sense to me, I need a working model, something that my brain can understand. There is no way that amongst you, with all of your disagreeing models and all of your, infighting, there's so much infighting within the flat Earth community, that you can present something to me that's palatable enough for me to abandon something that makes a lot more sense. I'm a sensible person, bro. Trust me. That's why I don't believe in the moon landing.
Well, sensible is something we can discuss because I've been listening to you for the last hour and you made a lot of assumptions about flat earthers without giving them the time or chance to explain their position. You're already making preemptive strikes in a defensive stance before the words are even uttered.
6 people. I don't even know.
You've been corrected on that at least 3 times now, so.
Well, did you just hear what I said? It's hard to understand who I'm talking to anymore when there's several different positions on the table. Yep.
If you make if you make a misposition and you categorize everybody under the same loop, then of course people are going to speak up and correct you along the way. So you can't act the victim after doing that. That's on you.
Look, I'm not acting like a
No, but you're acting as if people are over talking you left and right. Well, don't make false assumptions based on you supposedly mind reading them.
I'm not interested in sitting here and narrating the way this conversation's going. We either keep having it or I can move on. You don't even need to kick me. Like, if y'all don't want to do this, I'll leave.
Oh, just be sincere in your conversing.
No, I seriously am.
You seriously are not. And you've proven that.
Okay, that's what you believe, bud. You're entitled to that. Good shit.
I mean, actions speak louder than words, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to the brass tacks instead of this he said, she said nonsense. All right, which one of these studies that you posted demonstrates direct measurements of surface curvature? So I can just skip to that one.
Give me a second.
I'm asking because the ones that I looked at just seem to be about imagery and optics, not about anything to do with the actual direct measurements of the object.
Why is the moon upside down in Australia?
Huh?
Why is the moon upside down in Australia?
Okay, so question was, which one of these is direct measurements of surface curvature? Sure. Answer received, why is the moon upside down in Australia?
How many times, let me ask you
Logic fail.
How many times have I asked you a question for you to respond with another question or something absurd?
Okay.
Why are you not holding yourself to the same standards as me?
Let's be clear. Everything that I responded with that would have been absurd was still within the logical category of the question.
Like Jupiter being sentient?
Okay, let's see. Okay, check this out. Yep, dude. We're gonna get into a battle here. Okay, let me explain,
bro.
No, we're going to if you don't relent on this point and let me explain, and you'll see why. Okay, you ask me, what do you think the stars are? I answer, transdimensional sentient entities. So, what are the stars? I say, this is what they are. Now, I ask you, which one of these studies has direct measurements of surface curvature? Your reply, why is the moon upside down? That is light years apart, homie.
No, I agree. No, I definitely agree. I'm still working on this. You're gonna get what you want, but in the meantime,
Remember what I said about sincerity, War?
listen. Like I just said, you're gonna get an answer that is sufficient to your question. However, in the meantime, that was an interesting question that came to my mind. Next time, I'll shut up.
Yeah, but I'll help you. The correct question might have been, why does the moon appear to be upside down to Australians? Because a lot of the way we view things is relative to our location, relative to it, and the angles of propagation of the light that were received by the optic, right? It's not like it physically changes its structured orientation for every observer or anything, to become upside down or left side right.
Unless the Earth's a
Necessarily,
globe.
right?
You're observing it from a different vantage point.
Well, dude, you could observe things from different vantage points on an infinitude of shapes.
Sure, but it wouldn't be that drastic compared to a globe.
Why?
Where you literally
Why
have
not?
everything upside down.
Why wouldn't it be that drastic?
I mean, we literally see a completely different sky in the southern hemisphere than we do in the northern hemisphere. Can you explain that?
Right, is this guy from like 5-6 years ago, bro? Like 10 years ago? Like, where is this guy? Bro,
hey,
it's all good. Alright, it's all good.
This is answer everything in with real answers, or don't answer at all. Your answers could be absurd, but they have to be appropriate. So if he says, "Why can't I see something in the sky over there?" you're allowed to say, "Magical fairies carry the light over," but you're not allowed to say, "Is this from 2015?"
All right, yeah. Fireplaces. That's why they see it. Go ahead.
No, the correct answer is because the light that is entering their optic is displaying a different imagery. Right? That's the correct answer.
There you go.
You can argue
That's actually
why that is the case. That's a different story.
very true. That's actually a perfect answer. What they are seeing is what they are seeing. That's why.
Look, I'll make this so much easier for y'all. Look, I concede. I'm a flat earther now. I no longer believe the Earth's a globe.
We don't want
You
y'all.
win.
Hold on, guys. Let him go. Let him go with this line of reasoning.
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you now accept the Earth being flat? For what reason?
I guess I've just been brainwashed.
Okay, so that's not a very good reason. And I hope you didn't pick the Earth is flat because the stars are aliens from Nabuti. And I hope you didn't pick the Earth is flat because of transdimensional relocation of optical paths. I would hope you pick the Earth is flat because it's not curving, because it's demonstrably measured to be flat. That would be a good reason.
Well, now that I believe the Earth's flat, can I ask you about one thing that perplexes me?
Boom.
Sure.
Okay. What is this thing called? The Foucault pendulum. Are you familiar with that?
Nope.
Okay. Beautiful. Give me a second so I can articulate this properly. The Foucault pendulum is a simple device named after French physicist Leon Foucault. Right. Leon Foucault conceived it as an experiment to demonstrate the Earth's rotation. A long and heavy pendulum suspended from a higher roof above a circular area was monitored over an extended period of time, showing that its plane of oscillation rotated. What do you think about this thing? You should look it up. It's very interesting. It's a very old experiment, 1851.
It's Foucault, not Foucault.
I'm not French.
So if it's an experiment, what was the hypothesis?
The hypothesis was that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, so what's the independent and dependent variable relationship in the hypothesis?
I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm not a scientist. I'm a layman. I'm a salesman.
Hey, at least you're being sincere this time.
Well, I mean, then that would mean that they could just tell you whatever they want about it, and you would have no way to parse it out whether it's true or not, right?
Look, they pull the pendulum back, and instead of it swinging back and forth the whole time, at a uniform increment, about 1 inch per hour, it rotates. Its axis rotates. So to me, there must be some kind of thing going on a much larger scale to describe that. What do you think?
Transdimensional ether flux Fresnel drag. There you go. Problem solved.
Holy shit.
There goes my second cup of coffee. God damn.
Think about it.
So think about it, dude. My lifelong ideology, gentlemen. I abandoned everything I've done forever, and this is what I get? Seriously?
Hold on a second.
He's making a point.
If there was transdimensional Fresnel ether drag that was vortexual in nature around a central node, of which the moon and the sun transversing the energy system caused inverse vortices to go outwards from the center, right? You would have this splayed out variance, which would actually have a torsion force on the radials, because as you transverse radials, each radial has a different concentric ring size, which according to the conservation of momentum would cause a torsion force, right? If that all occurred, then you would expect objects within that force to be relocated. Therefore, that force exists. I rest my case.
Really quick, you believe in Newton's laws? You believe in Newton's laws of physics? You're going to reject the globe Earth, but then use contemporary science?
Newton isn't a contemporary, homie.
In the grand scheme, he certainly is.
Oh, wait a minute. So why would you assume that Newton's laws can't exist any other way?
I'm not. I just want to make sure. Are you subscribing?
Let me tell you why. Because you link those two together as if it was the baby and the bathwater have to be thrown out simultaneously.
No, well, I'm just asking you, do you believe in Newton's laws? Simple.
Well, I mean, most of them are practical, but some of them are improvable.
So is there variation in this Earth flux, whatever, radiation? Or is it constant?
No, it's dynamically variable, but semi-constant. So it has a general pattern with variance.
So how come there's no
variance? For example, hold on a second. For example, when there is a particular eclipse, it causes certain vortices to go backwards.
Okay.
And when that vortices go backwards, it affects certain matter that's caught in it in the transverse direction, and therefore they instead of rotating how they're assumed, they rotate backwards.
Well,
I think they called that the Elias effect, if I'm not mistaken.
As in the Elias?
No, as in the Elias effect, which is during a particular eclipse, the Foucault's pendulum allegedly rotated backwards. So if it was the rotation of the Earth causing it, then it wouldn't be able to do this.
Well, in this new society I'm in, I mean, if I don't see it, I can't believe it, man. Sorry.
Well, the claim of so, for example, like the standard claim of the Foucault's pendulum is that it's experiencing precession, which requires, by the definition of precession, a secondary axis. So you'd have to prove the secondary axis first to be able to claim that it's precession. Otherwise, you just have motion that you're assuming is precession.
Okay, brother.
So
Fair enough.
So, like you said, if I can't see it, then I can't believe in it. So, where's the secondary axis for me to see?
Is there Oh, dude, I found this is what I was looking for. Can you click on that link that I just put in the side chat?
Is it the one with the direct is it the one with direct curvature surface measurement?
Yes. Finally I found it. And this was done over the Rainy Lake. And it's got everything you need, man. Graphs, pictures, different times they ran the experiment.
10 kilometers, huh?
And look, please be good faith and give it a fair shot. As if you don't know whether the Earth is round or flat and you're an alien to this stuff.
Okay, so it says use a theodolite or auto level. Okay, so it says 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is beyond the range of a theodolite, so that's strike one.
And wait. They're measuring it in increments. Look, these guys aren't stupid, man. Well, they could be. I don't know.
That. But what if we just measure a 25-mile long chunk of Earth and use water as the benchmark for level?
The Earth actually has amazing topography, and
yeah, but that's why you just use water, dude. Why use land? You could just use water and solve that problem.
This actually is over land, brother. Over a freshwater.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so you're confusing now because you said it's over land and then you said it's over a lake.
I started this whole thing by saying this is the Rainy Lake, by the way.
Okay, so then it's over water, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Where you cannot.
Okay, so how do you take a 10-kilometer section over water?
Well,
if not in one shot.
There's no way that you read the study, man. I mean, just look through this thing real quick. Give it a fair shot.
Dude, you gotta sate my appetite to be interested by giving me something compelling from it.
You want me to tell you how you can measure more than 10 kilometers with a laser?
No, I want you to tell me the premise of this in a way that makes me interested enough to read it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Dude, you know what? I'll just read it for you. The Rainy Lake experiment was designed to show how we can figure out the shape of the Earth, flat or globe, by observing and measuring a clever arrangement of targets over a distance of 10 kilometers, taking terrestrial refraction into account and using modern equipment. The experiment is an advanced version of the Bedford Level experiment executed in 1838. The experiment leads to the conclusion that the Earth must be a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. There's actually an animation too. This is fucking cool.
Oh, that's cool. So what you read me was just an assertion.
Oh, just, I read the basic premise of the study.
I mean, not really.
Using a theodolite or auto level to accurately establish the horizontal reference plane.
What's going on, boys and girls?
What's up, brother, man?
Yo, what's up?
Dude, this is such an in-depth study, man. You really ought to give it a look. All you flat earthers ought to as well. Just in case.
The Earth is fucking round. There's a bunch of retards that don't fucking understand it.
They're gonna mute you, buddy. There's no point of trying it that way.
Yeah, you're a bit slow too. You want to catch up? You keep reading that document.
Yeah. Dude,
this guy thinks
you read it,
it's
right?
an egg yolk. Holy shit.
If you read it, then why can't you just synopsize it?
I'm not a fucking scientist, dude. I don't even know what this shit says.
Okay, then listen, dude. If you're putting this forward as your evidence and you don't know what it says, then I'm very uncompelled to read it.
That's fine. I thought you were a scientist that can like look through this and be like, all right, dude, this is good or this is bad. Here's why.
Oh, so you want me to vet it for you?
Yeah, dude, you sound smart.
Wow.
I told you I'm a salesman, not a scientist.
This is a simp-free zone war, so please don't do that.
I'm not simping. I'm just saying an intelligent man can help me.
Yep. So, for example, let me give you the pitch, the elevator pitch and the contrapositive. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is covered 70% water, right? The water must be adhering to the curvature of the Earth, right? The equipotential surface, right?
Unless acted on by an unbalanced force like the moon. But anyways.
Yeah, sure, tides, sure, but that's all neither here nor there at this point.
Surface tension, tides, many other things. Underground bodies.
Surface tension is irrelevant.
What? Why?
Dude, you think surface tension is going to drastically affect an ocean's surface?
Maybe not drastically, but salinity is another one. There's a lot of different things. Viscosity.
Okay, so yeah, cool. So does salinity make water like just form into vertical mountains?
Well, when did I ever say that? That's a crazy take.
Okay, so it's irrelevant. So I'm setting out the baseline that the surface of water, right, is wrapped around a giant ball or not, right?
Hold on, I gotta go take a shit. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Ay. Perfect timing, dude. Right. So you have the potential surface of a ball of 3,959 miles radius, which means the surface must be curving at a particular rate in order to form back around on itself as a ball. The surface of water must be curving because the benchmark standard for level is the surface of water, and it must be curving at a commensurate rate with the ball. Therefore, you get a sufficient sample size of the water to see if it's curving or not, and that would accurately represent the entirety of the surface of water, since the level of the water must be maintained throughout the entire surface. So you pick a sufficient sample size, 25 miles. You pick a sufficient methodology, laser transit method. You set up your laser emitter on one side of the water, 25 miles away. You set up your receiver storyboard. So both sides, you have 2 meters. At that range, the maximum variance, if the Earth is a globe, the laser will proceed over the top of the target by 90 meters. However, when it's done, the laser hits the target, meaning the maximum variation is 2 meters. When standard refraction is applied, that moves the laser down 5 meters. So you have a differential off of the expectation of 85 meters, which is more than sufficient to negate the claim that there is a giant hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B. The people who did the test also put meteorological stations on both ends to make sure that there was no extreme conditions. They shot the test twice, 2 weeks apart, to make sure that it wasn't in variable dramatic weather conditions, so it had some repeatability. They also panned the laser horizontally through a short-range and mid-range target to mitigate any effects of ambient temperature or anything like that, to conclude that the laser hit the target, debunking the WGS-84 model and its claims of what the Earth curve is. No, I did that from memory. So when he comes back from taking a poop, he can listen to that on record. Oh man, I gotta try to get some shut eye before the sun comes out and ruins my circadian rhythm.
Did he give up?
He went to take a dookie.
Oh, but he like even dropped from the call and everything, huh?
He said he'd be back. I don't know, but I'd love to have a conversation. There's a whole lot of people chatting at me in the text.
I'm under the firm belief that he didn't take Dookie. He was ducking, and then when he got explained how he was gonna get destroyed, he folded
Like a lawn chair.
like a lawn chair.
Donald, I don't know if you saw my response to Daza, but it goes to you too.
Well, no, I used a vertical, not a horizontal, so like I responded in chat.
Again.
You're wrong.
And again, your vertical that you established should be off the 90 that you created when you made a vertical, off the horizontal. Yes.
It's based.
Did you level it? Did you level it?
I used a plumb bob.
Okay. So you understand though that that's going to create a right angle, right? That's how you get the degree, right?
It's an obtuse angle, actually.
Oh my god, bro.
So I'm measuring the hypotenuse, not the right angle. The right angle is assumed to be 90 anyway. So you're wrong. I didn't. Do you know what a quadrant is?
Yes.
What is
we
it?
know,
What is
we
a
know,
quadrant?
we know what a quadrant is, okay? And
What
you
is a
think,
quadrant?
here's the funny part. You think that you can have straight lines that are curved and you call them geometric triangles or whatever the hell you call them earlier in the chat.
Non-Euclidean.
And then somebody reminded you what a triangle was.
And then I countered with the actual definition of a non-Euclidean triangle.
So then once again, you're arguing from Narnia, right?
No, non-Euclidean triangles are a thing.
Hold on. You made no. Listen, I know they are a thing in the pseudoscience world of globe Earth. I get that.
No, it's a geometry thing.
Now, the geometry thing that you keep making mention of, okay, has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth is planar.
Whether or not it's
understandably, there's topography, but all of our measurements from the Earth is at 0. And when you create your little vertical,
show me that.
No matter
show me
how
a measurement of zero curvature.
No matter how you spin it.
Show me.
When you make that vertical, you're gonna base it off that 0 to get your degree, your angle to it. Yes, well, you do actually.
So show me a measurement of zero curvature.
What do you mean? I said
he
0.
He said there were measurements of zero curvature. 0. I would love to see
0.
them.
I said 0 meaning sea level. That's what I meant. Everything's built to sea level.
You're saying that water has like a place on Earth? Okay.
Yeah, it's 0, right?
Well, its altitude from sea level is 0.
So okay, so if I'm in the Pacific Ocean, is it 0?
Well, I mean, the water is at 0
if
sea
I'm
level.
in the Indian Ocean, is it 0?
Sea level?
Yeah. Is it 0? Yes, it is, right?
It is sea level.
We could all argue that all bodies of water in this world they've taken the medium, said, okay, we're going to go from sea level. And then they put a little benchmark on the land and say, this is 40 feet above sea level. And we're going to build a city based on this. And then they're going to take horizontals and transfer them in all directions, all across the land. Why?
Do you
Because
remember my question?
From 0. Yeah.
Do you remember my question that you never answered?
Yeah, I said it's 0.
So no. My question is, can you please show me the measurement of zero curvature?
How would I show you the measurement of zero curvature? What do you mean?
Well, you just take a measurement, and it comes out with zero curvature, and then you show me how to do it.
Okay. So
Pograph one, just show him the black swan. There's no curvature in that bastard.
Yeah. For quite some distance there. So I'm going to post a photo here for you. I'm going to post a photo for you here.
Debunked thousands of times.
I know that probably helps you sleep better at night, but it doesn't work though.
Well, I mean, what's that crane doing all curvy off to the left?
Well, again,
our crane's curvy.
To the argument. Donald,
again, our crane's often curvy.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at the crane?
You're hung up on the crane. There's nothing to do with the crane in that argument. If you knew no, shut up. If you knew what the argument was about, your actual comment would be, "Oh fuck, I've got to do some homework."
The argument is that the horizon is behind the oil derrick.
Okay, let's take a really easy walk through this, okay? And you just got to be honest with yourself, right? You want to see curvature, okay? So, posted this little cool meme. I forgot who originally created this. Perfect though for this type of discussion. I'm on the shore here, right? Represented by A, and let's say B is the horizon. Now, let's say B is, 3 miles out, okay? And then you're going to say that's where the boats start to disappear behind it because it's a curved water. Okay, great. Now, person on standing on D is now going to watch the boat go 3 miles away from them. Also, same effect will happen. It's going to look like it's going to disappear behind a curve from D's position, same as A to B. Now, the person standing at A is going to watch that boat from D travel all the way to C, perfectly just level, flat, horizontal, straight across. No dipping, no curving. You understand that?
Okay, how much distance do you think there is between C and D?
Okay, let's say it's 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles.
You know
Does it matter? Does it matter?
It does.
Okay,
it
okay,
does.
Okay.
I'll tell you why if you let me. I'll tell you why if you let me. Can I finish?
No. Oh yeah, go ahead. And then I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead.
Because there's only 1 degree of curvature per 70 miles. So you're talking about 1/10 of 1 degree.
Okay. So the boat disappears at 3 miles, right? And you're saying no, hold on. From A to B, when that boat goes behind that horizon, you guys say is there and blocking it, and now it's when you're looking at it. When you're looking at it halfway, well, you're right. Sometimes it's 2 miles. Sometimes it's 7 miles. Sometimes it's 10 miles. You're right. It does fluctuate.
Dude,
so
the reason it's not 3 miles is because you don't have an observer height. We need to know the observer height.
Okay. This is just for a reference. I'm trying to get those.
So
your brain
what's the observer height?
Understand. Okay, you're not getting it. You want to jump.
You're not getting it.
No, you're not. You want to jump to observer height and distances. Just use your brain.
It's important.
No, use your. It's really simple, bro. If you're thinking that something's disappearing behind B from A to B, optically, visually, you can see that clearly D to C is at least twice as far. Would you agree to that? Yes or no? In distance.
I can't know because I don't know the observer height.
Holy fuck, dude. Look, I don't want to
cannot know A to B.
Donald,
I can't listen. I can't
explain this to my nephew who's fucking 9 and he understands this photo. Why can't you understand it? Because you're brainwashed with the globe and you're not getting it.
May I? I cannot know the distance from A to B without knowing the observer height.
Right. Got you. No worries. Okay. You can see that is twice as long though, right? With your own eyes, right? Don't worry about the
you can't know the distance without knowing the observer height.
You can't see that the line from D to C isn't twice as long as the line from A to B? Are you a child that just fucking doesn't know how to read or write or?
You know what? Do you know what perspective is?
Okay, so this line right here represented from D to C, and then A to B. So you're saying that A to B can be the same distance as D to C. That's what you're saying, right?
Be more. It
okay,
can be more.
Okay. I'm glad you can say that. Okay, so now, if you have this great distance, okay, and it's going to go, the boat's going to go behind that horizon, all right? That, no matter the distance at this point, because you're clearly just, you don't want to face the facts right now. The point is that you're saying it's going behind a curve. You're saying it's going behind a curve. So, so from D to C, you can see that it's not curving away because it's flat across. You can see the horizon.
But I already addressed that, and you're just ignoring what I said. You're just ignoring everything I say and saying no, and I don't like that.
You're fixated on the fact that logically this destroys your position because hold on.
It doesn't.
Hold on. Because when you look at something from the side view, as we're looking at this horizon, right, from A to B, that would be that front perspective, right? Then you have, if you're going from D to C, that's going to be that perspective, right? That's going to be the equivalent to the A and B perspective. So if you're looking at it from a side view,
it doesn't have to be.
But it is though. See, this is what you're not grasping.
You don't know that because you haven't told me.
When you look at a boat, okay, have you ever been to a beach?
Dude, just continue. Yes.
Hey, you might live in the middle.
Yes. Assume yes. Assume yes.
Okay. When you go to the beach, right, and if you see a ship go across, right, from as far as you can see to the right, all the way as far as you can see to the left, it just goes straight across, right? Across the water, because the horizon is what? Horizon's flat, right? Doesn't curve. It's flat. The horizon. Okay, is the horizon flat?
No, I've measured the horizon to be curved.
You measured the horizon, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard. It's always there.
Okay. How'd you measure the horizon?
Wait, you found a tangent point on it?
Yeah, right. Hold on. We're getting there. Hold on.
I've done it. I've done it in many ways.
No. We just need one way. How did you measure that horizon?
I used a level.
All right. So let me get this.
Did you find a tangent point?
A tangent point is not what you think it is. There's an infinite number of tangent points on a surface.
Find one? Did you find one? Horizon.
Yeah, I found many. There's infinite number of them.
Infinite horizon.
Left to right. Right? Left to right.
On a surface of an object, there are infinite tangent points.
Okay. Is there a horizon in the ocean that you were looking at? Yes or no?
Every ocean has a horizon, yes.
Okay.
My ocean had a horizon.
Okay, by definition, what is a horizon?
Well, a horizon is the point on Earth where it appears where the sun meets the sky.
Okay. What is the root word of it?
Doesn't matter. That's not how we define things.
No, it does though.
It doesn't matter to me. I know what it. I don't care what it is. You think it's something. I think it's bounding circle. It means bounding circle.
Wait, hold on. What's the root word of horizon?
Poor.
Oh, poor. What?
Not whore. Whore. HOR. Whore. I don't know. Horizon. It's whore. I guess. I don't know. I don't care. What's the core word? What's the root word?
Donald,
for horizon?
Did you identify a tangent point on the horizon?
Yes. An infinite number of them. Jesus, I've answered that question.
Did you identify one and utilize it?
Jesus,
Did you?
Yes, an infinite number of them.
You identified an infinite number of them. Did you just identify one single one from which you could use gauge to see that there's deviation from the horizontal in the horizon?
Dude, there are many different ways of doing it. I didn't actually use that like tangents, but yeah, I used a horizontal.
See, that's how you'd measure it. That's how you would measure it, though.
No, there's
You'd
lots
see the
of different
deviation
ways
from a single point in the vertical.
There's not just a single way of measuring it.
No, that's how you would measure it. That is exactly how you would measure it.
Lots of ways of measuring it. I've measured it in many different ways.
No, that's the only way you would actually measure it.
Lots of different ways of measuring it.
Yeah. Come on, tell me how. Tell me how. What's another alternative?
Well, I mean, I've been trying to. So I used a level. I set it up on the beach, and I made it even. I made it level with the horizon, and then I stepped really far back and got a camera and took a picture of it, and then I went home and I counted the pixels.
Okay, so when you saw a horizon on over the beach, right? You took a camera. Okay, the horizon would represent a circle, right?
It's part of it. It's
a circle, right?
Okay, can we agree on one thing? If you ask me a question, allow me to answer. It's a part of it.
Well, you said it's part of it. Okay, so, but the point here, though, is that if the horizon is where horizontal, horizon, they go together, and we understand that horizontal means flat. Horizontal is when you use the horizon as a reference point. When you use the horizon as a reference point, you're actually creating a planar surface for you because you're using
what I was doing.
Hold on, just hear me out.
But you're wrong.
No, I'm not though. You just got to hear me out because maybe you don't know this, so I'm going to teach you this. Okay, when you establish a horizon, right? When you establish,
teach me, Daddy.
When you have the Earth or the surface meeting the sky, and we're gonna call that the horizon, or what they know as, it's known as like the marking or the separator, right? It's what's gonna define where things are coming to seem like they're gonna meet, but we know that that's not true. But it's an optical thing, but it's still gonna create a circle around you in all directions. Like if you're in the ocean, you'll see the horizon 360 around you, all the way around. But it's equivalent to like standing, like taking a basketball, right? Or let's say no, we need something like solid because basketballs are hollow. We need to let's say like an orange, okay? You cut the orange in half, and then you've created a circle around you from the center of that orange. You've created a plane, okay? A flat surface. That's why you use the horizon. That's why you level. Because when you level, you're going to put yourself vertical. So that way, when you take an angle measurement, it's going to be based off the 90 you've created by using the horizon and the level.
So the problem with what you're saying is that it's the horizon that I'm measuring. The level is the reference point. So you got it backward.
No, the level.
So everything you said was invalid.
No,
everything you said was invalid.
When you said, you could look at it's invalid to the guy who thinks that you're getting triangles that are curved. So you got to slow down, buddy. Just slow up real quick. Because here's the point.
You want me to show you?
Trust me, we've seen it. We've seen the nonsense. That's why we're here talking about it. Because we're trying to coach people into the truth, away from the lies. If you set up a level, you're creating a horizontal for your position to be parallel to the baseline of where you're going to take your angle from. So
it's
when
not
you
parallel.
Oh my God. Is
I'd
level?
still like to see these photos.
Is
I'd like to see these photos still.
Yeah,
Can you
right.
show them.
Is parallel level to sea level? Yes or no? I'm sorry.
Well, that's not what I was doing.
I'm sorry. I said that backwards. Is a level position going to be parallel to sea level? Yes or no?
Parallel position. Well, no. A parallel doesn't make sense. So we're talking
Okay,
about
no, hold on. If a leveled position, is it parallel to sea level? Yes or no?
Oh, that yes.
Okay, so now you're getting it. If you level,
But it's
something,
a concentric sphere.
Hold on. You see this point. You're saying that, but we're trying to figure it out if it is or not. So just slow down, buddy. You're jumping ahead. And we can't go there though. You can't use the thing we're trying to prove as proof of the thing we're trying to prove.
I didn't do that.
Yes, you did. Because you said it's a concentric circle. Meaning
Well, I mean,
you're on a globe.
That's what I've measured it to be.
Okay. So here's the point. But here's the point, Donald. Here's the point. When you set up your equipment and you level it, you are creating a point for you to look through your position to get an angle from, because you're going to bake. That's why you're going to take the height of it, right? Let me ask you this: did you take the height of the equipment? Did you take the height of the equipment? No.
No.
So you just did it from what elevation?
The elevation is irrelevant. I'm taking an angle. I'm not. Listen. Oh my God, let me
It's going to
finish.
be a different angle. It's going to be a different angle, though. Your elevation
No, but
matters.
I'm not measuring. Okay. Which one are we talking about here? Because I was either using a level only or a quadrant. So which one are we talking about here?
No, well, when you were on the ocean, you were just
So a
you're
level.
just taking the angle to the horizon. You're saying?
No, I'm not taking angles with that. That doesn't involve any angles at all.
You're saying
Show
it
us the
doesn't involve
pictures.
it. Yeah.
The pictures you took with your level compared to the horizon.
Yeah. That's
Dude, I don't have the pictures.
Oh shit! You know what? Well, check it out.
Shit.
One time,
But the thing is, that's
had
not
the
my
Loch Ness
evidence. That's not. Oh
Monster
my God!
was
Can I
being-
finish my thought?
dude, the fucking Sasquatch was carrying fucking the Loch Ness Monster.
Dude,
wow.
You're saying can you let me finish? Because you're
Well,
saying
the
nonsense.
abominable snowman was throwing at it, and I lost the photos.
Okay, let me finish what I was saying while you're not saying nonsense. You're saying
ahead.
nonsense.
So are you.
Thank you.
We're all
So
gonna
the
cheat.
picture. Oh my God, the picture is not my evidence. My evidence is I can teach you how to do it. That's my evidence. You can repeat it.
Okay, so I already told you that when you set up your level, right? I'm sorry, when you set up your camera, you leveled it, right?
No.
Yeah, you did. You said you leveled it.
No, I didn't level the camera.
What did you level then?
The level.
You leveled the the level. Okay.
I made sure that the level was level.
Where did you put the level at? On the sand?
No, it was on a tripod.
Okay. So, okay. Let me explain something to you, okay? When you level the tripod, Donald, you are leveling the camera. Does that make sense to you, Donald?
The camera was not on a. Okay.
Yes, I know, but when you put the camera on top of it, it's level.
I didn't use a tripod for the camera. The camera was not on a tripod.
Oh, okay. So what did you have a tripod for then? Whoa, the story's getting even better.
The level was on two tripods.
Oh, okay. And then you took a photo of the level on the tripod with the horizon in the background.
Yes.
Okay. So then.
And then I went home and counted. Pixels.
Oh, are you the creator of that one red level on the rocks? Or you?
No, I did it completely. I did it all myself. I did this. Listen, I did this. Listen, I did this.
Lying here, bro.
Listen, I did this in 1996 before YouTube was ever invented. So I did this on my own without ever even knowing about that shit. So this was something I did on my own.
Okay, so you're saying that you saw curvature of the Earth by seeing the circle of the horizon. That's what you're saying?
Part of the circle.
Okay. So it would be awesome if you could provide pictures. Maybe just go redo it.
Dude, I just told you I don't have them.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter. That's not my evidence. My evidence. Evidence. Listen.
So how far was the horizon?
Oh my God! What is? Listen. The pictures are not my evidence. My evidence is that I can teach you how to repeat it. You can do it. Oh my God!
We already know how to do it. Hey, by the way, you did say you measured the horizon, and we never got to that point. How did you measure it?
I counted. I counted the pixels.
So, what was the distance to the horizon then?
The distance to the horizon? I don't remember.
But you counted them though.
I counted the pixels from the level.
Correct. So then, were you able to establish the distance to the horizon counting the pixels of the level?
No, that's irrelevant.
Okay, hold on then. So hold on. Let me backtrack. I just said, give me a second here. I could have swore I said, didn't you measure the distance to the horizon? You said, yes, I counted the pixels.
No, I never said that. No, that's not what you asked, and that's not what I said.
Okay, so let me start over then. Okay.
What you asked was, did you take a picture of the level with the horizon in the background?
Okay,
I said yes to.
I did say that. Now, I asked another question. I said, actually, I made a statement. I said, we never got to the part where you said that you measured the distance to the horizon. How did you do
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said you never got to the measurement. You never got to the measurement. That's all you said.
Okay, Donald. Now, did you measure the distance to the horizon? Yes.
No, it's irrelevant.
Okay. Way earlier, you said that you know how to measure the horizon. Did you not?
The curvature of the horizon.
Oh, okay. And then you said you're using the level for that.
Yes.
Okay. So we need to see these photos then. We definitely need to see the photos.
No, that's not my evidence. My evidence is I can teach you how to do it. You can repeat it and get the same measurement.
No, but we know what you did. You already told us. You taught us.
Not to sorry, APOC, not to cut you down, but I'd like to know what camera you're using and what lens and focal range you're at.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It was just a little digital point and shoot from the 90s.
Okay, so do you think that technology sufficed then to even capture that distance? I mean,
the distance is irrelevant.
I'm sorry. I know. I misspoke. I mean, the image.
Yes, for the image, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. So when you saw that,
because cameras take pictures of things.
So when you saw that, so when you saw that curve, was that the globe curve left to right, or was that the globe curve away from you?
No, it was left to right curve. That's what I was measuring.
Okay. About how many miles would you say was left to right?
I have no idea. It's irrelevant.
No, it kind of is. It actually is very relevant because now we're trying to see a big.
I'm not making a prediction. I'm not making a prediction.
Breathe, Donald. I don't want you to bust up on me. It's relevant because if you said there was only 1 degree of curvature over 2 miles, then I'm going to call you a tiny earther. If you said there was 1 degree of curvature over 10,000 miles, I'm going to say, okay, let's have a look at this.
Right. Then that's what I was getting
I'm not measuring the amount of curvature. I'm measuring curvature, yes or no.
I know.
And we need to know how much distance associated with your alleged curvature.
No, we don't. We just need to know whether or not there is curvature.
Donald, we do though, because guess what?
No.
Guess what?
It's irrelevant. It's a 1 or 0. It's not a spectrum. It's a 1 or 0 that I'm measuring.
Okay, Donald. So pay attention real quick, please. Okay. If you go out and you see what would be called that circle around you, right, in all directions, when you are on the surface of the Earth,
you mean the horizon?
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Because a horizon is the divider, right? The surface from the sky where it meets.
You know, it can only exist on a curved object.
Okay. Right? Yeah. Actually, you're completely wrong about that. It could be on any shape. You could be on a triangle. You could
be wrong.
Listen, you could be on a triangle. You could be on a sphere.
You cannot have a horizon on a triangle.
You could be on a square. Actually, you can.
Show me the horizon on the pyramid.
Listen, because it's about how you see with your eyes, and you actually create that circle around you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
No eyes at all, or still has a horizon.
Hey, listen. Every lens.
No eye exists in the entire universe. Earth still has a horizon.
Okay, let's look at. Here's the funny part, right? Here's the funniest part, the best part, by the way. a horizon only exists from the center of the Earth because that's the only place where you will have that circle.
That doesn't make sense.
Because it makes total sense because on a surface of a ball, there is no horizons. There's no horizontals. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll do you one better. I know you don't understand it. You don't get it. Here, I'm just going to post it for you, okay? Look at here you go. Here you go. Just read that. Hey. Oh, wrong one. I'm sorry. Wrong photo. My bad. Don't worry, though. Don't go nowhere. Okay?
How does a flat Earth weigh 6.6 trillion?
Hold on. No. I said wrong photo. See, I want you to read that out loud for the group, please. For all of us.
Horizontals. Sure, spheres don't have horizontals.
Go ahead. Oh, well, believe it or not, you're saying that your surface has horizontals. Hold on. If you can't grasp what just came out of your mouth right now, Donald, I think there's a lot more chiseling of this.
I've never said that. I've never said that. I've never even implied that.
Donald, did you not say that you put a level up to the horizontal? Yes or no? Horizon, which is horizontal.
Horizon is not horizontal. They're different words.
Okay, the horizon.
They have different meanings.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Can you just read that out loud, please? Just read it.
It says no. A sphere does not have horizontals, and I agree.
Keep reading.
I don't care. I agree already.
No. Donald, just
oh my God. In the sense of a flat line, but when you slice a sphere horizontally, the resulting cross-section is always a circle. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Keep reading.
Oh, God. Which can be considered a horizontal plane. Do you see how there's quotation marks around that? It means it's imaginary. Within the sphere's 3D structure, essentially any plane that cuts through a sphere creates a circular cross-section. Yes, I agree.
Hey, now, can you read the key points? Right underneath that.
A sphere is a perfectly curved surface with no flat surfaces, so it doesn't have any inherent horizontal lines. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
If you imagine,
and the next one.
I was trying to. If you imagine slicing a sphere with a horizontal plane, the resulting cut is a circle. Yes, I agree.
I think that's the main part here, Donald, because in reality, when you set up your level to the horizon, you're actually just seeing that circle that's created around you, because that's the way our eyes work. And
because of the curvature of the Earth.
You keep saying that, but remember that the surface of a sphere, you can't see that circle, quote unquote, because that's only from.
You can't see the horizontal. No. You can't see the horizontal.
Hold on. Did it not say that?
What we do say when we're out and about is horizontal.
Exactly. Did you not see how it said you have to slice the ball in half to get that circle? Did you not see that?
Well, yeah. What does it say about slicing a flat Earth in half and getting a horizontal?
No.
Getting a circle.
No.
Getting a circle. Sorry.
No, that's the best part. We're already on that.
This demonstrates that the Earth is a sphere. Well, an oblate spheroid.
No. This is where you're completely wrong.
It does very well.
Hey,
I should copy this and use it.
Here you go.
Yes. What a sphere itself is.
Thank you for demonstrating the Earth as a globe again.
Are you even listening? Donald, are you listening to me? Yes or no?
No, I'm trying to listen to the other guy, but you keep interrupting. But go.
That does not prove an oblate spheroid, or it doesn't prove anything other.
He's trying to use it to prove a globe. It's hilarious. Even though it says, imagine slicing a sphere with a horizontal plane, the resulting cut is a circle. So Donald, I just want to explain to you that...
He won't listen. His fingers in ears, mate.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Typical.
Yeah, he deafened himself.
I was hoping when he was carrying on about his level stuff and saying about his drop, that you would have went, right, what's the radius of the Earth? And he would have spat it out and gone, right, does your stupid measurement match the alleged radius? And he would have went, oh, I don't know. Good, then piss off and do it again.
Right, and that's why we asked him for the distance of this from left to right, because then we could have seen if it even comports to what even his own paradigm says. But what I was trying to point out, though, is that when they're saying that there's a horizon, they're going to measure it to it. Yes, we understand the horizon's called a horizon because it's horizontal. And the horizontals are always going to be flat. That's why they always look flat. but he's saying they're curved. But I think what he's measuring is actually just that equidistance around you, like where you can see like at the edge of your eyes.
They take a photograph of a level that is leveled and against the horizon, and then they count the pixel difference at either side of the screen. So on the left-hand side of the level, they'll count up to the pixels to the horizon. On the right-hand side of the screen, they'll count up the pixels to the horizon off the level. And if the pixels are different, therefore it's curved.
Yeah, it's really weird. And the funny
part, I'm serious. That's how they do it. But
no,
what
I know.
They don't take into consideration is barrel distortion, what lens they're using. There's a whole heap of factors that could possibly affect it. So
yeah, I know.
That's why. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, remember McToon? He used to have that one red level on doing the same exact thing somebody put online, and McToon used to use that. Then Jaron was telling him, dude, if you compress an image, it's going to actually, curve it itself, and that was all.
The failures of the lensing. That's all it does.
Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the day, dude, it's just they're not getting it. They're not getting that. Like kind of like that second photo that I posted where that's the way they're getting their angles and elevations, all that stuff. It's on a circle, a plane circle, bro. Like all around you, you're going to create that angle from your elevation or whatever position you're at by creating that circle around you. And I don't know why these guys don't get it. I'm honestly lost. I do know though, but I don't know why I bug them. Waste time. You are unmuted, but you can't hear that you're unmuted.
No, he'll just sit there with the red tag.
He's not unmuted.
Oh, I don't see him being hard muted. That's why. My bad. Is he still muted? No one has the red.
Yeah, so he was just sitting there waiting to be untagged. Donald, if you put your fingers in your ears again while people are explaining stuff to you, don't be surprised if one of the mods boots you completely.
You don't need to mute me for that.
And you need to stop and listen when people are explaining stuff. And when they are explaining stuff, you need to not put your fingers in your ears like a little child.
You need to not mute me like a little child.
You're crying again. You got muted because you started doing dumb shit. Stop it.
Hey, T-Dub, are you able to I don't think Heretic's online right now, but are you able to unban people? He was going to unban Sin, and he needed his ID to do it. But are you able to do it too, or no? Heretic was going to do it, but I was supposed to get back to him. I totally forgot.
Who? Can you?
I'll send you his. Yeah, I'll send you it. I had told Heretic. I was like, you banned him before. He's like, yeah, he can be an ass sometimes. He's like, yeah, I'll bring him back though. Let me see here. I'm gonna copy text. Okay, I have it right here. And then I'll message you. Give me a second. Where are we at? Here we are. It's the reason why is because he jumps in here like when he's kind of really tipsy, and then. But if he is, just mute him, but don't ban him, I guess. Here you go. That's his user ID. I'll let him know that.
So I want you guys to understand one thing. This method that I'm telling you about will also demonstrate the Earth to be flat. If indeed the Earth is flat, you should be very interested in this. I don't know why you guys aren't. Because this would demonstrate the Earth to be flat.
Donald, if you hadn't have put your fingers in your ears, you would have heard us talking about your so-called observation and how it's done and what happens and all the failures in it. But since you put your fingers in your ears, you can go back and listen to the recording.
I mean, there isn't any flaws in it, though.
Yes, there is, Donald. That's what you don't understand. There's variables that you're not accounting for, or you're not been thinking about probably of why.
What variable am I not accounting for?
Why the image is the way it is. That's the whole point. But
why the sun is where it is?
Now we're talking about the sun.
That's okay. Okay, so are you talking about the horizon thing? So
that's what
there's only.
I don't know how long.
There's only one explanation for why there would be, horizon above the level in the center and below the level on both sides. There's only one explanation for that.
Your level was bent?
Yes, my level was bent. It was
You
a
said
brand new
there's only
level.
one explanation. I just gave you another explanation, so therefore your whole argument now is bunk. See you later.
Yeah, you kind of put your foot in your mouth right there. Hey, T-Dub, did you do it? He messaged me.
So you're not going to appeal to Gettier case because levels are
Should be done.
straight.
Okay, cool.
Levels are straight whenever you buy them brand new. That's the way they're built. You're just appealing to a Gettier case. Gettier cases don't prove anything.
You just said that there's only one explanation. I just gave you an absolutely perfect explanation. There is nothing wrong with that. Your level may be bent. That is a valid explanation for the quandary you have.
That's a Gettier case.
You can call it whatever you like. You wanted an explanation. You claimed there was only one explanation. I gave you another. Therefore, you've shut yourself down, mate. And you still can't even concede to the fact that I shut you down with something as simple as you may have a bent level.
So a Gettier case is an outlier.
And he still doesn't want to concede to the fact.
That's crazy. Donald, do you not realize what happened right now? You said there's only one. He gave you two, and now it destroyed your whole fucking position.
No, that didn't happen. So if you're just going to appeal that maybe there was an outlier in the construction of my level where it was bent in some way that all levels are not, because if they were bent
Donald, shut up for a second. I wasn't appealing to a bent level. You made a claim that there was a singular... God. Shut up or you'll get muted again. You made a claim, mate, that there was a singular explanation to what you put forward. I gave you another explanation. That's all I did. You're now crying about the fact that I gave you another explanation.
No, you gave me an outlier. Outliers don't demonstrate anything.
It wasn't to demonstrate anything. It was. It was to prove to you that your singular case was bunk. You don't have a singular answer anymore. We've got two answers now.
Except
you're wrong. Do you understand that? Oh, I'm wrong because what? I gave you a second option. That's all it is. It's a second option. I've given you a second option. There's only one case.
No, you're appealing to an outlier.
I don't give a fuck what you call it. Fact of the matter is, you called one answer, I gave a second, you're fucked. Full stop.
How about barrel distortion?
That's just not true. And that's not at all true.
How about distortion of the camera lens?
APOC.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, teed up.
What did APOC just say, Donald?
I don't know. You were talking through him. I didn't hear him.
Barrel distortion, camera lens.
What about barrel distortion?
So, can the camera lens mess up your image that you're taking a photo of in any way, even to the smallest pixel?
All camera lenses have some barrel distortion. It's generally out towards the edges, and I didn't use the edges.
So,
the edge of the level.
Let's have a look at this. You claimed that the horizon was above the level in the center and below at the outer edges. The outer edges that you just said where distortion happens. So there's three reasons now.
No.
We're counting them.
I just said I didn't use the outside edges.
You just
I didn't zoom in far enough for it to be on the outside edges.
Bro.
Besides, it was in the center of the frame, or as close as I could get it, so it doesn't matter.
Bro.
Again, you're appealing to outliers. Don't do that.
Hold on. Hey, T-Dub, he said that he's still in this, waiting cell or something. What is that? I don't even know what that means.
It's not T-Dub, bro. It's Matrix.
I'm talking to T-Dub.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Who is it again?
Sin cleanser.
Sin cleanser.
Yeah, do you see him on the listener?
Don't know. Oh, see, I don't know if it was a permaban or not. Like, I'll see if I can get hold of Heretic.
Yeah, Heretic said he was going to unban him. I think it was a permanent ban, but he said he'll unban him. That he could undo it. He just needed the user ID, and then I totally forgot about it. Then St. Cleanser's messaged me. He's like, "What's up? Like, can you get me in?" I was like, "Yo." I had talked to Heretic. He said, "Yeah, but he needed your number," and he didn't know it either. So then I'm like, "Okay, look, rejoin the Asylum server, and it'll give me your user ID through there on the logs." So then that's when I grabbed it. Then that's when I sent it to you.
Also, I want to reiterate for like the 10th time, the evidence is not my measurement or my photos, it's that it can be repeated by anybody, anytime.
Yes, but you're not... Yeah, but Donald, your evidence, quote unquote, is not evidence. What you're doing is you're just capturing something that you're seeing optically of what you're seeing. Okay, so for instance, give me a second. For instance, okay? If you can understand that what you're capturing was like being on the top side of an orange cut in half, right? That's flat. That's planar, okay? And imagine that just infinitely in all directions, a plane surface in all directions, you would still be seeing what you've captured, apparently.
No. That's just not true. No, that's just not true.
Okay. So if you're gonna say that's just not true, that's okay. You can say that. Then that's where your religion kicks in, and there's a bias, and now you have a bias because of your belief that no, because of what I saw, it has to be a curved ball, even though we went through it, and you could only see that from the center of it.
No, because if I were on a ball that was cut in half and it was a circular surface, if I were not in the center, it would be oval. It would not be perfectly circle. It would be an oval.
Oh my God, bro. No, you don't understand how your eyes work. Look at it. Okay, perspective, right?
It has nothing to do with my eyes, man. It has zero to do with my eyes.
It has everything.
You have to stop saying that. It has nothing to do with my eyes.
Because that's the only way
we telling you is because it has something to do with your eyes. Whether you accept it or not, that's up to you. But he's probably keeps telling you because it has something to do with your eyes.
Well, except that if all eyes disappeared from the universe, this would still be true. So it has nothing to do with my eyes.
No, you wouldn't be able to see it.
It doesn't matter. It would still be true. Whether I could see it or not, it would still be true.
Here's what would be true, okay? Here's what would be true. With our eyes, we create a 360-degree view all around us, not only on the surface of the ocean, but also in the sky. Because that's the way our eyes are. Literally, the shape of our eyes can create the world around us when we're looking way far away at things far, far away. Like, for instance, that's why sometimes look at let me give you for instance, okay? Sometimes,
I don't need one.
Okay, when you look at the horizon, right? And sometimes at the edges, in our peripheral, it looks like we're seeing it curving, right? It looks like it's curving because our eyes are literally creating it that way. But if you look a little left, just hear me out, Donald. If you look a little left, that part of the ocean that looked like it was curving is now flat again. And then now at the left side of this direction you're looking at is now curved. And then you go a little left again. That's because our eyes are creating that. That's the way, because they are lenses, right? That are convex, right? And so they make that image that way. Here, let me give you a for instance.
Listen, wait. Oh, I don't need another one. I need to ask you an important question.
Oh, that was.
How do you think the eyes work?
Oh my God! Why do you think I'm telling you what I'm telling you?
Well, you're not telling me how you think the eyes work. You're just saying lenses.
Okay, do you agree to that? Would you agree to that? Look at this.
No, I don't. I don't even understand what you're saying, so I can't agree.
Look at that photo. Look at that photo. Would you agree to that? That's our vision from our eyes?
No, I don't.
So we don't see up, we don't
No.
see down, we don't see left,
Do you
we don't
think?
see right.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know how to help you.
Do you think that?
You can't even grasp how we see.
This is how you let me ask this question. This is how you let me ask this question.
Okay.
Do you think that photons come to our eyes, or do you think that stuff comes out of our eyes, and then that's how we see?
Stuff is coming out of our eyes, dude. What?
I'm asking. I don't know. Well, so what do you? So do you understand how photons work?
Okay, now we're dabbling in photons.
Well, I mean, that's how you see.
Here. Okay, well, here.
That's how you see.
Okay. Hold on. Look at. Let's take some look-sees. Okay, let's take some look-sees here. I got some things for you. I've got all kinds of things for you. I want you to look at all these things. We're gonna go over them together. Okay, we're gonna teach you how the eyes work. And then here's this for you, by the way. That's you.
I know how the eyes work.
That's you at the end, by the way. Okay, so hold on. All right. So, would you agree with all these images that I've posted?
No, I don't. I don't even understand what you mean by them. Well, this last one, except for that perspective one, I kind of agree with that one.
Okay. So, do you see the others on top of it? Do you see the way our eyes work, the way our field of vision works, the way our visual limit works? Do you realize how the angles work? No, wait, we're going to get there. We're really going to get there. I'm trying to help you.
You need to let me ask questions, man.
Oh, my goodness. Go ahead.
Okay. How far away are stars?
We don't know.
I do know.
Oh, my God. Are you going to...
Why do you think we do not... Okay, give me a sec.
What do unicorns fart smell like?
I've never seen a unicorn. I can look at stars. I can look at stars. I don't have to. They're not unicorns.
Right.
They're
smell like
physical things. So stars are not unicorns. They're physical things that I can go and look at.
But the distance to them is.
No, it's not. Okay. So Cepheid variables. Do you know what Cepheid variables are?
Oh my God, bro! It's unbelievable.
What is?
You have a story of telling you how far these things in the sky are, even though you cannot validate that.
I can't. I'm asking you, do you know what a Cepheid variable is?
No.
Okay, so a Cepheid variable is a particular type of star that we can calculate the frequency of its flashes by the intensity of its flashes.
Now I know why I didn't know about it, because it sounds like total bullshit. Okay, so you're saying...
It's not.
Okay, you're saying that the star's flashing, and they know the distance because the star's flashing.
No, because of the intensity of the flashing.
Okay, let me ask you this. If we were to take, let's say, 50 people, and we give them all different sources of lights. One has a candle, one has a flashlight, one has like an old flashlight with a really small luminance. One has those newer ones that are super fucking bright, right? And then we just have all these different sources. One has like a light bulb, like a lamp, like all these 50 different sources of lights. And we stretched them across 20 miles in a desert. And we told each one, you're going to just stand wherever you want. You could be 1 mile away. You could be 9 miles away. No matter, and wherever you guys stand, we're going to try to guess how far you are from us by the source you have in your hand. Would you agree that that is impossible?
It sort of. We would have to have more information, but we know the information isn't.
Okay, hold on.
With the right tools to measure, it's not impossible.
Okay. So the right tools. So what tool are we going to grab first?
I didn't say the right tools. I never said the right tools. I said the right information.
No, Parmesan said it. Sorry,
I'm not going to.
Yeah, he said with the right tools we could do it. Okay, but you don't agree with Parmesan then? With the right tools?
Well, yes, with the right tools we can do it, but we also need the right information.
Okay, so what information are you talking about?
Well, for the flashlights, we would need to know the source of it. What is the energy produced by the source?
Okay, hold on. That's why I said it this way. All we know is there's a light. Like right here on Earth, when we look up at the stars, all we know is we see lights. That's it.
That's not true.
That's all we know. Wait. So
no,
then
that's not true.
So then what tool would you use to establish all the 50 people standing in the desert from 50 yards away to 20 miles away? We have all of them out there, okay? How are you going to establish the way their lights are? Go ahead.
You have to know the amount of energy that's being produced by the source. That's
How
what
do you know that?
And then
No. Look.
There's lots of. Let me answer the question you asked me. When you ask me a question, let me answer it.
Go ahead.
There's lots of different ways of doing that. So we have these things called standard candles, and they are known sources of light.
Wait. No. Hold on. Wait. Remember, I have to stop you. You don't even know what they're holding because you can't get to them to inspect it. Okay.
That's why I said with your example, we need more information. But with my example, we have that information.
Okay, so go ahead. Explain it.
So there are these things called standard candles, and
Oh shit! It's like in his van down by the river.
And there's severe limitations for sci-fi scam. Yeah, you got it. You got the answer right. You're correct.
Yeah, because Simon Dan said he'll never debate a flat earther. He said that because he was like hosting debates. He moderated a debate with like Fight the Tight Shirt and somebody else, right? So he was doing that for a little while. But like people kept saying, "Hey, why don't you debate?" And then he just like stopped doing that because he couldn't like take the pressure of being pressured at being called a chicken. He won't debate anybody because he'll get cooked, dude. He will seriously get cooked. I don't think he knows actually anything other than to just read Wikipedia.
Oh,
literally the worst of the worst.
He's a stone cold dumb fuck. He told me one time I did a treatment on him long fucking time ago. He was reviewing a video by Eric Dubay, and he was attempting to debunk Eric Dubay, and I did a treatment on him. He private messaged me and he said, I am not gonna respond to this publicly because I don't want people to know who you are. I shit you not.
Wow.
Yeah. That told me everything I needed. I said, yeah, I know you're not as dumb as you look. Yeah. He didn't respond to it.
He posts dumb shit on X. So every Friday, he does it like a Flat Earth Friday. He clips like some Flat Earthers clips. Sometimes the Flat Earther says some stupid shit. But half the time, Simon Dan is the one saying the stupid shit.
Yep.
And I'll respond to him. And like the first couple times he responded to me, now he just ignores me.
Yeah.
Completely.
Exactly.
You don't want to have nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
McToon too. McToon respond to me by saying like just like dumb sarcastic shit like silly flat earther, right? He'll never say anything of substance to me. Because he knows once he sticks his toe in that frickin' water that he's drawing back a stub.
Yeah. Yeah, they're clueless clowns, man. They got no integrity, no honor. They're fucking dumbass retards. What shocks me is they have subscribers. I mean, tons and tons of subscribers. I can't reconcile it, man. There's some dumb fuck. People are fucking generally stupid. I swear.
That's like an indictment of humanity.
Yep, it is. Exactly.
Like,
you got it.
It's like you have like, okay, so you got some 90 IQ dudes leading some what? What are the IQ dudes of the followers? Like 65? Like what the fuck is going on, bro?
Yes, you got it. You're on it. Yeah.
I've never heard this guy before. What's his main shtick?
Who? Who'd you say?
Who's it? Simon Dan?
Oh, Simon Dan. You know, the same condescending bullshit, but like, he literally just reads from Wikipedia. He says, flat earth are wrong, then reads Wikipedia.
Okay. Pancake earthers. Oh, they must be wrong. Okay.
Yeah, but you're also forgetting the facial gestures. You got to make facial gestures that insinuate that the other person's stupid as well, and that's what they're really good at. That, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah. Plus, hold on, and you got to show that they're not cool either, because you're wearing a freaking comic book T-shirt and you have fucking Legos of the Apollo fucking lunar lander behind your head and little action figures of Star Wars on the other side. Like they fucking all do. They're all freaking adult children, dude. They're crazy, bro.
God,
there's a guy that did like I'm guessing it's kind of like in a conspiracy vein video about all those guys, and his conspiracy was that they all have the same artwork and the same facial expressions. Like why are they so synchronous?
It's a good question.
I'm gonna look that up right now.
They all have punch me faces, man. For real. Oh, did you hear about the Globe Gangsters Discord? I shouldn't even talk about it. I shouldn't even give them press. Yeah. So there's a Glober Gangster Discord now. Like 400 something members. McToon posted on X about it. They're tonight at 10, I think it was 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. They were going to have a discussion about celestial navigation, and they're inviting all the flat earthers onto the Globe Gangsters. Oh, dude, you got to see this screenshot. This is just some. Oh, dude, it's almost like took a picture. It's so fucking cringe, man.
Yeah,
Like-
that's a group that you'd want to be in. Globe Gasters. Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
What the fuck,
dude? Globe Gang, they're rebranding. But you know, this is the messed up thing. I thought, you know, homosexual gangs were only in prison. I didn't think they were out in the street.
That Discord's a prison. They try to invite me to it every day. I never joined.
Dude, yeah, I got some DMs. They're talking shit about you over here. Come defend yourself. No, they can talk.
Yeah. They keep trying to lure me in any which way. Nope.
I was almost going to say, Heretic, is that you? Looks like you on the cover there.
On the right?
Look how gay those two look, though. They actually was like, that's an awesome picture. Like, and they actually posted that. Someone voluntarily put that up and wanted that to represent them.
Voluntarily.
Dude, that's seriously. Sorry, man. This guy.
Hey, you're gay. Yeah. Let's go over.
Want to go over?
It's gay. It's super gay.
Hold on a second. Hold on. That's too funny. I'm trying to find.
Hold on. We can't go over till we take over unders on how fast Huey gets banned.
Yeah, but there's something wrong with this picture. So how do gay guys do the shocker?
Do the what?
You son of a bitch.
I apologize for any mental images.
You're not going to sleep tonight when you find out what he's talking about.
No, I'm not going to search it.
With one
Don't search it, but it's the hand sign. It's the hand sign they're making.
So it's just a gay bar.
It was
the Globe thing's
It was
just
10 p.m. Central. I'm sorry, Heretic. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. I was just saying something stupid about it being a gay bar. You go ahead.
Yeah, I think McToon's post was that it was at 10 p.m. Central, and they were trying to bait Shane St. Pierre into it.
Shane St. Pierre. Oh, he's one of the Witsit idiots.
The Easternauts, yes.
Yeah, he doesn't know shit about fucking geometry. What an embarrassment you are, Shane. I think Nathan did a review video or something. He had him on for just a few minutes with Reds Predenderic, and he didn't call him out for his horse shit. I mean, Shane St. Pierre, you're supposed to be some type of fucking intellect god, you dumbass cracker. You'd fail third grade geometry, you dumb fuck. That's all I
What
got
time
to
is
say
10
about
p.m.
that.
Central?
Where do I
What
find
time-
your dumb ass around here somewhere? I'm gonna fucking.
What time's
school
10
you.
p.m. Central?
Yeah, 10 p.m. Central. It's 11, almost 11 p.m. Central. Somebody put the. Is that the Globe Gangsters join?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let's organize this shit.
Like, what are the odds they're still on right now?
Oh, they're pretty good odds. So what's the over/under on me getting banned?
How long?
Yeah,
100%.
Fucking ban on site. That's what I'm going for.
Probability 100% out within 30 seconds.
Fucking
Dude, it's ban on site. As soon as they see your Quantum Eraser join the server, they're gonna ban. Or they'll mute you or do something messed up, right? And just try to fuck with you, but you can't fuck with them back, right? They'll try to do something.
Well, I'm into it for this evening. I'm still got it. So we can do it.
Test run. Test run. Be back in 30 seconds, right?
Speed run the channel.
Yeah, let's all go. Let's all join. Ready? 1, 2, 3, join.
What's the link?
It's right here
What's the link?
in voice channel.
It's in live stream voice text.
Yeah, I done it. I joined. I'm in.
I'm there.
All right.
Let's get into the VC. Can we get right in? Let's try it.
Oh yeah, look at all this. Look at all these. The freaking.
Oh, look
my
at the
God,
field of
this is
stupid in here.
Dude, I just freaking threw open my mouth looking at that VC.
McToon, Jesse Parther, fuck with it. Oh my god.
Okay, guys, I'm joining VC.
Well, that was quick. McBooger Eater.
Oh, fuck me. 45 seconds.
No, 5 seconds.
Oh, shit. You're a horrible person, and you've just proved my point. Oh, McBooger Eater's a fucking tool, isn't he? Indio just stuck it into him, and they muted Indio straight away too.
Yeah, right.
I just dropped out. I'm not listening to these fucktards. And then they're sitting there. As soon as they muted Indio, it was like, and that's just proved my point. They don't know how to do celestial navigation. It's like not one iota of a fucking word mentioned about celestial navigation, and they're already pulling their dicks about how they've beaten us. Oh shit, my fucking glasses are fogging up.
Hey, did you hear me say McBooger Eater?
Yes. Oh shit.
That was worth every second.
Oh fuck me, dude. It's a shame we couldn't sneak a bot in there and record that bastard.
So did we get the under on Indio also?
Well, I don't know if they've allowed him to talk again, but they definitely. Did you get kicked or did you just get muted?
No, I got muted immediately.
Yeah, Ghost is back.
Indio's still arguing with them.
Oh shit. Yeah, most of the boys will be back in a minute. Don't stress. How do I delete that fucking server now? Right.
Server is ass.
Leave server. Are you sure? Yes. Get off my computer. Can you tell us more? I'm not. Oh, do I get choices? I'm not interested in the topic of this server. Oh wow, we could have some fun here. Other. Oh bugger. I was hoping to let me type something in. When you leave the server, don't click other. Click something that it's offensive or some shit like that. So maybe they might get banned.
Yeah, I think I lost the under.
Yeah, I think you got maybe 11 words out.
As long as McBooger Eater was one, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, we heard that clear as a bell.
I was screaming into the mic even before they unbanned me.
I was actually impressed that they unlocked you in the first place. I was waiting for one of them to stand up and go, we're not going to unlock you because you're a nasty person and we don't like our feelings getting hurt. Cry, whinge, whinge.
Morally corrupt. Yeah, they're lucky we didn't walk into the joint. They would have got their fucking faces kicked in. Tell you that much. I wouldn't have said anything to McBooger Eater. I would have just walked up to him and fucking kicked him right in the face.
Yeah, I think he's a arrogant sack of shit.
I would have just no hello, no nothing. Just walk up, kick him right in the face. That's what I would have done. I don't know about you.
Well, considering what I used to do for a living, I don't take shit off hardened criminals. There's no way I'm going to take shit off a little prick like that.
Fat ass retard. He's a fucking moron. He's a dipshit. Fucking exposed. He's so exposed. Fucking clown. On my channel, he doesn't watch that shit. He got his Dunning-Kruger deflector shields at full power. Yeah, that's what would happen, obvious. That's exactly what would happen.
Back in a sec.
Bugger eater. Dumb fuck.
Ah.
Hey, what's up? I think you got the under.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You had the under. I should have took that shit.
Yeah, I got McToon to basically admit that the purpose of the whole thing was, I got him to say that we are the subject of the inquiry and not celestial navigation. That flat earthers, the whole point of their exercise was about flat earthers, not about the subject matter. He wouldn't admit that a sphere, all points on a sphere are equidistant from the center. All he wanted to do was talk about me and, my hypocrisy and yada, yada, right? So he didn't want to talk about any of the subject matter, any substance. So listen, I said, let it be noted. I said, what's the subject matter here? It's like, am I the point of the inquiry? He's like, yes. Like, so let it be noted that celestial navigation is not the topic, that I am the topic. I said, goodbye, and I left.
Just like I told Matrix, I said, just imagine that we walked into this convention, not by, via the internet. Just imagine what would happen.
Oh my God.
Well, I got dibs on Dogs Are Gods then.
No, I got dibs on McBugger Eater. I just walk up to him and just kick him right in the teeth. I just kick him right in the face. That's it. That's how it would begin. That's it. You don't think I would? Let's set something up.
I bet you I could chuck one of those dudes like fucking 15 feet.
Yeah, that Ghost. That's exactly what would happen.
I've just got this image of this dude now with his little button-on picture of his Quantum Eraser badge, just running in and doing a fucking big Superman kick on some random fuckwit. Oh shit! Not again.
Dude, it'd be like the log toss, man. The Celtic games, dude. I would just chuck one of those dudes across the room.
Yeah, there's no talking. There would be no talking at all. What's the sense in it? They're fucking retards. So you might as well just go in and, you got knocked the fuck out. Yeah, that's what would happen.
Yeah, so Matrix, what did you think about that just happened?
Well, after QE got expunged within point fuck all of a second, and I started listening to McBooger Eater pulling his dick about how great he was. I went, I am not listening to this, or I'm going to throw up in my own mouth, and I was out of there.
Wow.
And you started speaking to him, and that's where I thought. And when they first muted you and then unlocked you. That's when I left. When you come back.
Well, see, they start talking shit about me. Then they're like, they talk shit about me and then say, you don't want to talk about Celestial. I go, hey, I'll be your Huckleberry. Let's go. Then when I start talking about it, they want to start talking about me again. So, whatever.
Yes, sir. That's all they got. They're just dangerous. Fucking borderline. They're not even borderline. They're abject retards. I mean, at a fundamental level. Like at a 1+1 level. The
fuck? So after you left, what he said, and that shows you what flat earthers are like. That they're horrible people because they didn't put you in and check. And you know what? I said to McEwen, I said, you're not qualified to make that fucking moral judgment because you're a piece of shit. You have no fucking moral ground to
I heard that.
Where he's like gonna judge us that as we're horrible people. Like, who the fuck are you to say anybody's horrible? And then I brought up, and this is when they muted me because I was like, you fucking stalk Witsit, talk shit about his wife and his kids, which he has done, right? Regardless, dude, that's fucking low. Like, you don't talk, like, Witsit can do whatever. You don't talk about dude's wife and kids. They can't even defend themselves, right? They're not even involved in this shit. Why are you talking about dude's wife and kids?
Yep.
Right? That's epic, and they muted me as soon as I said that shit.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I've just unlocked Oliver GB. You've had your microphone unlocked, Oliver. Welcome to 24/7 live stream. This is your chance to talk, bro. Are you a flat earther? Globetard? Anti-flat earther? Or maybe you're just a fence sitter because you like the fence. Who knows?
Just head over to the Globe Gangsters. Just head over there.
If you're actually looking for a physical location, Blue Oyster Bar. Well, just so you know, Oliver, if you don't speak, I cannot give you the voice verification. So, choice is up to you, my friend. But if you choose not to speak, please mute yourself up so we don't hear you, or you can just leave anyways. Oh, well. I tried. Okay, so that was pretty funny. I'll tell you what was funny. Before I jumped in there, just looking down the list of stupidity, entrance. That
And QE calling people retarded is against the rules, I guess.
Yeah, because it hurts their feelings.
Was McBugger Eater okay?
He's still claiming that we can't do celestial navigation on a flat Earth.
He's a fucking retard. He'd fail third grade geometry.
Funny how everyone comes in here and calls us retard all the time. We even entertain them for a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, they could even take one hit. Yeah. So much happened in that room in so little time. I didn't get any of it.
Well, I mean, you can do celestial navigation on a flat Earth, but you can't use their coordinate system. You can't use the sphere and do celestial navigation on a flat Earth. Like, it don't work that way.
Okay.
Celestial navigation existed on flat Earth since, like, people did sail around on boats before they thought it was a globe, right? It's like the boats weren't invented with the globe. It's like, oh, it's a globe, let's invent a boat. Right? It didn't happen simultaneously.
Yeah, the Polynesians managed to go around all their islands there without knowing it was a globe.
Hey, Ollie's back. Welcome,
Yeah,
sir.
my was broken before my laptop, so I just joined on my phone.
A fan?
Hmm?
Do you say you're a fan?
No, I joined on my phone.
Oh, good. Good, thank you. I thought you were a weirdo for a second. Good thing you're not a weirdo.
It's a little late.
I'm so confused.
Hold on. It's a little late for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What time?
5.
In the morning?
Yes.
Oh, shit. All right. Carry on.
Tell us you just woke up.
I did. about half an hour ago.
You woke up at 4:30 and was like, join the Flat Earth server.
No, I couldn't fall asleep, so I was just looking at stuff and I found this and I was like, oh my god, there's no way there's actually real flat earthers there.
Why? Why would you say something like that?
I don't know, because I just think, like, I don't actually believe that there's flat earthers that actually exist. Like, surely you have to have a...
Why? Why
What
do
do
you
you mean,
think
why?
that they wouldn't? Yeah, why would you think they don't exist?
think that people can be that idiotic to think that the earth is
Okay.
Oh, I love that.
Be idiotic, dude. Why would thinking the Earth is flat be idiotic? Don't you live in Britain?
Yeah. What
Aren't
do you
you
mean?
surrounded by fucking water?
Right.
Aren't you surrounded by water, Albert? Are you surrounded by water on an island?
Yes.
Is that water curving?
What do you mean? Is that water curving? Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
how can you tell?
your water curves.
How can you tell the water's curving?
And we're the idiots. And Oliver, we're the idiots, right? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, water curves.
Yes,
hey, Globetard, shut the fuck up. Don't you start with your diary of the moth. Shut the fuck up. Now, calm down. Calm down. You got me? You tracking? So listen closely. Yeah, keep on clicking your mic on and off. You listening?
He's just doing some dumb shit.
Is it a he? It sounded like high octave.
Well, when he first come in, he said he's having mic issues, so hopefully he still is.
So, diary of the mouth. You ready? There you go. There you go. Hold up, MIK. So, Oliver GB, gay bastard. Yeah.
You have nothing to say.
Shut up. I got a question for you. One question.
Okay, explain. No, ask.
I'm not going to explain. I'm going to ask you.
Go on.
All right. How do you have a horizon on a globetard?
What do you mean?
What do I mean by what do I mean? How do you have a horizon on a globetard? Because horizons, I'm not done yet. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0. Your IQ.
Wait, what's a globetard?
Your IQ. So, but the definition of curvature, according to the United States Naval Academy, is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we see horizons in reality and yet be told by glue-sniffing crayon munchers that horizons, that they can't exist on a globetard, but they have a rate of change of slope of 0? Can you reconcile that?
Wait, quickly. The reason why you can see the horizon is...
No, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you why you can see the horizon, glue sniffer. How do you have a globetard? How do you have a horizon on a globetard? That's my question.
What's a
Not
globetard?
how you can see it. Not how you can see it when you open up your... Shut the fuck up. My question wasn't how you can see it. You open up your eyelids and see shit, dumbass. How do you have a horizon on a globetard? That's the question. Answer?
What is a globetard? I don't know what that is.
A globe. You're the tard.
Oh, okay. Wait, say that again. Sorry, I didn't hear.
How do you... Listen. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0, the Baltard's IQ. But the definition of curvature is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we see horizons in reality that have a rate of change of slope of 0, yet be told by the narrative that we live on curvature that has a rate of change of slope in every single direction from a tangent from your feet in every direction?
Well, it does.
But it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, because you see horizons, you glue sniffer. It doesn't. You see horizons.
No, quickly. Every single time that you're not...
Shut the fuck up. Answer the question. Reconcile how you can see horizons that have a rate of change of slope of 0, your IQ. But according to your worldview, there is no horizons because every point from a tangent along your feet is a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So reconcile 0 and non-zero right now.
I'm not even going to say.
Yeah, because you're a dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. You'd fail 3rd grade primary school intro to geometry.
No,
You'd fail primary school intro to geometry.
No, I know how to do.
Yeah, you do, but you don't now.
It's like you're doing it on purpose.
Shut the fuck up.
Every time you don't want me to speak, you mute me.
Well, say it. Reconcile non-zero and 0, Globard.
I'm just saying reconcile non-zero. What do you mean?
Yep.
No, it's literally just a sphere. If you look at it, you can.
That's
literally a sphere.
That's how I.
It's literally a sphere. You're not answering the question, non-zero, 0, Globetard.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't know what you mean by whatever you said. Because I'm just trying to answer. And then you're just like...
According to the slope-intercept formula, retard. Hey, retard, listen up.
Oh, my God.
Well, I don't know what to do. Appeals to the Lord and Savior are not going to help your dumbass. So, reconcile 0 and non-zero. Reconcile it. We see in reality horizons every fucking where that by definition have a rate of change of slope of 0, your IQ, and the Baltard's collective IQ. But we're told by the narrative that we have curvature. Shut the fuck up. I'm repeating it for the 4th time. Curvature is the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do we have non-zero and we see 0 rate of change of slope? Reconcile it.
But you don't see 0 though. You see the curvature. We
see the curvature in the horizon. Really? Are you a moron?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. How can horizons curve when their rate of change of slope is non-zero and curvature is defined as a rate of change of slope of fucking more than 0?
I don't get what you're saying. I'm sorry. I don't get what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, because you're a fucking moron.
Okay, ask me something else then. Ask me something else.
No, I'm not asking you something else. We see horizons everywhere. They have a rate of change of slope. They have a rate of change of slope of 0. You've all seen shut the fuck up. So, let me say it for the 5th time. For the hearing impaired. We have horizons. Horizons are defined according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, that all horizontal line... Are you still fucking talking? Goober. Horizon definition is the rate of change of slope of 0. But curvature, as in a sphere tard, in every direction there must be a rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how do you have horizons on a globe dart?
Give me, I'll show you. Give me...
You ain't going to show me, dipshit. It's a paradox.
I'm on MS Paint. I'm literally on MS Paint to show you.
It's a paradox. We don't need MS Paint. We don't need MS Paint, idiot.
Yeah, because all you know is to speak big words.
Hey, idiot.
Derived from this, and you don't have to actually understand basic physics.
Hey, moron.
Oxygen,
Moron.
breathe. You'll be right.
Moron.
you a diagram. I'll show you a diagram.
Diagram y equals mx plus b.
Oh my god, stop saying yx equals b. What does
Stop saying. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit.
Go back to fucking primary school, you moron. I'll show you in paint. Really? You going to show us a fucking non-zero slope of a zero slope?
To be fair, this guy doesn't sound like he even passed secondary 1 or grade 8 or 9 algebra. Yeah.
You're a
That's
dumb
what
fuck. So we'll move on to the next subject since you train wrecked that one. How can you have pitch data, aviation pitch data on a Globetard?
What do you mean pitch data?
Pitch. What do I mean? Pitch data? I mean pitch data.
What? I'm sorry, I don't know what pitch data.
Actually, QE, this kid is not exactly up there on IQ points.
All right, let's try something.
Show him pictures. He might understand pictures. Black Swanning.
Nah. Let's deal with something easier. Let's deal with something easier. Great Britain, dumb fuck. Show gas pressure without a container.
What? What did he say?
So you're breathing gas pressure, but in your idiot worldview that you're mindlessly parroting from Wiki, it tells you that there is gas pressure here without a container. So show gas pressure. Shut the fuck up. I'm not done. So you would have to show gas pressure without a container. Please, floor is yours.
Are you trying to say how do you measure the pressure of the air when it's not in a container?
Did I fucking ask you that, moron?
Because you're making no sense.
It makes no sense. So, when I say show gas pressure without a container, you idiot fucking moron, you ask me how I measure gas pressure.
QE, how about we just ask one sensible question first? Hey, Oliver, how old are you?
14.
14. You're lucky, because if you'd have said 13, I'd have bounced you out of here for practice.
You got your intellectual age well below that. So, according to your fuckwit Globetard religion...
29, and I'm...
Shut the fuck up! According to your ignoramus Globetard religion, fool, there is gas pressure on Earth without a container. So, please show everyone that paradigm. Gas pressure without a container right now.
Okay. Right.
So, show gas pressure in a tire without the fucking tire, you idiot.
Oh my god.
Okay. Feeble appeals to the Lord and Savior for the second time aren't going to save your dumb ass.
Let me speak. Do not mute me. Please.
Fucking shut up before I punch you right in the face. Fucking dumb fuck. Show gas pressure without a container.
You can't
Draw gas pressure without a container, moron. Do it.
I'm just going to say that I can't show it. I can't do it.
Of course you can't. Welcome to Flat Earth. Bye-bye to your Globetard spinning space monkey religion. Everything that you and your idiot cohorts appeal to in their sky vacuum is a belly-laughing Narnia story. We got a book coming out. It's going to be your ass, by the way. So, you don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. You're not even like at a 6-year-old level of intelligence because everyone knows you need a container for gas pressure. Follow me?
Wait, did you say that you're making a book?
It's almost done.
Did you?
It's going to expose your dumbasses.
So you're making a book, yeah? Correct?
Shut the fuck up. Show gas pressure without a container.
No.
No. Well, say bye-bye now to your Globetard spinning space monkey religion. You guys can have them. I'm done with this dumb fuck.
Yeah, Oliver, you think even though you can't show it, you think anybody else can?
Show up.
Gas pressure without a container.
I'm not making a noise, but
show what, retard? Something that's been asked to you for the past 10 fucking minutes. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck, dude? Show what? I don't know. How about gas pressure without a container that's been asked to you for the past 5 minutes? How about that? Fucking moron.
Let's walk through this real slow. Hold on, Oliver. Oliver.
Let someone else speak.
I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to walk you through this real slow so you understand what we're talking about. There's air on the Earth, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, outside the Earth, there's a vacuum, right?
Yes.
The air on Earth is under pressure, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's separating the pressurized air from the vacuum?
I'm not 100% sure, but the atmosphere is holding itself together, and gravity is getting pulled it towards Earth.
Really? That's amazing.
I'm not sure about atmosphere.
That's amazing. So what? I'm sorry, Indio.
No,
gravity. That's a fucking fairy tale. So gravity is holding.
Okay. No.
Up. You already said it. Gravity is holding your atmosphere, which is a paradox, by the way. Atmo means air. Air is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Where do gases come from on the Earth? They're all over.
What? No.
Oh, no. Where does the majority, like over 80% of the gases in your globe-tard religion come from?
Oxygen, nitrogen, and...
I didn't ask you what the fairy tale atmosphere was made of. I said, where do they come from?
What am I supposed to say?
Where they come from?
They come from the Earth. They're on the Earth.
They come from the Earth. Nah, see, you're just a dumbass. See, the majority of oxygen is produced right beneath the surface of the Earth. So, if gravity is holding gases and pulling them down to the Earth, then how the fuck do we have rain?
Because gravity.
Because gravity holds it to the Earth. You fucking moron. You just contradicted yourself. If all the gases are produced at or near the surface, you don't know what evaporation is. So, evaporation, you see the sun comes out and breaks the hydrogen bonds in water, and the vapor rises fucking up, not pulled down. Because if they were pulled down, it would never fucking rain, you imbecile.
You're an imbecile.
Bye. Get your fucking dumbass out of here. Just disconnect this dumbass. I'm done talking to him.
Man, that was brutal.
Just a Diary of the Moth retard.
I was going to vote that we have Jedi come in here, talk to the poor lad. Maybe you could relate to the accent. We're getting Aussie to do it because they're similar. They
Sorry about
actually
that.
listen.
Sorry about that, Indio. I had to take charge. I couldn't stand it anymore.
Hey, he's back.
That's
fuck.
Who's he?
How's he back?
Hey, there's Dumbfuck. That no rain on Globetard Earth.
There is rain.
Well then, welcome to Flat Earth, Dumbfuck.
Okay, Oliver, you said that gravity's holding down the gas. Right?
I'm not sure. Maybe. But yes, but not
Yes.
probably not 100%.
Yes, but I'm not sure, but maybe. Holy
I don't know. I
shit.
don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what holds in the gas. obviously gravity, but there's also something else.
Containers, gravity doesn't.
Do you have any
exist.
evidence gravity holds the gas? Actual evidence.
Yeah, because any object has mass. No, has gravity. The bigger the object, or the bigger
Really?
like the mass, the stronger the gravity. Which means they
Define
get
mass.
pulled.
I'm sorry,
Define
India.
mass.
Hey, do
Define
you have,
mass. Yes.
So basically, you hold on a second, Oliver. So basically, I asked you for the evidence, and you told me another story that has no evidence. I want the actual evidence, dude. The evidence, right? You know what evidence is, right?
So you want
empirical observation. That's how science works, like experiments, things like that, right?
Okay, so how
we want those.
We're going around the sun. Why do you think we're going around the sun?
What's your evidence for going around the sun?
Shit.
So you're like stacking claims now, right? So you're just like stacking. Hey, so what's your evidence for going around the sun?
Gravity.
You say no. One more time, I'm gonna kick your ass out of the server.
So let me get this right. Your evidence is gravity is for going around the sun, and your evidence for going around the sun is gravity. That's circular, dude.
No. I am trying to explain to you, but then
You don't know what explanations are. That's not an explanation. That's conjecture. Pure, baseless, fucking conjecture. That's not an explanation.
Stop interrupting me. If you
fuck off before I pull your heart right through your throat, you dumbass cracker. I mean, what the? Shut the fuck
Probably
up.
don't know what a cracker is. He's young and British. What's a cracker, Oliver?
A cracker is like a bland biscuit, basically.
Oh, Jesus
That's what
Christ.
you are.
Oh, bland biscuit.
That's close enough.
I'm salted, unleavened, bland
Close enough.
biscuit.
That's exactly what it is. I explained it.
Gotta choke it down.
You didn't explain shit. What's the definition
did.
of explanation?
The definition of explanation.
Yep.
How much?
Quick.
Okay, it means telling someone. Okay, this is an example. If someone.
No, I don't want an example. I didn't ask you for an example, dipshit. I asked you what an explanation is, not an example. You have fucking hearing problems.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it sounds like you do. Did I ask you for a fucking example? Then why did you offer me one? You dumb fuck. Get the fuck out of here. You're pissing me off with your dumb shit, you globetard.
Anger problems. You have actual.
I have fucking contempt problems with abject retards. You've identified it.
You're delusional.
Oliver, explanations are fucking useless. Tell you what, real simple. You have a girlfriend. She says I'm gonna be at a certain place at a certain time. She doesn't show up. You're like,
Yeah,
where
what's
are
his
you?
name? What's his
Yeah.
name?
What's his name? Gad. Anyway. So she has
He's
an
not gonna
explanation about where she was, right? It says, "Oh, I was with my sister." She was really with her other boyfriend. So she had an explanation. The explanation was plausible, but it's not true. She was with her boyfriend. Explanations are fucking useless. I don't care about your explanations. What I care about is empirical data. So I ask you, what's your evidence that the Earth orbits the sun? I want to know, like, how did somebody observe reality and come to that conclusion?
Okay, if you're on Earth and you look at the sun, yeah,
Uh-huh.
or yeah, you know how it's moving, yeah, throughout the day,
sun's moving.
how it moves, yeah.
Yeah, sun
Well,
moves.
that's how they figured out that they're going around the sun.
Okay, so they looked at the sun, saw that the sun moves, and concluded that the sun's not moving. We're moving.
They did other stuff. Right.
But you don't know what that stuff is.
Okay, right.
Well, Oliver, I'm kind of toying with you because we know the answers to these questions. These are like rhetorical questions. I already know the answer. You don't. Right? So that's not really. You do.
Okay. If you stop muting me every single time that you speak.
You haven't been muted like in like 4 minutes.
Like 5 minutes. If you let me speak for like 5 minutes, I can disprove every single thing that you say. Pretty much.
Oh, I'll take this challenge up. Shit.
Ah, damn. Really? Everything.
It's so ugly how you just mute me and then just kick me.
You
and
have
then
been
just
muted in 4 minutes, dude. Stop complaining.
Okay. I don't even know what to say. Okay, the Earth is round. Try and disprove
So you're gonna chant. That's your default. That's your position. You'll start chanting "Earth is round" and imagine it comes true. Is this like the Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy clicked her heels together? There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And she went home. You think you're gonna chant "Earth's the globe" and it's gonna be a globe?
Hey, clown, dumb fuck! You just screwed up. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, round and flat LP, CD. This is at the level that we're at with your dumbass. Down at second grade retard level.
You're doing it for...
Yeah, you fucking clown.
Oliver, just remember why you're getting treated like this, so you don't feel like you're the victim, because you come in and said, I don't know why people are so stupid they think the Earth is flat, and you can't even explain your position to any degree. You can't say, what the evidence? No, you can tell us a story.
I can. Shut the... You know what needs to happen? Him to get blasted in the face with a knuckle sandwich. That would fix things.
Well, oh man, I don't want to say that. I'm going to say some bad stuff about his mom. But anyway.
Your mama's so fat.
Can you
wait? Your mama's so fat, she has her own refractive index.
I don't care. That's what I was like.
He doesn't know what that is. You haven't get the joke, man.
He doesn't get it.
Let someone else speak as well with a brain. Someone else up with a brain as well.
Oliver.
So they can speak. Because it's annoying.
Oliver.
Can I give this guy a shot? Or Indio, you want to take it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, Oliver. So, we know the stories. Earth orbits the sun. Blah, blah, blah. We know all the stories. It isn't a question of whether we know the stories or not. We know them. You don't think they're stories. But until there's evidence for them, there's stories, right? So I could tell you the story of the Lord of the Rings, right? And without the evidence for the story, they're just stories, right? They become facts once there's evidence. So what we're asking you for is, what is the evidence for the Earth orbits the sun? Your evidence was, I saw the sun move. But that's the Earth orbiting the sun. That's an observation of the sun moving, right? You're watching the sun move. That isn't you moving. That's the sun moving. So you're saying what I see isn't true. It's the opposite of what I see. You realize that, right? When you say, I saw the sun move, and then you say, me seeing the sun move, I've concluded that the sun is standing still and I'm moving. That makes no sense, right?
I'm not just saying, oh, I look at the sun, I see it move. That obviously means that we're moving. No, I'm not saying that.
And what are you saying? Then how'd you reach a conclusion we're orbiting the sun from the sun moving?
Based on the way that the sun is moving and you're looking at the stars and stuff, you can tell that we're actually rotating it and it's not rotating us.
How?
Now, okay, can you give me permission for camera? Because
you're not gonna gish gallop. We're gonna do one claim at a time, dude. Otherwise, we're never gonna get anywhere, right? We're just gonna do one thing at a time. You said you can tell from observations of the sun and the way it moves. What about the way it moves can you tell that you're orbiting the sun?
Ask scientists. I'm not a scientist.
Okay, so you don't actually know.
No, I don't know exactly.
So somebody said something.
It's not a scientific topic, you fucking retard.
Yeah. There's that.
Yeah, there's that. That's the elephant in the room. You didn't even know that flat and fucking round aren't mutually exclusive. What you just stated, ask scientists. Number one, it's an elephant hurling fallacy. Number two, it's not science to begin with, you dumbass cracker. What the fuck is your malfunction?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. Oh, so it's science. What is natural science? This is going to be fun. Get the popcorn out.
Dude.
Okay. Here's the thing for you.
He's punching so far over his weight class.
No.
Yeah, we're just wasting our time. It's just like abuse to children almost. All right.
It's called tough love, man.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna step out for a few minutes. I can't take this fucking retard booger eater.
So Oliver.
If you,
okay, so if you can't tell us what scientist should we trust, which ones, which scientist?
No, I'm not answering your question. I'm trying to say something. I will believe the Earth is flat if you can disprove.
We're not trying to make you believe anything. First of all, you're fucked up. We're not trying to make you believe anything. We're giving you information. That's it. We didn't force you to come here. You came here voluntarily. We didn't say, hey, I came you see the server name, right? It doesn't say Flat Earth Conversion Server.
Let me speak. Let me actually speak.
When you stop making fucking stupid baseless accusations.
Stop. Please stop.
No,
Please
I'm
be
asking
quiet.
you to. Yeah, I'll stop when you stop. Now, tell us what your criteria is for believing the flat Earth. Not that I care what you believe in, because I really don't. Flat Earth isn't based upon belief. That's what you do now. So the globe is a belief, right?
No, it's not a belief.
Well, so you just said, I just asked you what the evidence was, and you said, I'm not a scientist, I don't know. So you believe that there's some people out there that do know, right? That's a belief, buddy. That's a belief. There's no way around it.
Just let me... Okay.
You're not listening, and that's why I'm not letting you speak, because you're not listening. Because you're not listening to what's being said to you. But you want me to listen to you, but you won't listen to me. Does that sound fair?
You speak first, and I'll listen.
Okay, what did I just say to you? What did I just say to you about belief?
Okay, have you done speaking?
What did I just say to you about belief?
Okay, you're done speaking. Now I'm going to say...
No, I'm about to kick you out of the fucking server.
Question, kid.
Out of here. Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't. And I don't want
Okay. So you're not going to listen to me, but I should listen to you.
No, I listened to you.
So what did I say?
I just heard belief, and I listened to you.
Okay, so I'm going to say it again. You said the globe was not a belief. I said, yes, it is a belief, because when I add... So why are you interrupting me? I'm going to talk. Listen, I'm going to talk for 30 seconds. Then I'm going to give you 30 seconds to talk. Okay? It's fair?
30 seconds? No, I want more than 30 seconds to explain to your mush brain.
My mush brain. You can't even tell me what I said. I can tell you everything you said.
What did I say then?
Oh, is it my turn to speak? Are you done talking? That's all you've said so far. No, I wasn't listening. No, I didn't hear you. That's everything you've said so far. Yeah, that's right, dude. You haven't said shit. Now, I'm going to illustrate to you why the globe is a belief. Now, listen, I'll take 15 seconds. How about that? And you can have fucking a minute. I'm going to take 15 seconds. I asked you what the evidence was for what you think. You said you don't know what it is. So, I'm not a scientist. Scientists know. That is a belief, no matter what way you cut it, because you have no primary knowledge of what you're talking about. Somebody else does. Let's assume that they actually have the knowledge. You don't have it, but you have to believe that they have it. And your belief is based upon what you think they know. Okay? So the globe is a belief, and there's really nothing you can say about it. It's objectively true. Oliver, I'm losing my patience with you. Don't try to moderate me, okay? That ain't gonna work. Now, Oliver, you got 60 seconds to say your piece. Then, listen, these are the ground rules. Then, when you've said your piece, you're going to give me a chance to respond, and you're going to listen to my answer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go.
Okay, first thing that you said that, belief of her. You think I said no, but I said no, and then I said, actually, no, I was wrong about. Second thing is, try this. If you go, 40 miles above the equator and below the equator, and you put two identical sticks straight facing directly upwards, in the sun, the length of the shadow will be different. On a flat Earth, they should be identically long. Why are they different?
Okay, first of all, what you said is factually wrong. Okay?
No, test it.
Okay,
if you did it on the equinox, they would be the same length shadows because you just said that they were equidistant from the equator. So they'd be the same length on the equinox and the globe model. So, yeah, you're factually wrong.
No.
Yeah.
I said below the equator and above the equator.
Yeah.
The sun,
So they'd be equidistant from the equator, right? When it's you said 40 kilometers north of the equator, 40 kilometers south of the equator, right? So on the equinox, they cast the same shadow length. You're not listening, Oliver.
I am listening. You're not listening.
Oliver, shut up and listen. If you go to the equator, go 40 miles north, stick your stick in the ground. Go 40 miles south of the equator, stick your stick in the ground. Equidistant means the same distance from the middle point, which is the equator. Now, if the sun is at its equinox, i.e. on the equator, the shadows will be equal length. There's no buts about it. If you choose another point throughout the year, shut up. If you choose another point throughout the year, i.e. winter time, the shadows will be different lengths.
Yes, I said that. No, I didn't say that. I didn't mean I said that. I mean, obviously, if there's... Yeah, but most of the year, it's not directly on the equator.
So your point is what? You've proven a ball because the sun's at a different point at different times of the year.
No. But on a flat Earth, no matter where the sun is above the Earth, on a flat Earth, the
Okay,
shadows...
kid, stop. What I want you to do is go and get 2 cans of soda pop or fizzy drink or whatever you call them. I want you to put them on your table and measure the distance. And I want you to mark a perfect point in the middle. And then I want you to hold your torch above it, directly above that point, and then check the shadows either side of the cans. Your table's flat, the cans are the sticks, the torch is the sunlight. You can do it.
Right.
Kids like doing experiments.
Which is only for like one day of the year, yeah? Or it'll be the same. Because it's directly in the middle between the two. But most of the year, yeah?
So what you're saying is absolutely nothing. Most of the year it means nothing.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Go get Go get a plate.
Kid, it's not going to change anything. You have... Listen, Oliver, shut up and listen. You're not talking when you... You have to do it at specific times of the year. At the equinox, not at stupid random other times.
Why? No. Why? Explain why. My experiment is for all times of the year.
Okay. No, your experiment's not for all times of the year.
Dude.
It won't work.
All times of the year for you, for your Earth.
It won't work. It doesn't prove anything.
You're just saying it doesn't work. Go do it.
It works on a flat Earth, dude. Listen, what the experiment? Okay,
I don't have kids now.
And mindlessly say, "Oh no, it won't work. It won't work." Go test it out yourself.
Okay,
we have. That's why.
It doesn't work.
Oliver, we have done this shit. It doesn't work. That's what we're trying to get through your head, mate.
It does. You're an idiot if you think otherwise. I'm sorry.
You're an idiot for thinking otherwise. How do you know it works? Because you've been and done it, yes or no?
I've done it, yes. I've actually tested it before, probably a year ago.
So you went 40 miles either side of the equator at the same time testing this out?
No, with paper and stuff.
Really?
Okay, so this is getting even better.
So you tested it with a globe?
Wait, what?
You tested it with a globe?
I literally have a globe downstairs.
Did you try it on a table?
Yeah, wherever you put, unless it's...
Did you try it on a table, dude?
Wait, what?
Did you try it on a flat table?
Yes, and the shadows were the same.
The shadows were all the same length when with sticks on a table.
Yes.
How does that work?
Things, yeah, wherever it is, it will be the same length thing.
Your lies are almost embarrassing.
Okay. Lies?
Yeah, lies, dude. Okay, so let's say, listen, say I have a table. Oliver, stop spurging. Okay, so listen, say I have a table. I take a stick and I stick it in the middle. And I stick one stick on the end. And I put the light above the stick on the end. Now, there's going to be no shadow above where the light is right over the stick.
but there's going to be a shadow for the stick that's further away from the light, right? But the table's flat, right? So they're not going to be the same length.
Yeah, because that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. The sun is millions.
Oh, I come
millions.
No, I didn't mean millions.
How did you come to that conclusion? That the sun's millions of miles away?
I didn't mean millions. I don't know why I said millions. Wait, how?
93 million miles is what they say. So how did they come to that conclusion?
So it is millions. So it is millions. Okay.
You did mean millions.
I was right. So I did mean millions. Okay.
Yeah, the argument is that the sun is so far away that the rays of light are parallel. Yeah, but there's no evidence for that. That's just a claim.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Our claim, listen, Albert, let me ask you a question. Are claims evidence?
No.
Okay. So here's a claim on the table. Sun's 93 million miles away. What's the evidence for that? Because the claim can't be the evidence, you just admitted it. So there has to be evidence to support the claim. What is that evidence?
Testing out the experiment and showing your work. Okay.
No, the evidence for the solar distance, dude. That evidence.
Shut up about this. Go on to a different. Let's just go on to something else that you can disprove me on, because you're not going to shut up about this.
Well, listen.
Hang on, Oliver.
Hold on, Oliver.
Listen,
Oliver. It's not even my opinion. I can give you peer-reviewed papers because you're basically citing what's called the Eratosthenes measurements of the circumference of the Earth. Okay, there's peer-reviewed papers that say that test can be interpreted either way, flat or globe. It's because of the presuppositions. So the presupposition is Earth's a sphere, the sun is a near infinite distance away. Okay, so that's a presupposition. But if you make other presuppositions, the sun is closer and the surface is flat, you reach different conclusions. And that's what the conclusions the Chinese reached into the 20th century, okay? Because they had a different presupposition. This isn't me making it up. It isn't just flat earthers that came up with this. This is in peer-reviewed literature going back to the 70s. It's not just us. Your experiment is what they would say is not dispositive. It's ambiguous. It can be interpreted either way. The data can be interpreted either way. Depends on what your starting assumptions are. Now, we can move on to something else.
Okay, no, I'll say it. If you're on the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, and you're standing there, the moon will be at different.
Okay.
It'll be
why is the moon upside down? Yeah.
Why?
We get it. Yeah, because you turned around. Because you turned around. So if you tape a moon to your ceiling, right? So say you printed out a picture of the moon. You tape it on your ceiling.
Say one pass and then turn around.
No, don't try to divine my thoughts, dude. Don't try to divine my thoughts. Say you printed out a moon on the ceiling, and you taped it to the ceiling, and you went to your north wall of that room, and you looked at the moon. You'd see the top of the moon from that position. Then if you went to the south wall and looked at the moon, you'd see the bottom of the moon. That would be closest to you. It's just your point of view. You're turned around. It's not that the moon is flipped upside down. This could be the same on the flat Earth globe. It doesn't even matter. You're just looking at the moon from different points of view. Yeah, like you could try it, right? Go to your printer, print out a moon, tape it to your ceiling, stand on your north wall, look at the moon, stand on your south wall, look at the moon, and see if it flips. This is my opinion.
He's like, ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way.
No. If it's a sphere, well, if it's the sphere, yeah, you would see one side of the moon, yeah. But if you go to the other,
we don't see the sides of the moon, Oliver. We only see the same face all the time.
It's not. Wait, do you think the moon is a sphere?
It doesn't matter if it's a sphere or not.
Does it? Do you think?
Oliver, can you stop watching Professor Dave videos? The moon is not able to be reached by hand. So getting this idea that if you stand here and I stand there, we're going to see the sides of the moon is absolutely retarded. Allegedly, according to your Helio stupid model, the moon is way up in the sky. So why should we be seeing the sides of it if we're looking at the bottom of it?
You think the
It's
moon
pretty
is spinning?
retarded when you look at it
Yeah,
like that, isn't it?
you think the moon is spinning around the Earth, but you always see the same face because it's spinning just perfectly, so that the face always faces you, no matter what.
Yes.
You think that?
Yeah, it spins around and it keeps its
Perfectly. So it's perfectly. Its rotation is in perfect alignment with the orbit, so that you always see the same face and never the sides, and never the back, or never any other thing, right? You always see that same face.
Maybe in thousands of years it might change. I have no idea though. It does look, from the naked eye, it looks perfect. Just watching it.
So why can't we just say to you, if the Earth's a sphere, why don't we see the sides of the moon?
What?
Why don't we see the sides of the moon if the Earth is a sphere? Right? So if I'm on with the North Pole and the South Pole, we're both looking at the fucking moon. Why don't the guy in the North Pole see the side of the moon and the guy in the South Pole see the other side of the moon?
High up in the sky.
Yeah, because it's too far the fuck away, and it's the same thing for the flat Earth, dude. It's really simple. So it's really, this is like a window into how you guys think. That the same explanation, right? The reasoning that you use, somehow, like the flat Earth can't use my reasoning. Like my excuse, you guys can't use my excuse. Only I can use my excuse. But your excuse has nothing to do with Earth globe, Earth flat, Earth whatever. It only has to do with the how far the moon is away. That's all it has to do with. That determines it. The distance to the moon. Nothing else.
If the sun is above the flat Earth, how can it cast a perfectly lined shadow? How can it be a perfectly... Because only half of the Earth is bright at once.
That's actually not true.
You can't...
It's actually
surely... Yes, it's...
Not even true. No, it's not even true in the globe model, dude. So according to the globe model, because of refraction, 51.6% of the surface of the Earth gets direct sunlight, and 67% of the Earth, yeah, that's right, 67% is either in direct sunlight or in twilight. So there's civil twilight, nautical twilight, and astronomical twilight. So you know what twilight is, right? Dusk, when shit's lit up, but you don't see the sun directly.
Yes.
So the combined direct sunlight and twilight is 67% of the Earth's surface, according to the globe model. Not even according to us, according to you, well, what you believe in.
Yeah, so?
You can easily look this up if you type in civil twilight into Google and hit Google Images. They'll show the proportion of the Earth that's in twilight, right? They'll show a diagram. And what you'll see is, so someone just posted in the chat. You probably can't even see the chat. But the point is that it's not 50%. Nobody claims it's 50%. They tell you that shit in third fucking grade. But it's not actually the actual globe model.
It's like more than 50%.
51.6% of direct sunlight and 67% of direct sunlight and twilight combined.
Okay, and?
So 67% of the surface of the Earth, dude. 67. So that means there's 43% in darkness. Or not even 43%. 40.
Yeah, 43%. No, less than 43%.
Okay.
Yeah, the
whole point is your premises. You have a lot of false premises. And like we seem argumentative, but like, why should we let you continue with a false premise and then like you talk for 5 minutes and then we just go right back to the first thing you said? Say, well, the first thing you said was wrong and you built a whole freaking Jenga tower on a house of cards. Like what's the point? So we have to correct like a lot of Globers. They believe things that just aren't true about their own model, and they think we don't know the model. No, we know everybody in here that's a flat earther knows the globe model better than you do. I guarantee it. We know all about orbit, solar system, frickin' general relativity, black holes, fucking solar distances, the cosmic distance ladder, the radius, the circumference, the fucking core, all the bullshit stories that you learned in school as facts.
Yeah. I'm trying to say something to you.
Yeah,
because you're probably not going to do it yourself. Yeah, if I say it to you, I want you to do it right now. Go get in your car. Over.
I don't drive.
Drive to the closest coastline.
Yeah, and then what?
Yeah, until there's a ship. Wait for it to go over the horizon and zoom in with your Samsung Galaxy S24.
Oh, the ship's going over the horizon. How cute.
Pop up from the waves of the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oliver.
I know.
Oliver, I live a mile from the ocean. I live a mile from the ocean. I don't have to get in a car.
Actually, it's a
do you
great
think I've
thing,
ever
India.
done this? You think I've ever done this observation, Oliver? You think I just sit in
India.
my house all day long and I watched YouTube videos and just fucking that's how I came to the conclusion? Or maybe I went down to the ocean and did what you just said, and I didn't observe what you think I'll observe.
Send me a video. Send me a video of it. Send me a video of it.
Well, I don't have a
Okay,
video, but I got
before
photographs.
Oliver wets himself with excitement, I think this would be a great segue into a black swan. Now, Oliver, do you know what a horizon is?
It's the end bit that you can't see. Underneath that bit, that line, you can't see any more.
You can't see any more. So it's the bit where the sky meets the ocean or sky meets the ground, yeah? Furthest distance you can see.
Yes.
Excellent. Right. The channel, are you on your computer or on your phone?
Got phone.
On your phone? Can you see the channel that's directly above the one you're in now? You're in live stream now. There's one above the one we're in now called live stream voice text. Can you see that one?
I can't remember where. Just at me.
I think. There you go. India just added you.
It's a text channel right above the voice channel. It's live stream voice text.
Okay.
And I posted my photographs of a container ship that's 30 miles away from me. So the horizon from my elevation should start at 6 miles. But the ship sailed to 30 miles away and never disappeared. So the experiment you said to do, I did it. I didn't see what you thought I'd see.
You can't see the bottom of the ship.
That's because the bottom of the ship's under fucking water. You know, ships,
No, you can't see, no, if it was up close. No, you're not listening. If it was up close, you would be able to see more of the bottom. It looked taller.
No.
Look, dude, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Oliver, the ship is 30 miles away. It should be 420 feet under the horizon.
Well, you've definitely done your...
Oliver, how about we just take this one step at a time? If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see a picture of 2 oil rigs. Can you have a look at those for me, mate?
Well, really quick, just because India had just said something, it should be 400 feet under Earth curve. Just make sure you know that.
Can you see the oil rigs, Oliver?
Yes.
Excellent. Where in that picture is the horizon? In front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
What?
You know the horizon where the sky meets the ground or sky meets the ocean at the furthest distance you can see? Whereabouts is that line?
Where the water is.
Yeah, whereabouts? In front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
It's underneath. What do you mean behind it? But it's behind and in front. I don't know.
Where does the sky meet the water?
The sky? Yeah. Wait, you're literally... Wait.
It's not a trick question.
There's no trick question. It's this image is from actual video footage. It's one frame out of video footage. So it's a simple question. Where is the horizon in this image? Is it in front of the oil rigs? In between the oil rigs?
You can still see the oil rig.
So where is the horizon?
Where is it, Oliver? Come on.
You're not listening.
Hey, Oliver, tell your helper in the background if they want to jump in. They probably shouldn't. So where is the horizon in that image? It's pretty straightforward, mate.
Are you talking about the video that you took? That's 1 minute and 44 seconds.
No, it's no video. There's a picture of 2 oil rigs.
Where? I was directly to a video.
Timestamp 8 minutes past.
I'll go to it.
I just tagged you, Oliver. Do you see the photo, sir?
I don't know what
The
photos you're trying to talk about.
Sir, do you get a ping? Because I just tagged you.
I think it's D.
I didn't know you were talking about these ones.
Yes, sir. You see it with the yellow sky and blue water and the 2 big rigs? There you go. That's what he's talking about.
So whereabouts in that picture with the 2 oil rigs is the horizon? In front of them, in between them, or behind them?
Because I can see more water over there, then it has to be behind. I see more water behind the oil rig.
Excellent. See, it wasn't a trick question. Very straightforward. Now, the problem we've got with that, my friend... Hey, Oliver, whoa. The problem we've got, my friend, we get told, as every single one of us was taught at school, we live on a ball. Now, a ball is a spherical object, and they have associated mathematics with them. Circumference, radius, diameter, all these fancy words which actually mean something in reality. Now, we're told we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Is that what you were taught at school?
Maybe.
Pretty close?
Probably.
Yeah. So, here's the issue, mate. If we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles at 1 foot of camera elevation or eye elevation, however you want to say it, we should only see 1.22 miles because of the horizon. Because of the geometric horizon, that's where it would be if we're on a ball that size.
Okay. If that's... Yeah, but you also see stuff because it's poking out.
The problem is, if you go behind that, therefore it would have to be taller in order for you to see it because it's behind the curve.
Yeah. It's lower down than the curve.
That's correct. Okay, so when you were talking to Indio about his ships that were so-called behind the curve, and they said you'd need... What was the distance, Indio? 40 feet or 400 feet? Actually, he's got a calculator there. 425.4 feet, I think it was. So that's the problem, mate. Because of the alleged curve, they would be hiding behind 400 foot of water. You can see the problem we've got now. See, the thing is, young fellow, when we go out into the real world, not just sitting on our computers watching YouTube, when we go out into the real world to confirm the numbers that we've been force-fed at school, they don't line up. And that's what's messing all of us up.
If I may get in here quickly. Oliver, can you
go for it?
Yeah, just quickly. Oliver, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Lad, hear me out, okay? I know, I can imagine that, you came in here, okay, and everyone started yelling at you, okay? And from what I took from it, it was quite combative and everything, and everyone's on edge, okay? Keep note that, number one, this is a one-off occasion, okay? The individual that you first started talking with, okay, he does that for everybody, okay? So don't take it too much to heart, okay? Keep it in mind also, you're 14, right? Okay, this is you're dealing with a 60-year-old man. Okay, he's been through a lot. He's probably got some experience that you can't even imagine. So he's just letting off some steam. Okay, so don't take it to heart. Okay, you're dealing with us now. We're speaking to you a little bit differently. Okay, and the information being conveyed to you, Okay, it's coming from, I think, in my opinion, okay, it's coming from the heart. Okay, the reason why we're doing this, and a lot of us are in here so much, okay, and I speak from experience over the last 6 to 8 months, okay, when I started joining the room, okay, is because I presume everybody in here, I'll speak for myself, I and I think everyone in the room grew up with what you're talking about. Okay, this is a standard thing that's taught around the world these days. Okay, we were all taught the globe model. Why we're in here? Listen, let me finish. Let me finish, sir. Okay, I don't think anybody in here is speaking from the standpoint of, oh, I grew up with the flat Earth. I think the Earth is flat, and I'm just trying to evangelize the world with my belief system. No, most people in this room, if not everybody, are speaking from the standpoint of, I grew up with the globe model. I learned counter information to what I was told without evidence in many cases, if not all. Okay, and now, given this new information, we see the world differently, and we're trying to convey this to people who come in. Okay, you're not speaking to people who are just trying to Bible thump you with whatever our own belief system and shit. Okay, thus actually warranting any combativeness. Okay, we're speaking to you with cold hard facts, stuff that you can actually probably push up against, but it requires you to actually have your backed information that's backed with something. Because people in here, the reason why they're here is because they found information that is actually backed, that goes against what we were told that was actually not backed. Or if it was backed, it was backed with faulty reasoning and faulty evidence and nonsensical bullshit. Okay, so keep in mind, you don't need to be on your toes or anything. Okay, this room's, I think it's worth trying to keep this cool and just have a conversation. Okay, go back and forth, present your stuff, present your case, and we'll have a dialogue. Okay, there's no need for yelling and screaming. Okay, there's some name calling and it's kind of funny and all that stuff, and poor kid and all that. Okay, we don't need that. Okay, we want to be man to man, men to men. Okay, this is what we got. This is what we learned. It was a wild change in worldview for many of us. I'll speak for myself personally. Okay, it threw me off guard. Okay, so if you're willing to go through this, you might be thrown off guard too. But I encourage you to withstand that anticipation and that little bit of fear that, what if this is true? What if this is true? Okay, if it's true, I guarantee it's worth it. But you're gonna have to see it through, sir. And if not, well, you don't have to be here. But I encourage you to stick around and have a listen, because there's a lot of really intelligent and sharp people in the room. Sir, are you questioning Are you questioning my statement about their intelligence?
Yes.
Okay, how so, sir? Why?
Right. Because I'm gonna say, because so far I don't see every single bit of evidence. Actually, David Explains. You know how you said, "Oh, don't watch that other."
Who's David, sir?
No,
Professor Dave.
Professor Dave, is a YouTuber that basically just disproves everything. Yeah. If you just watch one of his videos, you'll just see.
Okay, hey kid, just so you know, Professor Dave, number one, is not a professor. Professor Dave actually pays people to research information so he can just blast it out there. All he's doing is collecting money from suckers like you and thriving off a corrupted algorithm. If it wasn't for that algorithm, the likes of Professor Dave and a few of these other shills would not exist at all.
Yeah, because
Oliver, I highly encourage you.
Actually, do that. He wouldn't do. Obviously, because that's how YouTube works.
Oliver, hear me out. Okay, you're 14 years old. Okay, I highly recommend. Listen to me. Okay, you're half my age. Okay, you're like a quarter of the age of the people of the other people in this room. Okay, a lot of people in here have a lot more experience and a lot of willingness to share their experience with you if you are willing to listen. Okay, what's trying to be conveyed here? Listen to me. What is being conveyed here okay, is a sense of it's an attempt to share, I guess, if you will, or try to inspire you to be a little bit more critical in your thinking and scrutinizing with the information that comes your way. Okay, just because somebody stands on a pedestal and speaks very well and appears to be highfalutin because they have an audience or whatnot, and they sound really good, and he makes a lot of money. Let me finish, sir. Okay? Just because they have all this stuff, it does not mean that what they're saying is correct. It takes scrutiny. It takes questioning. Okay? It's not always the answers that come by you that'll be your best friend. It's the questions that you are able to ask. Okay? We encourage you, or at least I'll speak for myself, I highly encourage you to ask more questions. Okay? Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Also, you think that I believe that anything that has fame and money, I should believe them, or I believe.
You didn't hear anything I said, sir. You
said that just because they have fame and money and stuff.
Wrong. No, he said they're being pushed on you, man. They're being pushed on you, not because it's correct, but because the algorithm.
Oliver, what I said was just because they have these things, it does not mean that they're necessarily correct. Professor Dave has a huge following, a lot of views, all this stuff, okay? And here you are touting his stuff, right? Without, presumably, with what it looks like, without double-checking his work, without actually looking at his background, okay? He didn't cite anything that you were able to actually go verify with, or presumably because he didn't bring it to the floor to present to us, right? Just because he has these followings, it doesn't necessarily mean he's right, just at all. Right? That's what I'm getting by, sir.
I never said that he's necessarily right because of his following. I never said that.
Let me ask you a question. Did you apply the level of scrutiny you're applying to us to Professor Dave?
Wait, what? Sorry, you cutting out. I didn't hear you.
Did you apply the level of scrutiny you're applying to Flat Earth to Professor Dave's claims?
What do you mean by scrutiny?
Like when he says something and you're skeptical about it and you investigate whether it's true or not.
Some things, yeah.
Okay. So let me give you an example of a video he made. So one of the videos he made were 10 things Flat Earthers can't explain. Number one is Flat Earthers don't have a map with a scale. Did you investigate that? Why do you think that? Hold on. Don't even. Why do you think that? Because Professor Dave said it. Did you check? Did you check?
No, I said no, I didn't. But I
no, so you don't actually know that. Just Professor Dave said it, and you think it's true. Well, Professor Dave said it, and he knew he was lying when he said it.
Okay.
So the Gleason's map has a scale on it. It was patented in the late 1800s. It's been around for 150 fucking years. It's a flat Earth map with a scale on it.
Can you send me the thing, please?
The Gleason's map?
Yeah, can you send me it, please, on the live stream?
Yeah.
Voice.
You've never seen the Gleason's map.
Oliver, have you ever heard of something called the azimuthal equidistant projection map?
No, I haven't.
Those bars at the bottom. See that bar? Those bars underneath the map. That's a scale.
Okay.
This map was patented in the 1800s. Professor Dave knows this map exists, but he didn't stop him from saying the very first thing he said was flat earthers don't have a map with a scale.
Okay.
Okay, that's wrong.
So how
that's just no. Address what I said. That's actually wrong. It's objectively wrong. It's just wrong.
So don't let me speak, okay?
Yeah, no, address what I said. Don't get out to some other subject. Address the map.
Let me just quickly. I need to take a screen.
It's really simple. Just look at the fucking bottom, dude. There's a scale on it. It's really simple.
I know. I'm looking at it. You don't need to be. There's a scale. There's a scale. There's a scale.
Okay. And there's more maps than this with a scale. Okay. They're all over the place. There's more than one flat Earth map. There's the frickin' Mundi map, right? So the Mundi map was made in like the 1500s.
Okay. I'm just asking, how am I supposed to verify the length from like I don't know, Brazil to South Africa? How am I supposed to verify the length? Am I supposed to do it off Google? Googling it? Am I supposed to go on Google?
Oh, there's instructions on the map on how to use scale.
No, I'm saying because how am I supposed to? Let's say it's a globe map. How am I supposed to verify? How am I supposed to verify both?
Well, I mean, you could get a physical globe, right, and then check it for internal consistency. That's all you can do. Because, like, distances on Earth, contrary to popular belief, are not measured. Like, so say London from New York. That's not a measured distance. No one measured the distance from New York to London, ever.
You can.
Yeah, you probably could, but no one ever has. And how would you?
What do you mean hasn't? How? Surely.
How would you?
How would you?
Yeah, tell me how.
You might be able to go on a plane, go on a consistent speed, and see how long it will take.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that because you have ground speed versus air speed because the air is moving, right? You're in a fluid. And this is the same problem with water. Water's a moving fluid. So it's very hard to tell what the distance is that you've actually traveled because the fluid itself is moving.
What? Wait, you...
Okay, say you're sailing, right? And I'm going 30 knots. But the water is traveling 10 knots in the same direction. Now, my speed, if I could measure my speed against the water and say, hey, I'm going 30 knots. So we got, my speed times time, and now I have a distance. But that wasn't my actual speed. My actual speed was the 30 knots plus the 10 knots of the water motion. So my distance is going to be wrong by 25%.
If the water is consistent, then you
water
can measure.
Moves, dude. There's the Gulf Stream. Okay, water is in motion in the ocean, dude. Water's in motion in the air. Air's in motion.
If you
have ground speed versus air speed,
and you go to two separate places that have the same water speed consistently at all times, yeah.
How would you know they're consistent? How would you know what the water speed is? How do you even know?
By setting up at loads of different places water testers to see the speed of it.
Well, has anybody done that?
No, I don't know if someone's done that.
No one's ever done that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, what they do is they make an observation of what's called the celestial sphere, and they get their latitude and longitude coordinates, right, of New York and London, and then they do a calculation, and they calculate what they think the distance would be if they're on a ball of 3,959 mile radius. But they don't actually know the distance.
You know what the Eurotunnel is, yeah? It's an underground tunnel that links.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware what it is. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's no air resistance or anything, yeah. Surely, if you just drive along it, it'll be the same. There's nothing interfering with it. It's just however fast you go. If you measure that, you could measure it there. You can do it there.
Yeah, I mean, great. Yeah, you can measure that distance. So.
Yeah.
Talking about long distance. I'm not talking about short distances.
Yeah,
like if I took a globe, right, and I tried to measure the Eurotunnel to see if it matched the physical globe, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? If I went to the store and I bought a globe and said, hey, the Eurotunnel's 40 miles long, I'm going to freaking look at this globe and see if it matches up if this is 40 miles. You wouldn't have a globe that's big enough to even do the comparison.
Oliver, do you realize that you just jumped from measuring distances over water and air to land?
In the tunnel?
Yeah,
in a tunnel?
Tunnel because you're saying how water and air interferes with it. So I'm
but the whole point here is we're trying to describe to you that the distances between, for example, the continents at a large scale, they haven't been measured practically. They're estimated using other means and then projected onto a map. Now here you are jumping into another whole other context that is like totally, completely adjacent to the topic at hand initially. Why are you doing that, sir?
Because what am I supposed to say to? Oh well, results change, so they have to actually estimate it. So I'm going to another.
You asked
thing.
how to confirm it. Remember, how do you confirm the globe, right? So I put it to you. How can you confirm it if you can't measure the distance?
Here's what you should say, Oliver. Is, oh shit, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me. I will double check. I was unaware of this information. I presumed something beforehand, but now what you're telling me seems to go against what I previously thought. Thank you very much. That's what you should say if you're intellectually honest, but it does seem that you're too bogged down in your preconceived hang on. It seems like you're too bogged down in your preconceived notions about how things actually work, and that you have no wiggle room for any other suggestion.
I am up for other suggestions.
Okay. Albert, let me ask you a question about. Listen, because I want to get to the heart of the problem. Over. The heart of the problem is you believe there's one state of affairs of human knowledge, and we're telling you that's not the case. We actually don't know a lot of things that they say we do know. And there's these misconceptions that people are taught. And I'll give you a very specific example. Eclipses. Do you think they use a globe to predict when eclipses happen? Do you think they like model a globe out in orbits and all that stuff?
Yeah, they can predict when a solar.
Yeah, we know they can predict when they happen. Do you think that they use a globe in the mathematics to do that?
Yeah.
They don't. They've been predicting eclipses since 2300 BC, when the globe idea didn't exist, and they still use that method now today. It's called the Soros cycle. Now, see, I only bring it up to point out that you believe something, and you're probably taught to it by a teacher, that's just factually not true. So eclipses are predicted, so there's a convergence of 3 cycles. So there's something called an eclipse year, the draconic lunar frickin' year, right? And there's another one. It may be said the sidereal solar year, right? And when those 3 times converge at a date, that's when an eclipse will happen. They don't use a globe to go. They don't model like, okay, the moon's here, the earth is here, the sun is here. Here's the eclipse is going to happen at this time. That's not how they do it to figure out when an eclipse will be.
Wait,
it's like a myth that's perpetuated by people. They think that eclipses are predicted by the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model actually cannot predict eclipses. It can't. It's not just that they don't use it. It can't do it.
And here's another
because they say, listen, there's a reason they say it can't happen is because they say there's perturbations of gravity that move stuff around just a little bit, right? So whenever we make a eclipse prediction, it'll be off by a little bit from what the Soros cycle predicts.
Okay, so when an eclipse is happening, why is on one side of the Earth you can see it happening, on the other side you can't see it happening at all? You can't even see it.
Yeah, you can.
Why? Why can you see it on one side, but on the other side you can't?
Well, I mean, it's the same reason you can't see like the other side of a large building, right? So if you're in a giant warehouse, say you're in a 1 million square foot warehouse, do you think you're going to see the other wall or the other ceiling from where you are?
If it's completely flat and you zoom it and you have good eyesight,
you know what perspective is? Well, no human eyesight is going to fix this problem.
No, because
so the way perspective works is that things converge to the center and to a vanishing point. Like railroad tracks. You know how railroad tracks, they're parallel, but they appear like they come together to a point if you're standing in the center of railroad tracks?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called perspective, right? The railroad tracks seems like they converge. Well,
yeah, but
the sky and the ground also converge like that. So there's going to be a vanishing point beyond which you can't see. You can't see anything in the sky. You can't see anything on the ground. Sky and the ground become indistinguishable from each other, and we call that the horizon, where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon. And if you look in live stream voice text, Matrix posted a long hallway photo. So this is why you can't see eclipses, because you're on the wrong side, dude. You can't see it. It's too far away.
Hey, Jedi, how are you, bro?
So I'm going to give you another. Hey, what's up, Jedi? So I'm going to give you another example of a misconception. When the sunrise happens, when the sunset happens, where the sun is in the sky, the solar position, its azimuth and elevation angle. People think that they use a globe model to predict when this happens, these things, these events. They actually don't. They use something called an equation of time, and there's no globe in any of that shit. So there's a lot of misconceptions about what the... See, there's like the globe model they teach you in school that you learned, that we all learned, everybody in this chat. But then there's the actual globe model that you ain't gonna know until you like dig into the fucking details, right? It's not the stuff they teach you in school. In school, they go, oh, there's a solar system, memorize the 9 planets. They're all just zipping around the sun. There's some scientists, they figure it all out, maybe some Greeks, blah, 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 right? And they give you the story. But like the actual globe model, if you dig into it, how are eclipses actually predicted? Oh, how is the sun position and sunrise and sunsets actually predicted? How do they actually do it in practice? And then you look at the mathematics, and there's no globe model in it. And you come to this over and over and over again. Say, hey, we observed this phenomenon on a globe. Oh, he bailed. I think I broke him.
Oh, broken.
He said in the chat that his phone ran out of charge.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He might be back. Okay. Who knows?
All right, I got a question. Would you be interested in debating V1 with Jesse on Jesse's observations and his data sets? The Globe Gangster server.
Me?
Yes.
Can you post a link to the Globe Gangsters?
I wouldn't touch Jesse with a donkey dick.
No.
Can you post a link there, bro, to Globe Gangsters?
Sure.
You really want to do it? Oh, God.
I'd love to
You're
join.
going for punishment.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to warn you. Whatever topic they say they're talking about, you're the topic. That's what, look, I was just over there.
Oh, really? I just want to check it out.
McToon point blank, like, am I the topic? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm out of here. Because they were talking about celestial navigations, but like all they talked about was flat earthers. They didn't actually talk about the actual topic that they're supposed to be talking about. So, that's probably what you're going to get. I'm just warning you. It's just a fair warning.
Have a look down the list and see what regulars are in there, and you'll probably change your mind.
It's like a who's who of freaking degeneracy.
Actually, it's pretty similar to our ban list.
It
Look
is
like,
right.
I think one of the main mods over there was interested in your data set. That was a response to Jesse's, I think.
My data set in response to Jesse's? Well,
Globe Gangsters. Thanks, Indigo.
Yeah, I posted it. It's funny that you mention it because I was in like the Flat Earth Friday spaces, and there was a bunch of people in there talking about how they regret ever freaking entertaining him for 5 minutes. And I didn't even say nothing. I was like, yeah, just thinking in my head, yeah, I know. He's a phony and a liar. Actually, it was Witsit talking about it. Shane was talking about it. It's like one of them warned the other one, don't fucking bother with him. He's just a snake and a liar. So, like, I don't know why I would talk to him or debate him. He's a snake and a liar. I've already talked to him many times. I mean, I could post some freaking interactions from the chat. It's kind of funny, actually. I actually debated him here. This 3 hours. 3 hours. There's a fucking, archive.org is down, but it's on one of the podcasts, I think. smacking him around here.
I'm pretty sure Helio clipped it out on the regular YouTube.
Yeah, maybe that's what it's on. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't do it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Helio. But it's like, is it worth the effort? Is it worth the aggravation? Is it worth? No, not really. Even a victory is a loss.
I told the guy who was asking. Yeah, I was told the guy who was asking that it's already been done about that topic. So you can pretty much, like, he's aware of how Jesse argues, so it's like he doesn't need a formal debate to be able to see your reaction to his positions.
Yeah, I mean, I could just, like, hold on, look on Helio's channel, man. I'll just send the dude a link, man. Like, you've been there, done that. Yeah, right here. It's 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Oh, you found it already? All right.
That I'll never get back.
Yep. Actually, wasn't this the one where, oh man, who's that guy? Memor and me were there too? Or was this a different one?
I don't know if Meme was there for this one. I don't know if I brought up he like posted that stupid. I'm gonna bring it up over and over again. He posted this stupid boat with his graphs. Like, look, it matches the globe. But then when you actually like look at his numbers, it don't match the globe. That's the thing about Jesse, dude. They'll present his evidence and he literally just mischaracterizes it, what it is. He has a video where he has a gyro. And he's like, look, the gyro's turning at 15 degrees per hour, whatever. But that's not what that gyro's actually doing in the video. That's like the fucked up thing. Is that like he makes these videos and he describes what's happening in the video, but he's not describing what is actually in the video. He's describing what should happen. But what's actually like, oh, the camera's lined up exactly with the frickin' with the tape measure, right? But the frickin' tape measure line he's lined up is like, 3/4 of the way frickin' to the top, right? To the top of the frame. For it to be lined up, it would have to be dead center, right? So he like does this crap, like little crap like that. Like, why do I want to deal with that? I don't. No point. There's no point in talking to a liar. Like, what? What's the point? Like I said, even if victory is a loss. Oh, Oliver, you're back.
Yeah, his mic's broke.
Okay. Platter, man, I don't think he's trying to troll. He's just a fucking cold religitard, dude.
He's a spunky young lad, isn't he?
Dude, as soon as they go, I don't know, it's scientists. Ask the scientist, dude. You're just saying, fucking, I'm just a religious nut. That's all I hear after that.
There was someone talking in the background with him, either helping him out or being a nuisance, I don't know. But you could hear other voices in the background.
Yeah, it was probably mommy. Trying to get him to go to bed. Tuck him in, I mean, I'll give the guy credit, he seems to at least have the balls to be like, oh, I'm going to go in a room full of people who I think are stupid, right? Who have a different worldview, and I'm going to talk them down. It takes some balls, so I'll give the guy some credit, Though his engagement, the way he's doing it is absolutely piss poor, right? Because if he had the balls, you would think he'd have commensurate manners and ability to engage with somebody along the way, which he miserably failed. But then again, he's so what would you say to that? He
didn't listen to a word any of us said. He's already pre-programmed, and it was just they're flat earthers, they're stupid, and I'm going to come and preach to them. That's exactly what he did. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah. Literally the first thing, he's like, oh, I'm here because, I saw a Flat Earth channel, and I thought to myself, oh, how could they be so stupid?
Anyone that comes in here praising Professor Dave, best of luck to you.
Well, that should tell you something about that person, that they can't evaluate information.
And it's funny, this kid, when you think about it, this kid is only 3 or 4 years younger than Matt Mooney. And he does the exact same thing, right? Same source. But you never would have thought they were 3 years apart. Because Matt Mooney's a fucking bulldozing machine,
Well, I've said this dozens of times, right? So you have Globe Earther making a claim, Flat Earther making a claim. The person listening can't evaluate because they're ignorant of the subject. They're just fucking dumb. Who knows, right? They have cognitus. They can't evaluate which side is right, correct. They're just not capable of it. So what are they going to do? They're just going to go with the default, safest fucking position is true, right? So if I'm a Glober, Flat Earth versus Globe, I don't understand the arguments at either side. I have no idea what they're fucking talking about. But the Glober must be right because I'm a Glober and they're a Glober, and Flat Earthers, they're always wrong, right? And I'm sure the reverse is true, right? If you don't understand the argument, you're going to just default to the side, you're on. Because you can't evaluate it, right? You can't go, I understood what this person said. I understand what this person said. This person, they're factually wrong, or what the statement was irrational or illogical. And this person said was rational or logical. That would be an evaluation. But if you can't, I fucking have no idea what those words are, and the words this guy's using, I also have no idea what they're saying. So how are you going to evaluate it? You can't. And Oliver's kind of in that position. He can't evaluate Dave's claims. He can't evaluate our claims. And it's not because he's stupid. He's young. He doesn't have the, new to the topic. He isn't going to know any of this shit. Being young isn't even really the determining factor because we've talked to people that are fucking old that don't know any of this shit.
At the very least, he's here willing to hear us out. Give him that credit.
Well, Oliver, I know you can probably hear us, so it's very simple. Science is based upon empiricism, right? That means observation, measurements, things like that. It's not based upon, does this story make sense to you? That's not science. The science part is the data that people collect. That's the science part. Now, we can have some data set. One person looks at it and they interpret it this way and they come up with this explanation. Some other person looks at it this way and they come up with some different explanation than that person, right? Neither explanation is true. The only thing that's true is the data collected. The other two things, they're just fucking stories. So you guys, people that believe the Globe, they're stuck in this thing where they think the claim is the evidence, right? They think this explanation makes sense, it must be true. But they don't know what the data is that supports that explanation. And oftentimes, just about every time, when you look into the actual data from which they drew that conclusion, the data doesn't support that conclusion, or they're making some leap of fucking logic. Or they have some underlying assumption that's unjustified. Such as the sun is 93 million miles away. That's an unjustified assumption.
Hey, Indio, check this shit out. On X, McBooger Eater The fact that 10,000 was offered to flat earthers to do celestial navigation using flat Earth and none could do it is challenge proof that the Earth is a globe. Cry about it. You lose every time. And your name was inserted in there.
Yeah, I know.
He's a doormat, isn't he?
I think he edited that. Because I think when because I replied to him, because I don't know how to edit, but you can edit posts. And when I replied to him, he just said proof. It didn't say challenge proof. And I said, dude, you don't know what proof is. Doesn't prove a globe. That's fucking dumb as shit. And then he changed it to challenge proof. Whatever the fuck that is.
Hey, Oliver, are you back?
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, sir.
Okay. How can I? Okay, I'm actually open to ideas. What you're saying now this time. How can days be longer in winter than in summer?
Have at it, gentlemen.
You see the sun times. How do seasons work?
Because the sun moves. Oh, how do seasons work? Well, how do they work on a globe?
The Earth tilts towards a direction because it spins around and it keeps in that same direction. So
that's the story. Okay. I just wanted to see if you know. Most people don't know. They actually surveyed Harvard students, the Harvard graduates at graduation, what causes the seasons, and only one Harvard graduate got it right. So just checking to make sure that you knew what they say. You passed,
yeah,
so fine.
Is in the same direction. No, the same axis of Earth.
The angle, the sun's tilted on its axis, and the angle of the sun is more direct. Blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, we know the story. Yeah. Anyway, seasons are caused. Well, seasons. There's two types of seasons. You have to be specific. Two types of seasons. There's meteorological seasons. That's the hot, cold shit, right? Temperature.
Yeah.
But then there's the astronomical seasons, which are designated by how long the days are, right? Where the sun is in the sky. Those are astronomical seasons. Okay?
Yes.
They work the same on a flat Earth as they do on a globe. The sun moves around. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. But the meteorological seasons, they only correlate to the astronomical seasons. And I can give you examples where they don't match. In San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Why is it?
Probably humidity and other things.
Yeah, not the tilt of the Earth. But that's the point. It's not the tilt of the Earth.
Please, quickly.
Is it the tilt of the Earth or not?
Right. You know how... Right.
Is it or not? Yes or no?
Yes or not what?
In San Francisco, in the winter, it's warmer than the summer. Is that because of the tilt of the Earth?
That's got nothing to do with it. Well, it has got something to do.
Okay, then. So meteorological seasons, the hot and cold, have to do with local geography, local climate patterns, wind patterns, water patterns. Has nothing to do with the tilt of the Earth. It only has to do with your local fucking environment. That's it.
No, it has to do with the tilt of the Earth. Plus, right.
Okay, then explain San Francisco.
Of Asia, yeah. You know where the mountains are? Yeah, it's really I forgot if it's down or up over. It's really cold on one side compared because the heat is not getting through because of the mountains in a way. It's not letting all the hot air get blown into the places.
Yeah, that's great, but it's not the tilt of the Earth.
Yeah, so I'm just saying it's not 100%. Oh, what if it's in the the tilted place, then it should be hotter. I'm not just saying that. It's got to do with everything.
What do you mean by seasons then?
No, I mean why is the days longer? Not why is it hotter? Why is it longer?
Because the sun moves around.
Yeah, it moves around.
The sun takes different arcs in the sky, right? So some days are longer than other days, and those longer days correlate with seasons, right? So when it's 16-hour days in where I live in June, then it's hotter because the sun's visible longer.
The sun.
The sun.
It's heating up the ground for longer, yeah. and it's more.
Well, yeah, because if the sun, its radiation is heating everything up for 16 hours versus, like, I don't know what it is in the winter, 8 hours or something, then, like, obviously it's going to be colder versus warmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's nothing to do with a globe.
I'm not talking about temperatures. I'm talking about why. Yeah, you keep saying, well, it moves.
The day length.
Does it move? Wait, yeah, the day length. How does the sun move? How does it move in the sky? Does it just rotate, like, around the Earth, like above, like a donut, like if you, just a circle? Yeah. So kind of.
Yeah,
I would say kind of.
It moves.
The sun definitely moves, but the circle part.
Can we just hear from Jedi? Can we hear from Jedi?
Yeah, if you want.
Don't mind. I'm just trying to answer, but Indio's got it, so you don't have to.
So wait, so it's like a smaller ring, yeah, and then it goes out, yeah, and then does it come back in? Start to come back in.
Do you know what the tropics are? Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Do you know what they are?
What I don't know what those say.
Right. We've got 3 lines, right? The equator, right, 0 degrees. Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, north or south of the equator, at 23.5 degrees. So that's what you would call the angular tilt of the Earth at 23.5 degrees, right? But the sun moves between these 2 tropics. So for us in the UK, when the sun is closer to us, the height of the sun in the sky is higher. So that's what we call summer. The sun is around more, it's higher in the sky. As the sun daily moves away from you over the equator towards the Tropic of Capricorn, for us in the UK, the sun's angle in the sky is lower. So the day length is shorter. So there is less heat transmitted in the winter because the sun, from where we are in the UK, is further away. The sun moves between the 2 tropics throughout the year, creating what Injo's trying to point out as seasons. Really simple stuff, dude.
Yeah.
So that's how seasons work. It's the proximity of the sun to location. That's it.
I'm just
we're looking for exclusive gold proof, not ambiguous.
Okay. What causes a giant rock in the sky just to float around and start spinning around and start moving around where it rotates around? Why?
Fucking what rock?
Why is it
What rock are you looking at, bro?
The sun
the
of rock
moon.
now.
The moon? No, the moon. And then why is the sun? I'm talking about the moon, and then I'm talking about the sun. Why does the sun do that as well?
This is weird, dude. Did you understand what Injo and I said to you?
No, but why? Why is it just floating?
Excuse me. So before you start running off onto other subjects, we want to know that you understood what we've put down and you've picked it up. You understand the reason for seasons, right? Proximity of the sun to your location. You understand that, right?
I'm just going to say yeah.
Good. And every time we describe the sun's angle above the horizon, that's going to be a flat Earth measurement, demonstrating that the Earth is measured flat when we talk about the angle of the sun above the horizon. That's an angle measurement. Angles have 2 straight sides. You're 14 years old, you still do geometry in math class, right? You know what an angle is. So if we're to describe the sun's angle above the horizon, that's a flat Earth measurement. You can only describe the sun from a flat Earth within that paradigm. It's a flat Earth measurement, dude. Angles prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but you can go on anywhere on the Earth and see what the angle is from the horizon to the sun.
Right. Okay. So very quickly, Oliver, can you measure an angle? Hello. Can you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
What?
Can you measure an dude? You said what? So I'll ask again. I'll ask again.
Wait,
Oliver.
Me like I'm a 6-year-old. You're like, can you do this?
Well, stop behaving like a 6-year-old and they won't treat you like one.
Oliver, it's a very simple question.
I answered.
Can you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved?
No, but you don't need to curve a line. you don't need to curve the line. Because the horizon... Yeah. Oh, please, can I actually show my camera? Because then I can show me drawing it and showing you how it works. Please.
No, I tell you what, I'll show you how it works. I'll post images in the side chat. Give me a minute.
Man, this is funny. If we actually get through to this kid next week or whatever, or goes back to school, fuck, he's gonna lose all his fucking friends.
Right, Oliver, do you see the citation that I've posted in the chat? It's the last image at 2 minutes past 7. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do. I'm reading it.
Cool. Can you read it out to the class, please?
Okay. The altitude angle, in brackets, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. I'm sorry, how do you say that
Horizontal.
word? Horizontal plane, the observer is standing on. Yeah,
cool.
Makes sense?
So we're standing on a horizontal plane, and that elevation angle is up from that horizontal plane. We use the horizon as a reference, but we are maintaining a horizontal, mean sea level. So up from the horizontal plane that we are standing on, that's the Earth. So it's a flat Earth description and measurement, dude.
Yeah.
You can't have this on a sphere.
Why can't you? Make the thing curved and then look at the horizon.
Make the thing curved and then look at the horizon.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. No,
I know you didn't.
Earth. Okay, do the exact same thing, but with a curved Earth.
Yeah, I won't be able to measure an elevation angle up from the Earth. That would be a tangent, won't it?
Okay.
Not the Earth, then.
Surely, if you can't do that, you know what up is, yeah? If you look directly up, yeah, and then measure it from that, and then just measure degrees downwards, going downwards.
You understand that? You understand that the citation beats your imagination. My citation describes how we actually do this, and I can provide you with 10 more, all referencing the horizontal plane that we are standing on.
Show me 10 more.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, don't demand things off of me, child.
How old are you, quickly?
Pardon?
How old are you?
I'm 48 years old. And interestingly enough, my son, 13 years old, is called Oliver. And he gets it. At the moment, you don't. It's really weird.
Wait, did you say that you're 48 years old?
Yes. And at the moment, I seem to understand angles better than you do.
Well, firstly, you probably should.
Yeah, I should do. You also understand that we're going to be using azimuthal angles. Do you know what azimuthal angles are?
Nope, sorry.
All right, so they're horizontal bearings, north, south, east, and west from your position. Horizontal. So to describe the sun in the sky, we're going to use two types of angle. A horizontal azimuthal bearing angle and a vertical angle. All of these require the Earth to be a horizontal surface because we're talking about angles. Anyway, breakfast time for me. Hopefully that was sinking.
Okay, you can leave now.
You're going to lose friends fast around here, Sunshine, if you speak to people like that. Notice that everybody's giving you that time. I would urge you to respect that, because if you don't, you're not going to do well here. We'll include you here if you're going to be respectful, but as soon as you're not respectful, you can fuck off.
Other people have been less respectful than me. everyone just like, shut up, shut up. And then like,
Oliver.
oh, shut up, kid. Like what? How is that more respectful than me just speaking?
Oliver.
What?
Oliver, think about this. Okay. How long have you been in this room cumulative since you first came in here? I know you were in and out for a while. But do you have any idea how long? Okay, an hour, right? Okay. Do you know how many people are in the room right now?
Probably like 30 maybe. I not counting.
Okay, so think about let's say 20 to 30. Okay, and if we assume everyone who's in here now was here earlier when you got here, cumulatively you have been given a total of between 20 and 30 hours of attention. Okay, across a bunch of people. Okay, this would not have happened if we didn't care for the information being conveyed to you as well and as properly as. Okay, you are quote unquote the center of attention right now.
I didn't hear what you said. You cut out.
Oh shit! What I'm saying is, oh shit! I lost my train of thought. Basically, you have been given between a total of 20 to 25 cumulative hours of man time. Okay, you being the center point of attention, us trying to convey this information to you because we care that you hear it as thoroughly and as concisely as possible. Okay. So I would, encourage you to, heed Jedi's warning in that, you take this, be a little bit more respectful when it comes to this stuff, or at least with the people involved in trying to convey this information to you. Okay. You got a little bit of an attitude, my friend. And I don't blame you because you are, well, I do, but I don't at the same time. You're a kid, right? You're spazzing out because we're conveying some novel information to you that conflicts with what you've been told before. Okay, so I grant that there's a lot of grown adults who come in here and behave a lot worse than you have. Okay, not that you really behaved that badly, but you did freak out a little bit. But keep in mind, if you can latch onto some of this stuff, you might be further ahead than a lot of other people who are far older than you. Already. So, I mean, you're on a good track, man. I just, encourage you to be a little bit more open-minded and think about it and ask the right questions. Otherwise, you're doing fine, man.
Oh, by the way, I'm just asking because no one answered my question. Is every single person in this room a flat earther?
The majority at the moment, mate, yeah.
Can like I said before, like an hour ago, can anyone else speak? Because it's just been me the entire time for some reason.
Right, so we need some Globe Earth back up to the live chat. Globe Earth back up to the live chat, please. Anyone? Got a man going down in flames at the moment, Globe Earth. Can you come and support him in the live chat? Globe Earth, it's a live chat. No, it's just you, Oliver, mate.
Wow. Wow.
Then again, look at the time, dude. It's 7:10. So it's early for us, late for them.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. So we've just measured the Earth to be flat when describing the sun above the horizon. We also want to know. We also want to know our position on the Earth when we do this. This will be a longitude and latitude measurement. Longitude and latitude are also measured in the same way.
If there's a time where we don't see the boat, but then we pull out a zoom lens.
Year ends at the same time, or their business year.
And then we can see a boat, then we can't just say whenever the boat disappears that it's due to a physical curvature, because obviously it's not, right?
No. So I think you're misunderstanding. So I think that something like zooming in would help you like resolve the image, right? So you'd be able to like see it, like you'd be able to zoom in, but you'll never see a change in the fraction of the boat with which you see, right? So like you seeing or not seeing, like that kind of like binary, like can I even see it? Can I even resolve it? Sure, like a binocular is going to be able to help you resolve that image.
Yeah. So why couldn't we see it in the first instance?
Because it was just too far away to see because we couldn't resolve it.
Right. So not necessarily due to curvature of the Earth.
No, wait, you're not. Wait, hold up. Just listen. So it's the fraction of it won't change with the binoculars, but the seeing or not seeing, the ability to resolve it, to be able the ability to be able to like binary, I can see it or I can't see it. Your binoculars might help you with that.
Yeah, no, the binoculars will make all of the difference from not seeing it at all to only seeing a part of it to then being able to see more of it. A zoom will help that because you're increasing the angular resolution limit of the optic that you're using, but it has nothing to do with the curvature. So the point is that when you make the claim, well, the best evidence for the globe is that the boats appear to disappear in this certain way, you can't say that the cause of that is just due to physical curvature, because what else could it be? There's plenty of other reasons why you would see a boat potentially appear or disappear in a certain way that aren't due to curvature and are due to things like perspective, right?
Well, perspective would be part of this, right? That's the whole point, is that your perspective is limited because the curvature of the Earth is blocking the bottom
this is where you're jumping in with the assumption of the curvature. You have no curvature.
Well, I'm just saying that the observation is that sometimes we're going to only see a part of a boat, right?
So you assume curvature,
and your assumption of the cause of that.
Let's not assume curvature right now. Let's just assume nothing, right? Let's just talk about the observation, right? There's times when we only see half of a boat. The bottom part of it's going to be cut off, right?
Right.
And
the boat's in the water, right?
There's nothing that we can do. With the binoculars to change that. Like it's not going to be 50. The butt, or what do you call it? Is like the butt of the boat? Is that what they call it? Or the bulk of it? You know, like the bottom part, that part. But you'll just see like the sails, right? And there's nothing we can do with the zooming in or out of the binoculars to change that. And that's because and then I can explain it. But do we agree that sometimes happens?
They have a magnification. They're just a magnifier. They don't actually zoom in and out. They're just at a set magnification.
Well, you can zoom in and out, and you'll still see the 50%.
Hold up a minute, because we were told for years that just with our eyes alone, we can go down to the beach and watch this happen, right?
Sure.
Okay. So when we do watch that happen, and then we get out a high-powered optic and zoom back in and see the boat there in full, not obstructed bottom up at all, lying to
proportion.
Us, we were misinformed. What then?
No, like you can see the whole. It might not have disappeared beyond the horizon. You may just not have been able to see it.
So that's Cyclone's point.
Wait, what?
You're making a claim as to a physically geometric.
Sometimes it's far away, but it hasn't disappeared below the horizon yet.
Well, this is it. For you to be able to claim that it's disappearing due to curvature of the Earth, it would also have to be disappearing at a very specific distance relative to your observer height. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that have you ever seen those? Have you ever seen those cameras? And they kind of they're like a fisheye like lens.
Yeah.
Have you seen like a fisheye lens, right? If you look with like a fisheye lens at something very, very far away, it's going to be very hard for you to see it.
Right.
And if you didn't look at it with the fisheye lens, like if you change the
this is due to optics.
Yeah, exactly. It's due to optics, right? So
right.
What I'm saying is sometimes we can't. So So that is, to me, that is resolving it. Versus if you can see it, if you can see it or not see it, can sometimes be determined by the optics and the ability to like resolve the image. However, the partial amount of but what I'm saying is the partial amount of it will not be affected by. So you could see 50% of it, or sorry, you could see 50, or you could see the top half of it, but not the bottom half. But the aperture or the ability to resolve it is not going to be able to change that.
Bring back the other percentage. You're saying if you can only see
it's not going to be able to bring back the other bottom part. Yeah.
So you're saying just because you zoom in and 50% is missing, you're not going to get that 50% back. But we actually see videos where they do. They zoom the whole thing right, even with the sun back into full view. Now the sun, they see it appears to set, and then when they zoom in on it, shows a clear distinction between the sky and the ground, and we see it's not actually set.
Yeah, you play around with the zoom setting.
I got a gift for that.
Yeah, you play around with the zoom setting, you can see that kind of effect occurring. But the point is, I mean, it's like you say, it's optical and perspective. So to make the claim this is due to the physical geometry of curved water is not borne out. All you can really say for sure is
show us curving water.
Show you curving water?
Yeah.
Well,
not a drop of water. I mean, show me a curved body of water that you can measure. Because as far as I know, they use water to make measurements. Called a water level. Sorry to bring it up again. The tool works. So y'all are fucking crazy. That's all I gotta say. Spend the money. Buy No, I know spirit levels work too. But they're not accurate over long distances, whereas a water level is. It's the most accurate over distance. Sorry.
Yeah, for our new friend, essentially what you're telling us is that the boat is being obstructed by a physical geometric Earth curve that should be at a certain distance based on the curvature rate of the Earth. So we just need to affirm that. Right. So if we find out that it is not where it's supposed to be, depending on the day and the atmospheric conditions, yes, I know I said atmosphere, everybody don't freak out, then maybe the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Would you agree?
I don't think a horizon is... Those two things aren't equivalent to each other. A horizon and a curve are not equivalent. The horizon is just the perspective of seeing the as far as you can see.
There is no geometric horizon or cut-off place due to a spherical nature.